Welcome to Pittsburgh International Race Complex, host of the inaugural CKNA Summer Nationals. Watching our live coverage here for exclusive to KC Premium members this afternoon. Spent the morning setting the grids here in qualifying, running warm-up practice sessions, the final bit to get yourself all dialed in and ready to contend for 2 rounds of heat race wins today. Now, on track as the outlap continues for the junior class is the first of 2 junior races or junior groups to run through the heat races today. After qualifying was completed, the drivers that are on track right now, they have not. They will stay together and they will not verse the other half of the class or see any of them on track until tomorrow for the main event and or the last chance qualifier. So if you ended up first, third, or fifth, then you go in the odd group. If you end up even where you're second, fourth, or sixth, you go to the even group. You run your 2 heat races there. You score your points, and then all the points are merged together for the finishing order to decide who transfers automatically into the main event and who has to go to the last chance qualifier. So, junior class at 52 drivers, does have an LCQ, does have split heat races. We've got Isaac Malkiewicz and Sam Tutwiler on the front row, Carter Barkis and Holden Harder, Prevail Perkins, Jordan Klein, and the rest of the juniors are ready to get the first race of the CKNA SummerNats underway. And here we go. We're racing down to turn 1. Myself, Xander Clements, alongside me, Dave Mack, bringing you the action. And it looks like we've all made it through the first corner, Dave.
Yeah, thank goodness. And the track is plenty wide here. It's real good and wide, but there's some very tight corners. And there is some elevation here. I don't know, maybe 50 feet. I'm just going to throw up a number. I'm not sure, but I'm just trying to get my race hero launched.
Oh, yeah. No, it's a good bit of elevation for sure. 8 laps here, the distance, as Isaac Malkiewicz takes us up the hill with Sam Tutwiler right in tow. Looked like a pretty good start for the third row as well. I think they might have made up a little bit of ground and picked up some positions, but out front to begin is Little Sizzle in the Steel Motorsports Ricardo kart, leading fellow Steel Motorsports entry of Sam Tutwiler through turns 12 and 13. And we'll hit the line this time. 1 lap complete, 7 laps to go. And thankfully, it looks like all of the field has survived the opening lap onslaught. And heat racing officially underway here, Tony. 1 lap complete, side by side as Holden Harder's trying to bring the fight to Sam Tutwiler, and he'll complete the pass down in turn 1.
Just what you said. If they don't get down on that inside, they'll get freight train right back. And you see all the drivers did it.
Yeah, they hustled right down to the inside to make sure to get clear. Smart move by Sam. Right. So he stays in third. Looked like a good move as well from Prevail Perkins. He picked up, I think, 1 spot. He was side-by-side for a moment with Jordan Klein, so I don't know if Jordan hung on to it. Looks like Jordan did. Prevail back in the 5th spot, and then Carter Barkis back in 6th here. Big movers on the opening lap alone. How about Grady Kronick and Christopher Wakefield picking up a number of spots on that opening lap? Yes. Don't know how accurate that exactly is, but it looks for the most part correct. And they are charging up the grid right now here in junior.
Same thing with Lucas Theck and Beckman Lewis making up some positions, getting into the top 10 right away on the first lap. So we got some good racing going on right now. And this will be the first time they're crossing the stripe, right? So we'll get them.
Yeah, so looking at it here on Race Hero, I believe what it is, even though I think they did make up a couple spots, everyone's made up a bunch of spots when you look further back. So I think that is their actual overall qualifying position shown versus their starting spot in this heat race here. Still in the top 10, don't get me wrong. But sadly, I can't say after the opening lap that Jordan Taylor's picked up 27 spots just yet. So again, because you only got half the junior class on the racetrack there. You saw Carter Barkis make a move. The Coyote got around Prevail Perkins here at the end of this lap, and or at the beginning of this lap we're working right now, so that's a change for 5th. Here's a look back at Christopher Wakefield's low-key racing Sodi, and it looks like he has fallen behind Lucas Theck. So Lucas on the PPK Coyote has moved up 1 more spot, while the leaders have really spread out early. I mean, Isaac Malkiewicz and Holden Harder breaking away a little bit, and even Malkiewicz just kind of doing all that on his own. I mean, you would think 2 guys with a big gap, it's because second place pushed him away. Isaac is just running a really good pace right now, and Holden is staying at about a car length buffer away.
Yeah, no, Isaac's doing a great job out there. Like you said, nobody helping him, that's for sure. Now that it looks like maybe Holden Harder has closed in on him and has gotten on his back bumper, Tutwiler running in third. Jordan Klein, great job for Jordan. She's doing a good job here. Coyote also running in that fourth place. Carter Barkus in fifth. And Prevail Perkins.
And Barkus just took fourth away from her in the S's, and it's getting a little tight there. Coming on out. Unfortunately, Jordan's going to lose a couple spots.
They're going to close the door. Right.
Yeah, right there. Top
Making it hard for, she's fighting to get back in there, but it's not going to happen. She's going to lose more than a couple spots, I think, on that one's end. There's at least 3 spots.
Yeah, 3, maybe 4. And big opportunistic move from Chris Wakefield. He went 3 wide down the bottom there on the Sodi going into the drop-down hairpin.
Yeah, he's looking for help now.
Yeah, he got by both of the Coyotes, got back around Lucas, and got around Jordan as well. So she goes from 4th all the way well outside the top 5, and a big gap now for them to make up towards the leaders as Holden has latched back onto the rear bumper of Isaac Malkiewicz, then Sam Tutwiler, then Carter Barkus in 4th, and then 5th and 6th Prevail Perkins and Grady Kronik. So kind of mini packs of 2 and 3 around the racetrack right now.
Yeah, so Jordan Klein ends up in that 8th position. What a tough break, but that's what happens. Once they close that door on you, you're not getting back in. She did a good job of trying to fight it, though, and not losing it. And keeping it going and holding up in 8th. Now she can maybe make her moves again if she can get back up there. But good racing going out there, and nobody really, doing anything bad yet. Like I said, we got the most officials ever on the track, so drivers be warned on that.
Yeah, a bit of a bummer DNF here from Heat 1, sadly, for Marcus Wolf and George Ma, and a no start from Zavrina Frederick. We've only lost 2 out of the 25, and 2 out of the 24. One of our 25 starters not making it to the green. So pretty good stats right there, at least to start it. And Isaac Malkiewicz and Holden Harder, I think they're going to take their time with this one. While behind him, look at the run.
Oh, here we go.
Carter Barkus, big head of steam. He'll bring 2, maybe 3.
Yep.
Not quite. Sam Tutwiler able to jump down in line just ahead of Grady Kronik, but Prevail Perkins was able to get by. Now he gets a little bit crossed up coming out of the corner from Barkus.
Here comes Sammy.
Right back in it there. Back to 3rd. What a move there, Dave Mack.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Sammy ran a 103.447. Holden Harder turned purple on lap 4. 103.191 in second place, or was second place last time by the stripe.
Yeah, so now as they go down the hill here, Lucas Theck, Prevail Perkins just gets back clear on Jordan Klein. This is, again, the fight just inside the top 10 right now. The rest of your juniors are a little more spread apart. Looked like there maybe was one pack racing a bit further back. But we're already coming up here to 2 laps to go. This race has flown by, fellas. 6 laps complete, 2 to go. Isaac Malkiewicz, Holden Harder getting the 2 fingers from our head flagman, Jason Burgess. 2 more laps around, and we're now 5 deep here in this group and this fight for 3rd, and we touched on it a little bit in qualifying. These heat races count basically double with the pack split in half. So you finish 3rd over 4th. That might as well be 2 spots different between them. So there's a lot of points that could be lost or gained right now, depending on how this pack shakes out in the next 2 laps.
Right. The race is for 1st and 3rd right now. That's where the race is on the track. Malkiewicz not being pressured, but he does have Holden Harder right behind him, and there could be a change at that position. Definitely in 3rd place. Sam Tutwiler doing what he can to hold off Grady Kronik, Wakefield, Carter Barkus. They are all over him. And it'll be interesting to see what happens when now the white flag will be coming out on this round, on this lap, I would believe. And that's when you're going to see a lot of action taking place. So let's see if Isaac Malkiewicz could hold it. Holden Harder is right there. Maybe he's just waiting for that white flag, and then he's going to see where he's been thinking about. There it goes, the white flag. So let's watch what happens. There's a race for 1st going on, and Harden is right on his back bumper. Look at this race for 3rd.
Barkus to the inside of Wakefield. Wakefield's going to cross him over.
There
now Barkus, here's what we talked about. As Prevail got in the air, they're going to freight train Carter into the corner. He's got
no room to go, but he's doing good. He's hanging tight, but it's not going to happen. He's going to drop back. Wow.
You got to have a dance partner. Absolutely.
Well, once you get put on that outside, even if your dance partner's there, they're not letting you back in. Not even your dance partner's letting you back in. And that's what happened. Oh, man, what a race for 3rd. But Tutwiler, I think, is still holding on.
Tutwiler now back shuffled. Wakefield.
He got shuffled.
No, sorry, you're right. This is for 5th. This was right there for 3rd.
Right.
Now it's back for 5th with Wakefield and Lucas
in
Theck.
5th.
Tutwiler's up the road. He's still 3rd. Grady Kronik 4th. Here come the leaders to the line, and they have just made this one a clinic of teamwork. Holden Harder, He might try
Look
to
at
make
this.
something happen
Yep.
coming to the checkers, but no,
No,
he's going to
no,
stay
he
right
stays
with them.
there.
See,
A solid points haul for Holden Harder to pick up a couple positions from
There we
third
go.
to second.
Photo
there's a
finish
race,
there
yeah,
for
for third.
third. It looks like Tutwiler was
Sammy.
able to inch it out and get it. Chronic gets fourth. Thek gets fifth.
He got around Christopher Wakefield in the back
Yeah.
corners there. Went from 6th to 5th. Wakefield drops all the way back to 9th at the checkers. In the last 5, corners of the racetrack, that last quarter of the lap, Chris Wakefield drops down, and Isaac Malkiewicz ends up as our winner in our junior opening heat, with the second group getting set to go now here from Pittsburgh. So Isaac Malkiewicz over Holden Harder. The gap at the line ends up nearly 6 seconds with the teamwork they did and just kind of staying single file, not fighting, not letting their egos get the best of them, just
Great
playing
drop.
it smart. And they bring a 1-2 finish. And again, there's no championship that for the national races in the national scheme. They're all one-offs. So you're just trying to position yourself nicely for tomorrow. And first versus second or third on the grid, it makes a small difference, but it is worth taking the low-risk move of starting third and finishing second than potentially crashing and having to go to the LCQ tomorrow morning.
Right. So great job by Malkiewicz and Harder there. They did a great job, like you said, of just not getting crazy, not trying to take each other out. Let's finish it 1-2, no problem. We still got another heat. And then, of course, we got the features tomorrow.
Junior class even qualifiers out there now. Odd qualifiers are coming off there in the scale line. Even qualifiers on the grid.
That was Jake Boris, by the way, on the Sodi, the 36 that was pushing into the scales. One of a couple DNFs. Not too many, not too much chaos. Clean start. That's what we like to see from up here. All the kids playing, definitely racing hard, but playing nice for now with Heat 1 in the books. And now, like you said, Dave Mack, time for the even qualifiers. So second overall in qualifying for the PPK Coyote of Cade Yeager. And he will lead Hudson Jack Erlin, Steel Motorsports, Beryl Art to the green. Nicholas Capolongo and J.J. O'Neill on row 2. Shane Smith, Gabriel Payne, row 3. Levi Getz, Colton Guier, Anthony Lewis, Ryan Curl, Jacob Scheible, Will Wilkie, Nathan Dupuis, and Max Mocaire were both quick in their quali groups, but they were in slower groups. They rolled from row 7. Hudson Williams, Adriano Iannuzzi, Trevor King, Ricky Davis, Tristan Searle, Matthew Holland, Aston Driggers, Eric Hubert, Joseph Shepard, Connor Morse, and then Kellen Weiss from the tail end in 25th for the other half of our 50 juniors here through the heat races. Now, I want to ask you guys, because I'm looking at our rules as well. Do we know the exact number that transfer into the mains on Sunday? Has that been declared quite yet?
I haven't heard, Xander, and I was curious about that myself. And there's a whole half a complicated formula to figure out the positions and everything. Is it on there?
No, I can read. Yeah. Well, I can't read, but now I can. Yes, so down here, top 40 in points are locked in, and then it will be the top 4 from the LCQ. So out of the 50 juniors,
so 44.
We'll unfortunately lose 6 of them to make the 44-car grid for the LCQs. And then, of course, we have 55 and 58 in the senior classes, so we'll lose double digits that don't make it in. But that'll mean basically about a 10 to 12-car junior LCQ, and looking at about probably 20 or 15 and 18 for the 2 senior medium and then senior light classes tomorrow. Yeah. So 3 last chance qualifiers in the morning. But here we go. Karts onto the racetrack for the juniors. Again, we went through the lineup. Cade Yeager was second in qualifying, so he'll lead this group in both heat races. They'll start in the exact same spots. There's a variety of different ways to split classes up when you have an oversold grid and you have to run a last chance qualifier in a main on the last day. We've seen events like the SCUSA Super Nationals, and CKNA Grands even play with it in the past. U.S. Pro Kart Series has had a different format. The Stars Championship Series has also had some big numbers where they've had to do LCQs in the KA classes. And so what some of them will do is do kind of a round-robin format. Instead of 2 flights, we'll do 4, and you race everyone in your group once. Or everyone in your group 3 times, everyone else once. So it's A versus B, A versus C, A versus D in the heat races, and that's how you get your points. In this case, though, we got so many drivers and so many laps we're trying to give everybody. We have, instead of 3 heat races, we have 2. So the safest way, the smartest way, and Greg's experimented a number of different ways to do it, I think he's got a pretty good way it does now, where they're split apart, and you just get to run through your 2 heats, and then overall the way you're scoring those heats,
Put them together.
put them back together. So
And the top 40.
Top 40 on points after these heats are done.
Locked
so
in.
again, you're thinking in your head 20th or better average. That should safely put you through to Sunday. Let's find for the even group.
Look at them quickly come down.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. But
They got to merge fast.
I don't know how many of them will be able to do it, but you see them taking it.
Yeah, so single file down to turn number 3 and double wide, nearly 3 wide further back, but the leaders get away nicely here. Cade Yeager's going to take us into the infield. Hopefully they all can make it through turns 4 and 5. Looks like everybody will.
Yep.
There's one thing that's nice about a track that's known for having crazy grip, from what everyone's saying this weekend, is it's hard to spin out even
That's
if you go
right.
offline. So everyone's so stuck to the surface, helping probably make it through this opening half a lap. But Cade Yeager, Hudson Jack Erlin, and the rest of them are making their way through the infield hairpins, now the back section of the racetrack, and they'll come around to put 1 lap complete as we'll get set to go side by side and hear from the other half junior group winner, Isaac Malkiewicz. So Ike, let's go down to you here on pit lane, buddy. Good race for yourself and Holden Harder. Pretty tame race. Did you guys have that game plan going in to work together?
Yeah, the plan was just to push to the finish, just finish the race, not wreck, just take everything chill. So yeah, just me and Holden pushed away, finished 1-2. So yeah, perfect spot for the next heat.
And talk to me about your hot rod here this weekend with Mark Steele and Bureau Art. What has been it like for you? Because we've heard from everyone else, the name of the game is taking grip out of the go-kart.
Yeah, really that's the main plan everybody has, because all this Rhino grip has so much grip. Like getting onto the back straight, there's like rubber coming up out of the ground. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a wild weekend here with all the rubber coming down for sure, and the Vega tires aren't going to stop laying down more, so you got to stay on top of it. We'll let you head back to the pits, do a little debrief. Wish you best of luck here later this afternoon for Heat 2, Ike.
Yep, thanks.
Once again, folks, that's Isaac Malkiewicz, our Heat 1 winner here in junior on the odd group. The even group, a good bit of side-by-side action while the cams were side-by-side there. As you can see, this lead pack, this is not looking like those that first heat race with a 2-car breakaway. We've got 5, almost 6 there, and a big midfield group battling it out as well through turn number 1. And there you can see top of the screen, when you try to make that move, I believe that might have been Colton Guier making the pass on Shane Smith, and then quickly had to try and make sure that he didn't get over-undered. Or actually, no, that'd be Will Wilkie on Gabriel Payne. My mistake. So Will Wilkie getting around Gabriel Payne, but then quickly Gabriel was with the over-under, and that long run to turn 3 might have went disastrous for Will Wilkie, but I think he was able to hang on. So a good move there.
Yeah, that was the second pack that was grouped up. The first pack, like you said, not like the first heat, the race that we saw right before this. There was no 2 breakaways. It was at least 6 karts that broke away in this first start of this second heat of the juniors.
Yeah, 6 cars together. Now,
Yeah.
that said, no one's made a challenge yet
Nope.
at Cade Yeager, but that might change if they get a big run at him coming to the line. Look at Hudson Jack Erlin. He kind of went a little wide there, setting him up.
There we go.
Here it is.
And
Big
the
move.
And the inside lane's going to get the push, and that's going to put him back to at least probably 4th or 5th.
Yeah, back into P4
Wow.
for Cade. Found a place there behind the 92 of J.J. O'Neill. Little pass back for 5th as well. Nice move. Colton Guier. That was the move Colton was making. I mistook him earlier. It was the battle for 7th, not for 5th. Colton gets around Shane Smith, and that splits them a little. And so while it's still 6 all in frame, it's a little tighter for the top 4. And Hudson Jack Erlin leads the way here for the first time in the even group heat race.
Yeah, with that push going up the front straightaway there right after the start-finish line, he was able to pull that off and hang in on the inside and take that lead away from Cade Jagger.
Yeah, good move for him for sure. Now as they go to turns 12 and 13 here and then work their way back towards the start-finish line, here's the second group. Talked about Nathan Dupuis having to make some moves.
Whoa! Oh, back on the track, though.
Oh, man. That got, I think that was Gabriel Payne going around in front of the field as now a change in the lead.
Yeah.
It is Nicholas Capolongo on the Coyote to the point with help from J.J. O'Neill. But, indeed, that was the New Gen Motorsport entry that got spun right in front of everybody at Gabriel Payne, and then a couple more got collected. But
Adriano Iannuzzi, number 41, unfortunately got the short end of that.
yeah, so tough deal there, and that's a high-speed part of the racetrack where everyone's kind of entering in the center, and then you saw them all fan out as the main line was blocked. But J.J. O'Neill, while we were catching back up, has already made another move, and this time it's for the lead.
Yep.
So the 92 Nitro Kart to the point now, and J.J. O'Neill showing the way. And Yeager has worked his way at least back up to third now. Hudson Jack Erlin was able to slot back into second. Shane Smith there fighting back a little bit as Colton Guier has caught up to the top four. We're going to race it again.
Here we go again.
Big push for Hudson Jack Erlin. Yeager through. Same for Capolongo, actually. Capolongo, sorry, going through. Jack Erlin through, Yeager through, and back into line all the way to fifth for J.J. O'Neill as Colton was able to slip by.
Wow. These juniors are really putting on a race here today, let me tell you.
This is great news for the duo in 7th and 8th. Check out the lap times on Nathan Dupuis and Will Wilkie.
Yeah.
They went purple last time by working together. They have caught this main pack. Now if they can make the right moves while the pack stays together, they could end up with a shot at the heat race win. And this will help them. Yeager down the inside and clear in turn number 12. So Cade Yeager to the lead here now with, I believe, Hudson Jack Erlin into second. 8 cars all the way back to Dupuis and Will Wilkie there at the end. Then the next group led by Maximo Karam. He's 9th with a duo in 10th and 11th on back, but an 8-car lead pack coming to the line. 2 laps to go.
A lot of action on this lap. When that white flag waves, like we've been saying earlier on, when that white flag waves, it could be anybody's race. Right now, it is Cade Jagger out in front.
Yeah, and he's got Hudson Jack Erlin right on his tail here. Let's see if anyone ducks out into the infield. Nathan Dupuis will back on that low-key racing black and orange Sodi. He now closes up to Shane Smith as he shuffles Colton Guier back to the 7th position. Again, Dupuis started back on that 7th row, so that 6th spot, now 7-spot gain as he inherits 6th, is real. 7 spots up for Nathan Dupuis. That's good news. Bad news is it's a static grid. He'll have to start back there again for heat number 2 and repeat the feat. But if he's able to have the pace that he has right now, it shouldn't be too hard as J.J. O'Neill slips up a little bit there coming out of the back, and he goes a little wide. They're going to go side by side. Shane Smith on the inside. Dupuis going to follow. They'll freight train JJ. And here we go to the white flag. Cade Yeager to the bottom to defend Hudson. Jack Erlin almost nosed ahead at the line. And Capolongo able to move into second. And they're 2 and 3 wide further back in the pack as well.
I give Cade Jagger credit on that one. He knew that was coming, and he made sure he protected that lead, did the right thing, took that turn where he had to take it. And that was a very smart move because we saw people give up the lead a number of times coming across that start-finish line going into turn 1. So Cade Jagger trying to hold on to the checkered flag and get that win here in this heat.
How about Dupuis? He's now up into third. Nathan with a massive run here in this opening heat race. He's a little bit too wide, though, at the bottom of the hill. Overshot it, defending that 3rd spot, and Jack Erlin gets back by.
Oh, wait a minute. He's coming back.
Ooh, tight there, through and clear. And still side by side behind him as now Shane Smith locks into 4th. But that'll be the best he ends.
And the 2 Saudis there, maybe that'll help them.
Yeah, now they stay single file to the bus stop. This will be a drag race at the line, though. Cade Yeager versus Nicholas Capolongo.
There we go.
At the line, Yeager will have the momentum to hold. Look at them all fan out across the racetrack. And it's still the same in that next group further back.
Oh,
black and checkers out, so results unofficial. Jason Burgess, our head flagman, letting all the racers know there will be some official intervention. And, well, when you have a race as crazy as that, that's not a surprise to see the end of it have the black and checkers. But Cade Yeager, it'll show on paper he started first, he finished first, but that does not tell us the story, does it, Tony?
No, he had a tough time there. But in the end, he came through, did what he had to do, got in the lead. And on the white flag lap, when he could have lost it, when a lot of other people have lost it today, he held it, and it was a battle right at the finish, but he did get the win. And Capolongo in second, Dupuis in third, Smith in fourth, and Erlin in fifth. Erlin was up there all the time, but dropped back to fifth.
Unfortunately, he dropped 3 spots officially. He was battling up front.
Yep.
Will Wilkie 6th.
Yeah, good run there for the junior drivers. The remainder of the top 10 from the even group opening heat behind Will Wilkie. J.J. O'Neill hovers the top 5, ends up leading a lap or so, drops back to 7th at the drop of the checkers. Colton Guiher was up as high as, I believe, 5th. He ends up 8th. Jacob Scheible wins out in that next pack fight, 2 spots up to 9th over Levi Getz and Max Mo-Karam. And the only DNF we had was a no start for Connor Morse. So while the first heat seemed more tame, we had a couple more fail to finish in that one. Bit crazy up front. All 24 that start cross the line and do finish. So a good start here for our juniors. And the first of our 9 divisions has its opening round of races complete as the legends roll on the racetrack. And I'll pass it over to you boys to be able to bring us through the starting lineup.
All right. We got Jeff Chalmers in the number 2, followed by the number 5 of Tim Stiefel, the number 31 of Tim Connell, running in that 3rd starting position, and Wiggity Wayne, huh?
Wiggity Wayne, yeah.
You got it there.
Wayne Hanslick,
Yeah,
you
up in
betcha.
that 4th spot. Michael Golan in 5th, Brian Donati in 6th, Ellie Yanko. Wow,
Starting
unusual.
back in 7th. Yeah, that's very unusual.
Yeah, Todd Barron.
Dr. Todd.
Back in 8th. We
Yeah.
said this before. J.D. Gunn at least getting
9th.
into the top 10, but he's starting 9th. Thomas Fritz in your top 10. So let's see what happens. Keep an eye on Ellie and Todd Barron. These are 2 drivers in this class that have been going to the front. For some reason, didn't have a great time trial. And starting back in 7th is Ellie Yanko in 8th. Todd Barron, J.D. Gunn in 9th. And Thomas Fritz in the top 10. But believe me, I believe that is going to change. So let's see what
absolutely.
happens.
I guarantee it. I guarantee that will change, yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Looks like
here.
a total of 12 supposedly on
Yep.
track. We also have Donald Harrington, Chris Hamilton, and Todd Bolton.
Yeah,
starting
Bolton
last.
was the guy that lost the wheel. So
Yeah.
he has to start in the back. So keep an eye on Bolton. Bolton's
He's
the top
very
right.
fast,
So
yes.
yeah, keep an eye on Bolton back all the way in dead last.
So there's a number of drivers that are going to probably work their way through the field.
Right.
8 laps, 8-lap heat race, and I predict we're going to get a green. That looks good to me. We'll see what
Yeah.
Jason says. And
He's telling him to hold. He's telling him to hold.
And we are green, green, green. Go, go, go.
And quickly,
Who's it?
we'll see what happens.
That's
here.
not Ellie, is it, up front?
It might be. I don't know if
That is Ellie.
we had the wrong write-up.
Yeah, I don't think.
So
I
we're
think
sorry
ours is
about
in
that.
numerical order. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
that's definitely Ellie up front.
Right,
470.
and Todd
Yeah.
Barron in second.
Okay.
So sorry about that, folks. We had the wrong lineup, and it was Ellie Yanko up at the front and Todd Barron, so they're not going to come through the pack.
No.
They're already up
We
there.
had the right names, but the wrong order.
And that's my bad, fellas. That's my bad.
that's okay.
Tony looked straight at me, and he was like, is that right? And, well, the juniors were right, but that one was not
Yeah.
right. 100% my fault, folks. That steered him wrong. But Ellie Yanko, if we remember back to qualifying, he had a pretty hefty gap over the field.
Yeah.
Todd Barron has caught right up
He's
to him
not
here
gonna
on
let
this
him
opening
go,
lap,
yeah.
and he's staying right wheel for wheel with him here. So
and
nice.
J.D. Gunn holding on to third. Gunn's been running good this weekend.
Oh,
good
my
to
goodness,
see him.
yes.
Good to see Camp
J.D.
Chaos
Gunn,
getting
yes.
up front there with their CRGs.
He
and
struggled
doing
a
good
couple
job.
years ago.
Oh, yeah,
He's doing very well.
Very good.
That's Stacy Gunn's
Right.
husband.
The husband.
Marshall
and
Martin's son-in-law.
son-in-law.
Yeah.
And
We could go on and
Martin-
on.
Marshall Martin will set him straight, that's for
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
Well, we'll pull the leaderboard up on the left side of your screen as
Okay.
Jeff Chalmers went a little wide there out of
Yeah.
turn 1 for 4th, kicked up some dust. And we'll get ready to also bring you the action for the aftermath of that crazy junior heat race. We mentioned with Cade Yeager that the starting first, finishing first was far from the description of the race. Let's hear from him. Down to Cade on pit lane. Cade Yeager, let's go down and hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, Cade.
Talk us through that opening heat race.
Yeah, I got the lead, got a little bit of a gap. Then they caught up to me pretty quickly here. And then they caught me. I just got freight trained, got sent backwards. My goal is to get back up front, got back up there. And then when I did, it was only 2 laps to go. And I had my teammate, Nicholas, right behind me. So on that final lap, I started blocking. And then I noticed that other guys had fell off and just kind of finished the race out. Not too defensive at the end there, just trying to get a good finish. 1-2 Coyote, so yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. 1-2 finish for Coyote. Good stuff for the team. Now, you guys are obviously trying to stay on top of the racetrack between yourself and the teammates and fellow Coyote chassis around you in other classes. What's been the progression like today? What has this racetrack been?
At first, in warm-ups for sure, the track was definitely a little bit slick. Didn't have too much grip out there, and then qualifying was almost perfect. The track was amazing, and now it's starting to tighten up again like it did yesterday. Track gets really hot, tires get sticky, and the cart gets really tight with all this tar on the track.
Well, Cade, we know that you've got a hard-working group that's going to try and keep you up front and keep that top starting spot and now finishing spot in Heat 1. Again, for Heat 2, who would you like to thank for all the hard work this weekend?
Precision Performance, John Seglum, Jim Lepari, Coyote Motorsports, and then Gary Lawson from Lawson Speed Shop. I also like to thank my dad and then all my friends and teammates and everything.
Awesome stuff, Cade. Well, congratulations on a well-done opening Heat Race 1. We'll be looking forward to watching you in Heat number 2.
Thank
Well, there we go, folks. Hearing from Cade, but look at this. This is about to really amp up.
Ellie in the dock.
Todd Barron, your new leader on the Barron Racing Team Mach 1 machine. And how about it for J.D. Gunn?
J.D. Gunn trying to squeeze in there, but Ellie's going to kind of protect that second place. But a good move by J.D. trying to make that move to get into second. Meanwhile, that helps Barron. As these two now start to dice it out, Barron is able to pull away, and Ellie wasn't able to get on the back bumper of Barron. Now, maybe J.D. will help Ellie catch up to them and then do battle for first place, make it a three-way run. But right now, Barron gets the advantage as Yanko and Gunn kind of dueled it out there, but Gunn could not get in that second spot.
Yeah, he could not. Now,
Right.
Let's take a look further back. How about Todd Bolton in the 22? We watched him in
where
early
is he?
qualifying. Tire came off. He is the fastest car on the racetrack out of 64.58, and he's up to 6 from the tail end of the field. Now he's caught up to more company here. The 2 car of Jeff Chalmers and the 5 of Tim Stiefel in this 3-car group. They're about 2 seconds back from the leaders. Todd is rolling right up through this pack. Watch this. He's going to go high, then probably cut right low, down to the inside, and through into the top 5 for Todd Bolton.
Right.
And I do have a correction as well. I mentioned earlier I already screwed up on our top 40. What was the cut line? It is written if you can read it. The same as well for the heat races. They are progressive. Round 2 is based off the finishing order of round 1, as posted on the awesome schedule here by the CKNA crew. If I would just read the important notes before I show up to work, I guess I would know what's going on. But, yeah, progressive heats for round 2, so that's great news for a guy like Todd Bolton. He had to start last. Yeah. Now things finish, going to start 5th, but he wants more.
Yeah, no, he's going to get more. I think he's going to put the attack on Stiefel now. Stiefel, who is running in 4th, but he's got Todd Bolton right there. And Bolton will just make his move when he needs to. He's been driving a good race. He had to come back from the rear, and now he's up into the top 5. Stiefel runs in 4th, and there goes Bolton now. Bolton looking on his inside, and Bolton will take that,
away he goes.
that 4th place away from Stiefel.
So now he's up to the 2nd row to start for heat number 2. He's in a really good points haul from the way the 2 heats will set the main event grids as well. So all good things here for Todd Bolton in the 22. Meanwhile, up the road, J.D. Gunn, while we've been focusing back on Todd Bolton, has, I believe, worked his way past Ellie Yanko for 2nd, and indeed he has. So there is J.D. Unfortunately, they've lost touch a bit with Todd Barron, about a 2.25 seconds away, but J.D. Gunn now up to P2.
Well, and that's what I said. It gave Todd Barron that chance to have a breather up front without anybody really trying to push him or take the lead away from him. J.D. Gunn felt it was more important to get into 2nd place rather than kind of push Yanko up to Todd Barron. And now let's see if Barron will work. I mean, if Yanko will work with Gunn to try to catch the leader. I'm not sure if that'll happen. So Barron catches a break here, a breather that he does. Oh, and J.D. Gunn is pulling away from Ellie. Ellie
might
gained
on him, too. He picked up 3/10 now.
Ellie might be tightening up. As we just talked to you had the interview there. The track is getting stickier, and that'll pull the carts down if you're not set up exactly the way you need to be when it gets this sticky, and it could be a problem for Ellie because Ellie was fast, and now he seems to be slowing down.
Yeah, so Elienko in third, little gap to Todd Bolton. Now, one thing that's always fun to watch with karting is the body English and the body language of the drivers. Well, you know, in the Masters and the Legends classes, you don't see them tuck every single straightaway. They're not bouncing in the seat like some of the kids with more energy. But I can tell you one guy that is, and that's the 22 of Todd Bolton. Every lap, he is hopping forward, still motivated to try and get to the top 3. He's going to run low on time as Jason Burgess gives us the white flag, and now Todd Barron has pulled back that gap to even out at around 8/10 to J.D. Gunn and Elienko. But Todd's not giving up, man. He's trying to get there here, banking on anything to maybe hope for something to happen in the top 3 and steal another spot.
Yeah, JD's driving an excellent in second place there. Yanko definitely pushing him at times, but JD is holding on. He's got this, the checker flag will be waving, and that'll give him an outside pole position start in the next heat. As you were mentioning how we're doing it here, if you read the flyer.
Yeah, if you read the flyer. Unlike me. Be better than me at least here. But nonetheless, to the hill for the final time and dropping down into the hairpins. There you can see Ellie, that cart just kind of stepped out from him as he went down trying to charge into the corner.
Yeah, he was overdriving it there, trying to make it up, and it just didn't happen. It actually cost him, but at least it didn't cost him a position.
Yeah, thankfully all the hard work put in qualifying and consistent laps in this heat race. Our top qualifier will look to end potentially in third, but Todd Barron is going to go one spot better than Hot Laps, and the number 11 wins the opening heat race here in Legends.
Bolton right there in fourth. Stiefel gets a top 5. Oh, man, what a race here. Jeff Chalmers gets 6th. I believe Tim Connell will wrap up in 7th. Wayne Haslick gets 8th. Michael Golan in 9th. Donald Harrington, I believe, in 10th. Donati in 11th and Fritz in 12th. But a good drive by Barron. He caught a break this time. Didn't have to worry as the battle really was for second in this race and watching Bolton come through the pack.
Yeah, talk about worry, right? Todd Bolton best lap 64.5, 0.3 better than Barron's best lap at a 64.8 and really anyone else out there. So while yes, heat race win, Todd Bolton is right back in it and still the car to beat. It appears to be. And just like we said in qualifying, thankfully this class, while of course we'd love to have more for Todd Bolton's sake, isn't too big in size. And just like that, right back in it the very next session, into the top 5. And while you always love to beat your chest over a dominant weekend where you put it on pole, you win every heat, lead every lap, and win the main, Todd Bolton might have the car to be able to do that. Sadly, luck wasn't on his side in qualifying. But it all matters really on Sunday in those main events. And a 4th place results here, starting 4th for Heat 2. He's going to be right there.
So next up in no particular order, we have the senior heavy class. And that's going to be Owen Lloyd, Ronnie Kleiss, Eric Fagan, Colin Aiken, Christopher Horan, Owen Mall, I think it's Mall,
yes.
Okay, Mark Steele, Nicholas Kiefer, Bryce Frank, Justin Wishard, Wicked Nick Sobiak, Ryan Sporowski, Mo Edmondson, Elmer Edmondson, William Lessig, Ryan Miller, Huntington Bolton, Jack Zucchina, Ben Gaunt, Travis Manning, Christopher Mitchell, Matt Lyda, Cody Svoboda, Chase St. Clair, Peyton Klein, Katie McDaniel, Caleb Viska, and Linus Gugino.
And again, the senior heavies at 27 strong, a good turnout here, but all of them will make it to get to start on the grid for Sunday's main events. And Owen Lloyd he's completing actually now, remembering this, an MGM lockout of the 3 senior class pole awards.
Yes.
Between Owen Lloyd and then Caleb Gaffera in senior medium and senior light. Nicely done to those boys over there. Ronnie Kleiss as well. Great qualifying effort here in senior heavy. And like Dave Mack took you through the starting lineup here, 27 starters for this senior heavy opening heat race. All of them together, the biggest group we've seen yet on the racetrack for racing, because those junior classes were at 24 and 25 apiece, split apart, and of course then 12 in the Legends. So 27, he'll have to start slowing them down right here in the back hairpins to give the rest of the field plenty of time to begin to form up behind him, and we will watch and see. We watched Eric Fagan. Now here's another thing as well. While Owen Lloyd and some of the young bucks in senior heavy that also are running maybe senior medium or senior light got the last qualifying session, so they were out more recently. Eric Fagan was out more recently in the Masters class that went right beforehand and closer to the same weight, because again, they're dropping weight to go run medium. Masters is within 10 pounds or so.
Well, heavy and Masters, same weight.
Same
390.
weight. Yeah, same weight. Even
Right.
not even within 10.
That's
within
why
0.
Fagan could. Yeah.
So being able to go back and forth,
Yep.
he, in my opinion, has an even more accurate read of what his
Yes.
kart's going to do on this track than anyone on the racetrack right now.
Right.
And again, that's the guy in the all-black suit, the black and orange MGM that rolls off
Yep.
in third, and I'm sure he shared all that intel as much as he's willing to share probably with his chassis, same chassis teammates
Yep.
like Owen Lloyd. So let's see if it pays off. Heat 1, senior heavy, group 3 is green down at turn 1.
It looks like
Owen Lloyd.
Is going to hang in there and take it. Let's see where Fagan ends up.
Yeah, looks to be second.
Second already.
Second
All right.
for Eric Fagan.
So-
Ronnie Kleiss dropped into what looks to be third. Colin Aitken, a good start
Wow.
in fourth, dropped in line. And then 2 and 3 wide, about 7th or 8th on back there going through the S's. This is kind of a funnel, really, that sifts the field down from double file into
Right.
turn 5, down to single file up the hill. And then they fan back out again when they get tempted to throw a big pass or out-breaking move into this first hairpin. But we won't see the leaders do that yet. They're all happy to follow Owen Lloyd for now and stay close as it's a 5-car break. Then this second group here that has the likes of the 242 of Chris Horan, I believe. Owen Mal there in the 148. And Bryce Frank, who had a good start in the 17. He's up 2 spots to the 7th position now. Little cushion back to the next 2. But the leaders are headed to the line. What do we see at turn 1? Everybody thinking about it and then thinking
Nobody
better of
doing
it.
it. Yeah. And Fagan's not the type of guy that's going to look to take the lead early on unless he knows he really has something over the first place guy, which is Owen Lloyd. And there goes
There he
Fagan,
is,
as I said
he
that.
took it.
And he took it. So if he took it this early on, he must feel he's got this thing working. He knows it's going to continue to work through the rest of the 5 laps. And so that's why he went so early up in the lead, and he didn't want to get hard pressed from the people behind who were already dicing for position. So we got Eric Fagan in the lead, which in the past we've seen this many times before, but usually he'll stay in second and push that first place guy to get out front. But I've seen another change here. So Fagan might have made his move a little too early, and he drops back to second.
Owen Lloyd back to, what, 4th or 5th?
4th or 5th, and that's going
Yeah.
to allow that next group to kind of close on up. So
And
we'll
they
put
do.
2 laps complete, 6 to go, 1 driver off. Further back out of turn number 3. Here comes the leaders through the bus stop coming to turn number 1. Ronnie Kleiss, Eric Fagan looking to answer right back, and I think hard-pressed is probably a better point. No one really stands out right now, but they're all feeling the heat from everyone behind
Right.
them wanting to march forward. And look at this. Fagan now marks Steele into second, but here comes Owen Lloyd finding just one
Wow.
car width, and that's all he needed to take that second spot back from Steele.
What a drive in this class. But that Fagan said, hey, listen, I got to get out there, get away from all of this, let them do battle back there, and I can maybe pull away, and that could be to his advantage. But he's not really catching a break here. They're staying with him.
Yeah, they are. Ronnie Kleiss now
Ronnie
leads
Kleiss
this
is
next
there,
group
yep.
as they go to drop down the hill side by side. That's Horan on the inside, and it looks to be one of the other maybe VLR or MGM's trying to ID that driver with the blue helmet somewhere in the mix. And I think that might be Nick Sobiek in the 23
Nick.
that's picked up a couple spots now. So Sobiek, I believe, on the VLR has moved forward. And that's jumped. This pack now goes all the way back to the 331 of William Lessig, it looks like. So Eric Fagan leading about 11 down the front straightaway. But it's MGM over VLR right now. Fagan, Lloyd, then Colin Aitken, then the BRLR to Mark Steele as the captain of Steele Motorsports runs in no man's land there in 4th.
And Owen Lloyd does turn purple that last time by, and that would explain why he was so fast moving up. He had set the fastest time.
There's a big move from Bryce Frank. He's going to get by Owen Mal, who climbs up and on top of the right rear bumper of, it looked like Chris Horan. That hurt them both. Sobiek says thank you very much. Nick goes through. Here comes the Mach 1 entry further back. That might have been either Nick Kiefer or William Lessig, but just one little miscue as Owen Mal was trying to tuck into line behind Chris Horan, cost them both about 4 or 5 spots. And they just find a hole in front of another one of the blue and white Coyotes. That is the 221 of Hunter Bolton who's up 4 spots from 16th to 12th right now.
Yeah, some good racing going on here. So let's go back to the front. It is still Fagan holding on, but believe me, it's Fagan, Lloyd, and Aiken right there, and it could be any one of them winning this heat at this point. Fagan isn't pulling away. He's able to protect the lead, but that doesn't mean he can take the win. We'll see what happens.
Oh, look at that 2-for-1 move from Owen Mal. Get your elbows out, buddy. That was 2 carts in one corner with a big send on the inside, and he picked up a couple, and now Lessig battling with Horan's going to fend him off. Horan again gets a little bit tripped up on the curbing and loses some more time. And we're just right at the halfway mark here, boys. 4 down, 4 to go. Fagan, Lloyd, Aitken, and they're starting to pull away because this middle group has really begun to fight there. That's the 55 of Nicholas Kiefer on the Mach 1 cart, and then the all-black 048 of Owen Mal is or 148 of Owen Mal is right in front of him, and sadly all the shuffling has allowed Nick Sobiek to get away on the VLR, and that lead pack to really rocket off in the distance. I'd bet by the end of this lap it'd be nearly 4 seconds back to just 7th or 8th. And only 2 laps ago, Tony, it was a second for the whole field.
And now Owen Lloyd takes the lead again. Aiken holds on to that second place. He shuts the door on Fagan. Fagan has to drop into 3rd. Mark Steele right there in 4th. Ronnie Kleiss in 5th. But the battle is for 1st again. Is Owen Lloyd out in front, Colin Aiken in 2nd.
Yeah, so
don't count out Fagan yet. He's
no.
in 3rd, but let's see if he can make a move. White flag will be coming out.
Yeah, white flag. Or no, sorry, 2 to go this time.
Oh,
1 lap ahead of ourselves there.
Okay.
2 to go this time. 3 to go currently.
Right.
And yeah, you got a couple younger guys there in Colin Aitken and Owen Lloyd that are beginning to really, I would say not necessarily just make a name for themselves, but become a mainstay of national racing in 206. And then you've got 2 guys who have been around the block a couple of times in Mark Steele and Eric Fagan right behind him. So they're probably where they want to be right now. Although Owen Lloyd's gap has really opened to Colin Aitken, we're probably going to see a challenge for 2nd right here if Colin's not careful. Let's see
2 to go. Yep.
No, Eric's going to push him. Smart move again here.
Eric's going to push him, try to catch the leader, and then start dicing for that position. So that's what, Fagan knows that's what he has to do if they won't even have a shot at winning, or at least move it up 1 more position. So we'll see what happens here. Yeah. So right now it's Lloyd, Aiken, Fagan, and Steele. They have pulled away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, Mark Steele has just kind of been just there,
yeah.
right there in the group. Hasn't made a lot of noise, hasn't made a lot of moves really by himself, but he's picked the right lane whenever there's side-by-side action in front of him and cut himself up a couple spots. He's 3 up from his starting position of 7th. While now he's at the end of the lead pack with a big gap out back. At worst, he ends 4th, which is, again, an improvement and a better starting spot for heat number 2.
Right, and I think that's what Mark's saying. Hey, I'm good. I'm in the 2nd row at this point. If something should happen up front, I'll take advantage of it, but I'm not going to lose this. I'm in a good position right now for the next heat.
Yeah, and, in Mark's case, he hasn't really let it pack forward yet, so as Eric Fagan fades down low and tucks back in, he's also basically kind of got it where he's seeing everyone else's cards and not having to show his own. He's not having to give his lines away. Let these guys see if he's better or worse than any corner. But he's getting a perfect view of where he might be a little better or worse than Eric Fagan, than Colin Aitken, than Owen Lloyd, right now being the end of the pack. So they're going to head to the S's here. This is the last lap, by the way, folks. They did make up time, to be fair, last time, a little bit to Owen Lloyd by the end of the lap.
Look at Steele.
And Mark Steele owning the fast lap, hit it 2 laps ago on lap 6. But Eric Fagan pushing forward with Colin Aitken. He's probably also thinking as well, because there's no championship point difference, and he's still going to have a good finish, that he maybe wants to start 3rd, start on the inside of the 2nd row. We see in the inside lane pick up spots every start with back-to-back inside lane corners. That might be exactly where Eric Fagan wants to end here. So Owen Lloyd is going to cruise to the win in the senior heavy opening heat. Fagan's going to give one final shot at it, but
I don't know about that. Fagan did give it up to Aiken. Yep. Aiken got 2nd. Fagan got 3rd. Steele just stayed in 4th like he wanted to the whole race. Ronnie Kleiss in 5th. And Bryce Frank moving up a couple positions. He gets 6th. Nicholas Kiefer in 7th. Nick Sobiek gets 8th, and he moved up some positions.
Good for Nick.
Oh, yeah. Wicked Nick Sobiek making some good moves, getting up into that 8th position. Owen Mal in 9th. Christopher Horan intent. Those are your top 5 drivers, top 10 drivers in this senior heavy class.
And just be aware that the Jason Burgess was waving the black and the checkers that time, so
Again.
that one's under review also. There is your unofficial race winner, Owen Lloyd.
Owen Lloyd, Colin Aiken. So we had Owen Lloyd, MGM, Colin Aiken, VLR, and then Eric Fagan. And Eric Fagan on an MGM. So they had him sandwiched in the middle there. But again, great runs for MGM here today.
Oh, MGM's looking strong,
and,
yeah.
and you know, they don't have 50 carts here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
But the carts they have here are fast.
Axel Rice over there doing a fine job running the show. Paul and April helping out a little bit.
Like you said, every dog had to be on a leash. And Axel was on a leash. It was just that nobody else was on the other end.
Honest to God, Tony, I walked over there. I laughed so hard. And Axel's such a good dog.
He wasn't in violation,
Yeah.
so.
they told me to announce dogs, you got to be on a leash. And so he was.
He was. It's just that nobody else was on the other end. And
Yeah.
you see the CKNA crew, including Greg.
What do we got there? Okay, on the
Yeah,
right,
you-
I can see. Is that
yeah.
is that Lorraine?
Lorraine
That's
is right. Lorraine
Yep.
in the orange shirt.
And then and that's official, and then in the staff shirt, I'm not sure who
Right.
that is next to.
That might be Frank? No.
I'm not sure.
And I saw
And then we got over here. I guess we shouldn't be talking because we don't know who any of them are. I can't see. They got to be a little bit closer for
that's
my
Lorraine
terrible
walking
eyes.
around.
Oh,
And-
she's got an orange shirt.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's
Oh,
Lorraine.
is this
And that's Greg.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Greg is there.
That's
and
our
he's-
fearless leader.
He's reaching into the cooler, the fearless
Yeah.
leader. They're our boss. And
Yeah.
he's giving out. Look at that. He's giving out the waters. Great
He's
job,
the big boss.
Greg.
Yeah. Oh, there he is. Greg's over
yeah,
here.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he went back with more waters. See the number 20 card there.
So all the drivers coming in. I haven't heard any drivers say they're absolutely overheated here. It's very uncomfortable, but it's not overheated. And I saw some big clouds rolling in, but they did not look like storm clouds. They
No,
looked like
just clouds.
big, puffy.
A little windy. Got a little windy out there. You know, had to tie down some things, make sure they don't blow away. You can still see it's pretty breezy out there, I'm going to say, which helps.
Yeah. We're lucky that there was a storm coming in last night. I know when we left the racetrack, we got down to the main road. We turned right, and I looked behind me, or which would have been left, and there was rain there. So, I mean, it was not very far away at all.
Right.
Maybe quarter mile or less. But, yeah, so, but the storm did not knock down any tents. I haven't heard of any tent damage.
No.
Every
everything
weekend
was
we
good.
get some kind of damage somewhere, but there wasn't any for whatever reason last night.
Well, I was gearing up here as the giveaways that CKNA is famous for
Right.
across all forms of karting here in the U.S. and around the world. That's going to be happening live on the stream in between the next few races as we
Okay.
continue to roll. We've got 22 total different items that we're giving away. So you got to stay tuned in, watch the live stream here over in the PA, because anyone that's entered is eligible to win some of our raffle prizes. And as well, a bunch more will be given out tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna save our big guns for tomorrow.
Yes.
But today we'll be giving away some of the prizes as well. But before we do that, let's go down and hear, while we are waiting for the next class to roll, from some of our top finishers here in that senior heavy heat race. How about it for Owen Lloyd and the South Georgia Karting MGM entry? Owen, good run for you. How was that first heat race from your point of view?
Great race. I felt I was faster than the whole field, so I was trying to push away, but I realized we weren't getting nowhere, so I had to take my shot and go for the lead, and got a good lead, and overall had a good race.
Now, again, I've asked a couple drivers this, so I'll ask you here with all your experience, how big of a challenge is it with the high grip and the Rhino liner at this racetrack to get your kart dialed in and to not get overstuck?
Huge challenge. It was two-wheeling at the beginning of the weekend. We finally got that out, and it's rolling good.
Well, we know you got a lot more coming up here, so we'll let you get ready. Triple duty, so we appreciate the quick time because you are a busy man here.
Thank you.
All right, folks, once again, that was Owen Lloyd as he has got to quickly go and get ready for Senior Light coming up next. Later, or first up here, and then it'll be senior medium. He's only got one class, so that's why he was quick, I imagine,
right.
with the answer as well. He's focused on, okay, yes, thank you, Xander. Quit talking to me. I got to go get in my next cart. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
fair
look,
enough.
you got to give him credit. 3 classes.
Yeah.
Running 2 classes is stressful. Running 3, he's doing a great job, and he gets around, and got to be in physical shape too. That's and like he said, I mean, they freed up that cart And that's what you're going to – I think that's going to be the weekend, is to free up the karts as we progress, especially during the afternoon, and the more rubber getting down, whatever. It's changing the conditions, and it's going to be whose kart is the freest to get around, especially in the feature when we go to the added laps.
And we are green here, Tony. Green, green, green.
Yeah, there we go. Underway for our cadets. So the 8 to 10-year-olds, the second youngest class we have on the CKNA Summer Nats and National class structure is green. And a great start for the first few rows. A little bit spread out through the field, but that's probably the best case scenario. We did have one spinner further back.
74.
Looked to be the 74 of John Dwyer, started 13th. So almost got them all through the first turn cleanly. Sadly lost one. He's able to get back going and continue. But up front, Ruben Greer, Hayden Lawson, Ryder Thompson, Logan McCloskey from the way that they qualified. And by the looks of things, it's still going pretty good for Ruben Greer there on the Magic Kart, which is a national brand, of course, started by the Bajoso brothers here out of northeastern Ohio. They're not too far down the road here from Pittsburgh. They made a name for themselves over the last few years with the likes of A.J. Myers and a number of superstars running pro shifter, single speed classes as well. And they've also got a number of drivers here this weekend, including their newest pro shifter superstar over the last few years, Annie Rule, helping do driver development for their cadets and their full-size pilots as they support a number of club guys and regional and national. So it's a brand that not everyone may be familiar with here across the world, or even as much on the CKNA and 4-stroke, 2-stroke, or 206 side. But Ruben Greer proving that the go-kart's real good here with a 206 cadet package as he leads over Hayden Lawson.
He's putting that Magic Kart up front. Of course, Hayden Lawson at a Lawson Speed Shop. He was fast, and he still is fast. And they pull away from the rest of the group. Greer and Lawson pull away from McCluskey, who's running in third, Trilly in fourth, and Thompson in fifth, your top five. So the battle right now is for first. And looks like maybe
fourth right here on screen.
Right,
yeah.
there we go with the 195, I believe that was.
Yeah.
Or 95, he took the position.
It's the 904 Ryder Thompson, and then the 95 you have Jamin Trilly.
Right.
So those two side by side looked like it didn't end up changing much, but now
we'll
again, another big run from Ryder down the front stretch. Can he complete it in turn one? Yes, but a little bit sideways, and a little run back on him for Jamin back there for fifth. Look at it. Here's Jamin right back onto the inside, and he's going to bring more to battle it out here for the edge of the top five.
He does it, I believe. So a good run by Lawson. He does turn purple on that lap, so he's definitely got the speed, but can he get by Greer? Greer doing an excellent job of not making any mistakes and holding his line. So, again, Lawson, a seasoned driver. He might be waiting for later in the race to take that lead away from Greer. I mean, really, nobody was right behind him, so he has plenty of time. He's not being pushed by anybody, and they could do battle for that first place. And the worst that could happen, maybe, as long as they don't take each other out, finish the worst. Those two could finish as second at this point.
Now, Dave Mack, you're a man of the people here. What would you say to me, but from the answers from the parents around, is the biggest jump? I would tend to think that the jump from kit kart up to cadet here, the massive jump in speed and experience and using the brake pedal. Oh, no!
Oh,
right on
pillows.
cue of, oh,
We
no.
were just talking about that.
Oh, how tough it is and how impressive they were going. And you could see how much these kids are obviously upset with each other, how much it means to them. That was William Richard and Ryder Thompson colliding in turn number one. And neither one, it didn't look like, could agree on who started that and who caused it. But that's, that's typical with racers all the way to the adult and the Legends classes too. So that's nothing new. But yeah, I guess going back to it, Dave, I mean, this is such a big jump in speed. And what do you hear from the parents of kids in these classes to go from kit kart up to cadet, for example?
I would definitely think, kit kart to cadet is the biggest jump of all. And we just added the cadet class a couple of years ago. We used to go from kit kart to sportsman.
Right.
And that just got to be a little too much. So we added the cadet class, and, it's still a huge jump for that. You realize the kit karts are 5, 6, and 7 years old. And I always say they can't walk down the hallway at Thanksgiving dinner at Grandma's house without bouncing off both walls. Here we got them racing open-wheel race cars faster than they can drive on a city street.
Yeah, it's so incredible not only just to watch them, but then to hear them when we get to talk to them on the interviews or talk in the pits. how much they're thinking like a racer, and parents can get trapped in the mindset too, because just, they look like professionals out there. They start calling all the kids by their last name, and it's like, hey, that's still little Johnny or little Ruben or little Hayden that's in 3rd grade or 2nd grade right now. So, but yeah, it's such a big step up. They're going so fast, but they're thinking out there. They're trying to decide when to make a pass, when not to, when to work together, all these things that, again, all the adults do, and it is very easy, but for the young developing minds of these young superstar drivers, these kids, to be able to do that is one of the biggest takeaways, I think, when we bring new people to the sport, that they're just amazed at how young and yet how developed on the racetrack these cadet drivers, the kid karts, even the sportsmen's all look.
Yeah, I mean, the racecraft that they bring at this age is like you said, they are thinking, they are saying, when can I make my move, or what do I need to do here? And it's unbelievable at this age that they can do that. And it's just good to see them, that they get out from behind the computer or whatever and get out here and do some driving. And like you said, with the stick and ball sports, maybe you're in the game for 10 minutes or something, but here you're in it all day and all weekend. So great for these young kids.
And they can watch an IndyCar race or a NASCAR race, and they can tell you what the driver's doing wrong.
Right.
They get it. They understand. They're still young, still developing minds, but they get it.
And talk about the situations they get put in that just kind of adds on to their development. How about it for this young man, Parker Stewart, in the number 22, had obviously a major miss in qualifying, had to start all the way down, basically last row, almost dead last. He's up 10 spots so far right now to 7th. He's lapping a bit off the pace of the top 2, but he's been by himself. And we know that, while, yes, this is a big speed jump from Kid Kart, it's still significantly slower than the lap times of the seniors, and those guys are draft dependent on their own as well. So Parker by himself running the times he's running is impressive, as we've got one more driver that thankfully is up and out of the go-kart, but obviously his heat race has ended, and it looks to me, I don't want to say for certain, it might be Reagan Ford Barrios in the 41. So we'll wait to get confirmation on the driver in the back hairpin, but 2 to go. Ruben Greer, Hayden Lawson. You mentioned if Hayden get around him, he's been pushing him the whole way. Felt like he could kind of make a bid or make an attempt at a pass if he wanted to at almost any time, but he hasn't made a single one yet. He's been taking his time and stalking his prey.
Yep, and Ruben also did get a little faster. He turned purple, as so did Lawson, but Ruben not slowing down at all and trying to keep that lead. And there goes Lawson now looking on the inside. And and Ruben comes right back on the next left-hand turn. So Ruben, here we go. It's going to be a photo finish as they spread out, and it looks like Greer did get the win, but just by
one to go yet, Tony.
What? Oh, one to
flag.
go. I'm sorry.
White
Yep,
flag.
One to go. White flag. I'm rushing it.
There's some white on the checkers as well. But there's some black on
You're
the
just fine, yeah.
I'm sure some parents were saying, great. Yeah. He's got the win. No, I'm sorry out there. He did not get the win yet, but he's doing a great job of holding on to that first place. But you've seen Lawson now. Lawson is looking to make that move, and Lawson's trying to maybe get a run on him as he goes a little wide that time, trying to get a run on Greer and trying to maybe take it away. When they crossed the start-finish line, Lawson went to the side, to the total outside, to try to gain some speed, but he did not do it. Greer still crossed that finish line inches ahead of him, not much. And that's why I said it would look like a photo finish, but it wasn't the final lap. We're coming to the final lap right now. And Greer now has pulled away, as I think Lawson maybe got a little over-anxious and maybe overdrove it and lost some time there, because he was on Greer's bumper the whole race. And now you see Greer pulling away. And here they come to the start-finish line. No challenge for that first-place position. And the black flag is out also, Dave.
Oh, again.
Well,
again, yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's you mentioned it, Tony. There's the most officials ever at a CKNA event on site. There's no doubt that they are keeping a close eye on the drivers and calling the penalties for minor infractions and major infractions as well. As last couple of duos crossed the line, it was pretty close coming to the line for Anthony Ciafani and Jamin Trulli, 39 thousandths to decide fourth. Anthony ends up winning out, 3 spots up. Parker Stewart's forward progress will end at 7th, but thanks to the progressive nature of the heats, he will start 7th for Heat 2, a much closer spot to try and close that gap to Ruben Greer and Hayden Lawson. But great opening heat for them, clean, pulled away, stayed in the top 2 spots. All you can ask for out of your young drivers here for something like that.
And like you said, Greer on that magic card. I mean, it's been around. the Magic Kart, but not, like you said, you don't see much of it. And what you said, it's out of Ohio?
Yeah, based out of Ohio. So it's the chassis and the majority of the components are still manufactured overseas, but the brand began with A.J. Myers, Andrew Berjoso, and Robbie Boydeshow out of Ohio when they started their own. They've been a team for a long time, Checkered Motorsports. They work, another name you might know that they work with closely is Adrenaline Fix Karting's Jim Conlon, I believe, over in Indiana, who helps a lot of club racers over at Newcastle, and they've all worked hand in hand for many, many years. Used to import the Scuderia PCRs, the black and yellow go-karts. And over the years, then the last, I believe it's been maybe 5 to years or so, maybe 6 of the Magic Kart brand. I mean, it's been winning ever since it came right onto the scene, and in all likes from cadet up to full size to gearbox and back in single speed. And again, just one right there in cadet here at the CKNA SummerNats. But that was thankfully in a bit of a lighter field than what is about to transpire here in Senior Light as we get set for the first of their 2 heat races here with the Senior Light odd number drivers. Caleb Gaffera, who was able to score the pole by a pretty healthy margin in both Senior Light and Senior Medium, gets to lead them to green. He's joined alongside on the front row for this heat race and at least in the same group for Heat 2 with Ian Quinn, Steel Motorsports Beryl Art, Brandon Jarsacrax, PPK Coyote, a much better qualifying in the light class than he had in medium. He'll roll third on the inside of Hudson Brown and the gold cart.
The gold cart, right. So we got a good lineup here. Chambers in 5th, Dylan Amston in 6th, Christopher McKeithen back in 7th. We got to keep an eye on him. Alex Passarino in 8th, Tristan Altman in 9th, Eli Warren in the top 10.
Yeah, so then you go back to Kelvin Jing there in 11th, Jaden Kraus in 12th, Emily DeMaster and Eric Goldstein make up row number 7. And then you have Tyler Colshorn and Massimo Sunseri on row 8, Nagisa Yoshikawa and Addison Ianello, row 9, Colin Aitken, Aiden Hatcher, your top 20. Braden Robertson and Aiden Hatcher both had to go out of the first of the 3 groups in qualifying. Keep an eye on those 2 to roll from 20th and 21st. Dylan Davidson, Ethan Gray, Matthew Frost, Brody Clary, James Stropko the 4th, Phil Nien, Jason Pica, and Garrett Crome, the 29 drivers in Senior Light. Progressive heats, man, if you have a bad opening heat in this group, you're going to go all the way to the rear and, again, be scored pretty deep in the points. So here we go for Caleb Gaffera and Ian Quinn, 2 drivers, 2 American-born younger guys, but beginning to really make themselves at home in the senior classes as they lead the first of the 2 Senior Light divisions to green, Dave.
And we are green, green, green. Go, go, go.
There we go, underway. Eli Warren, the first to bail out of line to the middle off the start, and a really good jump for the outside lane. Quinn will get to 2nd, Brown will get into 3rd. Dylan Amundsen, drag racing, Brandon Jarsacrack down to turn 3. Can he get clear on the outside? Jarsacrack will just give him enough space to back in, but have to back out at the same time as Chris McKeithen makes a move, and then there's more contact. Warren got shuffled a little wide there in 5 and 6. He was side by side, looked like another Beryl Art, and up the hill towards the back hairpins, Gaffera, Quinn, Brown, Jarsacrack, Amundsen. You could throw a blanket over them. There is no space there in the top 5.
A good top 5 here now, how they spanned out already. And let's see what happens. Gaffara's been quick in these qualifying and now heat races. Let's see if he can hold it, because now we got a few more laps than 4 laps. Would we get 8 laps now for these heat races?
Yes, correct.
So let's see if the kart starts tightening up or whatever. I mean, the conditions are getting stickier out there. We've heard it from other drivers. But Gaffara did an excellent start there by holding everybody off and taking that lead.
Yeah, and there's a little gap back from the top 5 from the battling for 6th onwards as Chris McKeithen was able to move up a little and then fend off the rest. For now, the leaders are single file. The fighting is also starting to kind of calm down through the rest of the top 10 and lower teens. Here's a look at Chris McKeithen, Josie Chambers. McKeithen in his 2nd senior season, Josie in his 1st. Then Tristan Altman and Alex Passarino through and down the hill at turn number 10. Your medium champ from CKNA Grands and, of course, all the other races he was able to win. We heard from him after qualifying or earlier here today. And Chris was saying, I expected everyone to catch up, so we've got to stay on it. We've had to continue to up our game even after you have the year that they had in 2023. And he's definitely going to work right now because he's outside the draft window from the top 5 2 laps in.
And as you said, you didn't see some of these other drivers in some of the classes. Now you see McKeithen putting his head down, trying to get a little more streamlined there, trying to get the air around him. And we got a change for the lead, and
Ian Quinn
goes into the lead, and he takes Hudson Brown with him into second.
And Jarzakrak loses 4th to Amundsen.
Right, and Gafara drops back to 3rd. That wasn't bad for Gafara. He could have got really pushed further back, but he held on to that 3rd place.
Yeah, McKeithen was just banking on just one pass, just needed
Right,
one
that's
bit
what he needed,
of,
right.
mixing it up in the lead group to bring him into the draft window and catch up. And the same for Tristan Altman, who is glued to his rear bumper now as they have dropped away from Josie Chambers just a little bit. Altman on the local-based operation from Dan Schlosser, the Pro Kart Concepts, Tony Karts. They've got a number of local drivers here from Pit Race that they're helping. Tristan's been helping on the other customers and clients of the local shop as well, but he's trying to get up there into the mix as it's really getting tight as they were door-to-door through the bus stop. Hudson Brown is in a wrong place. We talked about this, Tony. Your grandson is about to get freight trained here as Jarzakrak.
He's got to get back. Right, Jarzakrak, they're not going to let him in. Right.
No, he's going backwards.
Well, he went too wide there, and he's trying to get back in. He makes up maybe one. Nope, he's going to the outside again.
Yeah, he tried to
send
it back to the inside, but
now he's really getting shut out.
And that's a veteran difference probably.
Right.
But young buck wanting to get right back in the fight, and the veteran like an Eric Fagan or Mark Steele saying, lick your wounds and give it a minute.
Right, give it a minute. And he did not, and so that hurt him big time. I mean, I don't know if he can make up that many positions at this point. So Ian Quinn goes into the lead. Gafara still in second, I believe. So you saw Gafara didn't lose anything on that. He knew what he had to do.
And that did split the pack back up again as Altman, he even lost out a little. He didn't lose any positions, but Hudson sent it. Altman was on the bumper of that pack. Hudson sent it on him in 3. He didn't quite get clear. Altman didn't get clear either. And then Josie Chambers brought the cavalry back by on Hudson in turn 5. But it's Ian Quinn, like you said, Gafara second, Amundsen, Jarzakrak, McKeithen, and once again Tristan Altman finds himself watching the leaders a second away down the road, needing another pass or two for the top spot, and I don't think you're going to get it. You've got a lot of experience here at the front of the field, even if they're a little bit younger in age, like in McKeithen or Gafara. So many races they've been in this scenario, they're going to be making smartly timed passes. If they're going to make a move, they're going to try and make it not bleed too much and quickly go through. And just like that, Quinn right back in the middle of the line, didn't cost the pack too much time.
Nope.
Gafara and Amundsen now first and second.
Right. Gafara made a nice move there. Like you said, didn't cost anybody. Everybody, the top 5 stayed the same, except for Gafara moving into the lead.
So that at least kept the pack together. Didn't help Tristan Altman too much, but we're getting towards the nitty-gritty end. 3 to go. Penalty flag flying for someone on the front straightaway. Not sure who Jason Burgess has that out for, but that is if they're
in the top 5?
It's hard to say. He had the number panel out for the whole field.
Right. He had it out the last lap, too, on the whole field, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, and it might have been a different one the last lap. There's been a lot of argy-bargy racing in just the lead group that we've been following in that second pack.
Right.
There's packs all around this racetrack at 30 total go-karts. This is actually technically the biggest class on circuit so far today. We've had 27 in senior heavy, 24 in the junior heats. Now 29's got the officials' hands full and radios busy. And with 2 laps to go this time by, when does Dylan Amundsen want to make the move? Again, he's a fellow MGM driver to Caleb Gafara, but here it is now.
Nice move.
Yeah, new leader puts him to the outside.
And then you got the 97 of Ian Quinn. He wasn't going to waste any time, and he closed the door on Gafara. Let's see where Gafara ended up. Back in 3rd?
Yeah, Jarzakrak tried to go through as well. Caleb was not going to let him through, and Brandon took his experience, said, all right, I'll slowly let you back in. And so I stay 4th and don't end up wrecked as Quinn is looking high and low here on Amundsen.
Yeah, Quinn's going to try to get Munson, that's for sure.
Jarzakrak on Gafara now for 3rd. McKeithen looking to go. And Dylan Amundsen hanging on right now. He hasn't led yet. He's got himself a little gap as the top 5 have completely changed with Gafara back in 4th. McKeithen still just right there in 5th. Hasn't had a gap or an opening to go any better. Let's see if anyone sends it down the hill. Gafera tried to. He gets into the back of Jarsakrak at the last second.
Nope.
And Brandon looks back and says, come on, kid, what are you doing? Out of 11 now, over to 12. Brandon will get a little bit of a separation. He should be good here coming to the white flag this time. Gafera a car length away, but it cost them some more real estate. The top two with a big gap now. Altman is there in 6th. Back behind Hudson Brown trying to make a last-second recharge. 7th with Emily DeMaster as the white flag waves, 1 to go.
Good race up front. Dylan Amston holding off Ian Quinn, and Quinn not getting
Quinn looking on the inside.
Yep, Quinn going to go there and he takes it.
Jarsakrak had to fend a low a little bit from Caleb to keep him at bay there for 3rd in turn 3. Otherwise, they would have gained more, but now they just gained a lot of Munson. Yeah. Great move there in turns 5 and 6 in the infield.
Talking about a last lap. It's a good one.
Yeah, great fight here. Now he can take a look back and see he's got a gap. The rest of them got to defend a little bit. Jarsakrak to Gafera, McKeithen to Altman. Altman's going to over-under him. He's almost going to be clear going into the corner. Now sets him for another crossover as Amundsen pulls further away. Quinn might be needing to worry a little about Jarsakrak. Now he won't. Gafera is going to go side by side with him coming out of 13. The run to the line. Dylan Amundsen should be okay. Quinn's got a big run at him, though.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Here we
side
go.
by
Drag
side
race.
to the checkers. Amundsen hangs
got
on.
it. Amundsen got it, but Ian Quinn was right there, let me tell you. What
Closest
a run.
finish we've seen yet today, 25 thousandths.
Jarsakrak gets up into that 3rd place, does not give it up to Gafera, who was our fast-time qualifier. Tristan Altman takes on 5th. McKeithen 6th. Hudson Brown at least makes it back. He dropped back all the way to 9th, gets up to 7th. Jaden Krause in 8th. Eli Warren in 9th. Kevin Zing in 10th.
Wow, and I see the black is waving with the checker again. So this race is on review. It's unofficial.
In 11th, it's Chambers. In 12th, Sunseri. Aitken in 13th. Iannello in 14th. Passarino in 15th. Eric Goldstein in 16th. Robinson in 17th.
Wow. What a good finish. Right down to the line at the end.
What a race that was.
I'm going to get my app back. I screwed it up, Tony. I'm sorry. I dropped my app. Okay, you can see a few people that make this work there. Chris, the race director, just walked by the forefront of the camera. Right in the very center is Greg Jasperson. He's our fearless leader. He owns the series. You can see a bit of an elevation up there. Okay, so we're going to go do an interview. I think Xander's out there. I see him on camera. So we'll be back in a moment. Watch the interview.
Hey, Dave, not interview actually yet. We've got the first of our giveaways. It is the EK racing kart chain. I'm struggling to hang on. I got a big box, but here is the first of 4 EK racing chains we're going to give away. We're going to announce these on stream. We've got our big red box of all the names, and so I'm going to quickly draw our first entry out. And our first winner of an EK racing chain, how about that, is your race winner in senior medium, Dylan Amundsen. So Dylan just won himself a heat race, and now he just won himself an EK racing chain. Back to you guys, Tony and Dave.
All right, congratulations, Dylan. You won the race and the chain. How was that? And look at that cart in the front row there at number 119, that red cart. I've seen that once or twice before. And on the other side, on the inside, I've seen that cart once or twice before, too. That's a Cincinnati kid on the inside, number 48. There he is, James Overbeck. And outside is Owen Lloyd from Waycross, Georgia. So,
This guy, the kid.
Cincinnati, yeah. James Overbeck, yep. And there is Owen Lloyd. I remember the first time I ever met these guys, I was down in Bushnell, Florida. And I walked into their pits. I was walking around remotely. And I thought, just for the heck of it, I'll interview this family. There was 3 karts, I think, at the time. I didn't know who they were. I had no idea who I was interviewing at the time. And turns out it was the Lloyd family, the 2 older brothers, the twins. I interviewed them, and I interviewed Owen here, and I asked Dad, are they any fast? He says, yeah, they're all right. I had no idea who I was talking to. So it's my first time ever doing a race in Florida, and it was a real eye-opening experience to watch them. One of the twins, that is kind of a famous racetrack, Bushnell. It's got a tunnel and a bridge going over the tunnel. And I can't remember which one, but one of the twins, one of the older brothers, literally lost an engine off his kart in the tunnel. And the engine's rolling down, the kart's rolling away, the engine's rolling away, and he had to leap up on top of the tire barrier inside the tunnel so the approaching traffic didn't run him over. It was the darndest thing I ever saw. I never thought I'd see anything like that in kart racing.
The tunnel presented that situation.
Oh, yeah, it kept everything right there, yeah.
We haven't seen a tunnel in kart racing except at that track.
Other than that, the one at Concept Haulers, and that's just for kid karts can fit through that. Nobody else can. It's not the racing surface. This was actual racing surface.
Yep.
So, yeah, Bushnell, Florida, that's Brett Spouty's track down there. And Brett does a fine job. He's the Southern Series promoter. So the 4 series, it's Southern, Northern, Canada, and Eastern, and I just happen to be sitting next to the Eastern promoter. Tony the Toe, who's talking right now, is the series promoter for the Eastern. Southern is Brett Spouty, Canada is Gerald Casely, and Northern is Greg Jasperson.
Greg Jasperson.
Yeah.
Well, that's the original series.
Yeah.
That is the original series, and that's what I was kind of saying. Greg's got a big thing in front of him it's not just 4 races a year for Greg.
No, it's not. It's certainly not. It's 4, usually 4 in each region plus 4 nationals. So it's about 20. We are green, go. Owen Lloyd jumps up front. No, here comes the Cincinnati Kid.
Did a good move there, which we haven't seen that happen, but he did a good move, but maybe not.
Look at here.
Yeah. It's changed pretty quick.
Who jumped up front? They both went outside, and somebody come inside. I'm not sure who that is.
What a start that was. I can't see your number. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I can't either, unfortunately, Tony. I agree with you, but we'll see in just a moment when they come around. This is an 8-lap heat race.
Well, what a move by that driver.
My goodness.
It's a Saudi kart. That could be Will Lawler.
Okay, and somebody's off. Unfortunately, somebody's off on the grass. And that grass is pretty thick here. I know the karts that do go off in it have a real hard time coming back.
And I think that was Will Lawler that made a great move there while they were all worried about who was going to get in the lead. He just kind of snuck by and got it.
He sure did sneak by. Wow, because there were some heavy hitters up front there.
And now he's having a problem as he's being challenged, but he's still holding on. And I believe he didn't give it up yet.
Is that Colin Warren? It would be. I think it is
Colin Warren.
Oh, it is. Sure. Okay.
And Wheeler now get ahead of Will Lawler. He drops to 3rd. Massimino in 4th. But we said don't count out Colin Warren. That he is always one of your top drivers. He's a thinker more than somebody who's going to push and shove somebody. He's going to look and see where he can make his move. And evidently he saw some kind of situation out there where he said, I'll just be patient here. Yeah. And at the end of the first lap, he takes the lead with Wheeler in 2nd. Lawler goes to 3rd. Massimino in 4th. Owen Lloyd, who was up there, gets 5th. Overbeck gets back into 6th.
He's actually up to 4th right now and still on the move.
So, yeah, Overbeck was, I don't know what happened there that he could not stay out in the lead, but he'll have to come through the pack again. And it looks like he's trying to get by.
So that number 48, Overbeck, currently in 4th place, and number 119, Owen Lloyd, in 5th place, are very, very fast.
Yep.
And if they hook up together.
Well, they're trying to get by Will Lawler, I believe.
Colin Warren's still your leader, and like Xander said earlier, is kind of a chess player. He's been around a long time.
He's been around a long time. He knows when to make his moves and not to get, crazy or he has patience. Let's put it that way. But he's doing a good job right now with Wheeler right there. Lawler is in 3rd, but nope. Now the Cincinnati Kid.
Yeah, he's
3rd.
Up to 3rd. Yeah.
Yep. So they got by
he's
Lawler.
Definitely on the move.
Lawler, I was going to say, is in trouble, and the Cincinnati Kid did get by him. Lawler drops back. And like you say, keep an eye on these drivers coming up.
And he gets shut out a little bit.
Oh, wait a minute. Lawler may be coming back. Oh, he goes too wide, and he puts a tire in the dirt, and that's going to cost him. Tough break for Lawler there.
So Colin Warren is benefiting from this. He's up front all alone, and everybody else is dancing around and battling. And
right.
Guess who's getting away?
Oh, Owen Lloyd.
Owen Lloyd up to second.
In second. Will he get help from Overbeck? I doubt it. Massimino in fourth. Isaacs in fifth. Lawler drops back to sixth. Mastandrea in seventh. St. Clair is that in eighth. Lindstrom in ninth, and Darlitson in 10th.
You know what, Tony? The three of them are catching the leader, and Colin Warren, they've completely caught him.
Yep. Well, they're working
they
together.
Were running together,
and that's what they need to do. Colin's out there by himself, and now he's got Owen Lloyd right on his back bumper, but he's also got the Cincinnati kid right there as well, and Paulie Massimino. And there goes the Cincinnati kid.
Yep, now we're going to start battling, so that'll give Warren the advantage.
And Massimino's going to try to get in between it. Like he's not going. Owen Lloyd's not going to let those two team members get 1, 2, 3, 4 there. I should say second and third, fourth. So Owen Lloyd is able to break them up, but that gives Colin Warren a little bit of a break again.
Oh, and somebody's
Sportsman
getting the sportsman flag. Yep.
Right. So somebody's got a chance to give it back.
Now, what Tony means there is whoever gets that flag, they offended somebody else, so they have to, and that might be what's going on. Yep, there it is.
He gave it back.
Okay.
That was the Cincinnati kid. Evidently, he did something, and he had to give it back. So he gave it back, so he's not under penalty.
Nope, now he can race again.
Wow, he's giving a lot back.
I don't know. I don't think he meant to give that
I don't think he meant that much back, but he gave it back. So
Overbeck,
I think he's good.
Who he offended, but he really offended him, apparently.
Not sure what happened there, but he gave a lot back, I think. But it's tough to give one position back, let me tell you.
It's impossible if you get out of that. Well, not impossible, but if you get out of that line, how many times have we seen it? And this track has proven it over and over.
So Colin Warren still in the lead. James we got it. Overbeck is not in the second.
Left,
he gave back the position, and he really gave back a lot of positions when he got that sportsman flag. So we'll pick it up. But Warren did get a little bit of a break that time. And now we got a challenge. It looks like, is that Massimino?
Indeed, Paulie Massimino
Paulie
to the lead.
Massimino goes into the lead.
Owen Lloyd looks like he should follow. Yep. Into second. Colin Warren there third. Side by side for fourth. That's Will Lawler taking the fight to Gavin Isaacs. Gavin's going to hang on strong.
Yep.
He'll hold that spot. He just watched his teammate Ian Quinn go run second in the opening heat, so he's like, well, I got to at least stay in the top 5 to stay on the benchmark being set by my Steel Motorsports Bureau Art fellow teammates. And down the hill, a big move from Owen.
There goes Owen Lloyd.
2 lead changes in 1 lap, fellas, and we're still yet to get the 2 to go or the white flag.
And Colin Warren moving up into that second spot.
Yeah.
Tell you, Will Lawler's been doing pretty. I mean, he actually made a bad mistake there and dropped back, but he's back up into the top 5, and maybe now is he? Yeah,
he's into fourth. He finally got the move done on Gavin Isaacs right after they changed hands for the lead.
Lawler actually had the lead at one point, and then he put a tire in the dirt and had some problems, but he's coming back.
Paulie back to the inside on Colin Warren now. That'll shuffle Colin to the wayside. Look at them 3 wide behind them as well as the leaders head down into turn number 3. That second group for 6. This is crazy. Check that out. Jared Clark getting your elbows out there at the exit of the corner.
Oh, some good racing there in that second pack. They're really side by side going through the turn there, but pretty good there. No problem.
Yeah, maybe one right here. That got really close. Henry Wheeler back into the dirt.
He's been having a problem. He got the sportsman flag, and he had to give up positions. And 427,
one of the Pro Kart Concepts entries.
Right.
One of the many Pittsburgh locals here. The 427 machine going around. That was Michael Mastandrea was 6th.
Wow.
So that was the other driver involved in that skirmish that sent Overbeck to the weeds was Mastandrea. So it's destroyed what was that 10-car group, it felt like, for 6 on back, down to 4. Meanwhile, the leaders still having a good fight of their own. Massimino back to the lead with Lawler into second, rebounding still.
Good move by Lawler. And like I said, he dropped back, and now he's at least in contention for a win here.
Colin Warren into third. Gavin Isaacs right there in the 4th spot. And side-by-side Warren on the bottom. He brings Isaacs through.
He's going to bring Isaac with him. And that drops Lawler back to 4th.
Yeah,
Man,
so
what a
Will
race.
Lawler fourth, then right behind there.
Look at Colin. Colin's not going for it. He's going to try to take that lead, and he makes that move, and he gets it.
And Gavin Isaacs was trying to follow him, ended up getting shuffled
Yeah.
wide himself.
He's got to watch it.
Will Lawler there, Lloyd there, Massimino to second. He's probably just going to have to settle for that at this point as Isaacs gets shuffled all the way back to fifth.
Wow.
They're going to go door to door for a second for third. Owen Lloyd thought better of it. Colin Lloyd, as I mentioned earlier, he loves the chess match. He loves
Right.
the fight.
Oh,
Can he
he's-
win it to the line? It'll be close, but it
He
should
comes
be.
way down, and he does it, though.
Yeah, good enough. Colin Warren.
Massimino gets second. Lawler ends up in third. Not bad for all the action that was going on out there. Owen Lloyd, who was quick and had a shot at winning, ends up in fourth. Isaac, who was really doing good there for a while, but gets still a top five. Matthew Darlington, I believe, in sixth. Keegan Widmeyer in seventh. And Jared Clark in eighth. Henry Wheeler back in ninth. And Logan Hickman in the top 10. Cale Zimmerman in 11th. I mean,
He gained 8 spots, though.
Yeah, he gained 8 spots, but, man, you would think Cale Zimmerman in the past was the guy up front.
James Overbeck lost 17 spots.
Wow.
18th across the line for James Overbeck in a heat race that left a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
And that's right near the bubble zone now,
Yep.
folks. Again, top 20 average for what we imagine on the estimations of the top 40 overall. That'll be the hard cut to go to the main or have to go to the LCQ. Overbeck, the speed's there. He's obviously able to run up front, but he needs a really good second heat race here to keep his hopes alive for a senior light potential main event victory tomorrow. He'd need to basically win the thing, and then with a 0 points for the win, 18 for 18th, that would divide out and average to roughly 9th in the group, and still probably somewhere around 15th to 20th
when you
to
put
start.
them together, right?
Yeah, that's if James would be able to win heat number 2. And we just saw how tough it was to win that one. A 5-car pack, they swapped and swapped and swapped. And the veteran, the multi-time Grand Nationals champion, Colin Warren, able to come out on top over another very experienced driver in Paulie Massimino. Will Lawler with an impressive run for the minimal national experience he's had. He's had a fair bit, but to run up against the seniors there, third against Owen Lloyd, Gavin Isaacs showing out for the home crowd there to round the top 5 off here for senior light. So Kid Kart's up next. We're going to take a moment to break away and take a commercial break, and we'll come back here with the rest from Heat 1. Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Heat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
Okay, kid carts are just getting loaded on the track. Kid carts start a little bit differently. They're a little bit difficult to rein them in like cats. So we physically bring their carts out to the racetrack and start them with a standing start. So that's why all the kid carts are out there, a standing start right now. Parents will start the engines and run off, and we all watch Jason Burgess, and he gives them the green flag to start. So that's what's going on right now. We got to get all the parents off the track. And they're hustling as quick as they can, trying to get out of the way. Yeah, and we're watching Jason Burgess. Jason says nothing yet. You see this beautiful facility here, all the trees in the background. And we are... Come on, Jason. Come on, Jason. Green, green, green. Go, go, go. Hammer down, boys. And somebody jumps up front. I'm guessing that's probably Spencer Height. I can't see. Number 31, I'm betting.
Yeah, Spencer Height's been fast all day.
So we'll get the order here in just a minute. Spencer Height. Kip Knaus is fast. Spencer Height is always fast. Always has been for a couple of years. Kip Knaus became fast this weekend. Sofia Mendoza was fast at, where was that, Daytona? Tony, yeah.
Oh, no, Baltimore.
Baltimore, BWI. Okay,
Yeah.
Baltimore, Washington, yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah. And I think Sebastian Terra Rouge is new to us.
It sounds it, yes.
Yeah, I'm not real familiar with that one. Lucas Dos Santos raced with us before.
You see Spencer Height at number 31 out there. Nobody near him. Was Height on a Coyote with a snap your neck.
Oh, snap your neck chassis. And the reason Tony brought that up.
Engine, snap your neck engine.
Oh, snap your neck engine. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tony. Tony's talking about his son owns a company called Snap Your Neck.
Snap your neck engine.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he's got Spencer running really good. Man, look at the lead Spencer's got. The battle is for second. And it looks like Knaus.
Yep, 66.
Yeah. He's
in
trying to
third
get up
place.
there into second, trying to get by the number 17.
And here he goes.
Lucas.
He's going to make a pass, maybe not.
Lucas Santos. But Kip is pretty fast. And he's trying to track down the number 17 of Lucas Dos Santos.
He has caught him.
He has caught him.
Lucas Dos
So
Santos.
that's where the race is on the track. While meanwhile, Spencer Height takes the lead with no problem.
Yeah, it's definitely a second place race. Spencer Height has always been so very, very fast. His only knock is that he spins out once in a while. And unfortunately, that costs him a little bit. And Kip caught Dos Santos. Oh, my screen was full of stuff.
All right, so you got Kip Knaus in third, Jackson Jorda in fourth, Sofia Mendoza in fifth, and Sebastian
Terra Rouge, I've been
Terra
saying.
Rouge
I don't know if
in
I'm right or not.
6th.
So
Okay.
I got to get clarification from
But
Mom or Dad.
that is
later.
the number 88 in
Yep.
6th.
Spencer Height turned purple. Both laps out there, 2 complete, and he's purple on both of them.
And look at Kip. Kip looking to the outside now. He went to the inside, on the outside, trying to get a run on that second place driver, Lucas Dos Santos. But Lucas is able to hold on and hold him off.
And these karts are very equal. I mean, everything is
Yes.
spec about them. Absolutely everything, down to whatever.
The gear ratio,
gear
everything.
ratio, everything. Yeah, you can't change hardly anything. So
Yeah.
it is drivers. So if obviously they both have good driver skills because they're staying right with each other.
Yep. And Spencer Height just pulled away. So the battle is for second place between the number 17 of Lucas Dos Santos, the 66 of Kip Knaus, the 23 of Jackson Jorda.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, the
There we
17
go.
is driving a good race here. But meanwhile, pulling up in that 4th place position is Jackson Jorda in the number 23.
Yeah, he's catching them.
Yeah,
They're racing. He's always right there now.
Knaus might have to worry about it as Jorda starts to knock on his back door.
And I think Knaus is loose. I saw the left side just slide out
There
around
we
that
go.
right-hand
Well,
corner.
Knaus looking to the inside, but can't do it. And Dos Santos holds on to that second place. And Knaus holds on to that 3rd place. But meanwhile, you got the 23 of Jackson
Here comes
Jorda
Jorda, yeah.
coming up.
Halfway. We're halfway done.
And Knaus, again, looking on the outside. Will he do it this time? No, he does not. He has to drop behind the number 17 of Lucas Dos Santos. And your leader continues to be the 31 of Spencer Height. This is the Cup Karts North American 2024 Summer Nationals here at Pittsburgh International.
And Dos Santos takes over 3rd place.
Oh, he does? So that means
Knaus back to 4th, yep.
No, wait. We had Spencer Height in the lead. Santos was in 2nd. Knaus was in 3rd. Jorda was in 4th.
Jorda, I'm sorry. Jorda passed
Right.
Knaus.
Oh,
That's what I
okay.
meant to say, yeah.
So Jorda got Knaus.
Yeah.
Wow. Where Knaus was really pushing the number 17, and then up come Jorda now to pull up into that 3rd spot.
Well, he's battling for 2nd now.
Yeah, Jorda. Number
Yeah, and he just
23
took
of
it.
Jackson
Yeah.
Jorda now.
Whoa.
It's coming through the pack, and Jorda now moves up to that 3rd spot. Or 2nd spot, I should say.
Second, yeah.
2nd spot. So what a run by Jackson Jorda coming from that 4th spot. Meanwhile, Spencer Height has just pulled away. Nobody near him, and we still got the number 17 trying to come back, Lucas Dos Santos. And Dos Santos does come back and gets that 2nd place again.
And we were 3 wide going by the
Yeah.
stripe last time by.
Man, what a race for this 2nd place. But the 17 of Lucas Dos Santos again gets into 2nd. Your leader continues to be the 31 of Spencer Height. He is just out there. Nobody even challenging him for position. The battle is for 2nd. And
And there goes
what a tough break for the
23 of
23.
Jorda.
Jorda. Oh,
So
man.
he's back to 4th
Wow,
now.
what a tough break for Jorda.
So now the battle's going to be between Dos Santos and Knaus.
Knaus again. That's what it was earlier. And
Yeah.
Jorda came up through the pack, doing a great job. But just got a little too hot there and spun out.
Should be the white flag this time by the stripe if
You're
my
right.
Fingers
if
are
you
right.
got it
yeah.
right. And Spencer Height, still your leader. In 2nd is the one you just see on your screen. There's your leader, Spencer Height, getting the white flag coming across the start-finish line. Spencer Height going around turn 1. And here comes your 2nd place driver, the number 17 of Lucas. Oh, no, that's still Spencer Height. We're still on Spencer Height on your screen. Spencer Height, the number 31, your leader, and coming up soon for the checkered flag. Doing a great job here, Spencer Height. He's been fast at every race he's gone to.
Oh, he just dominates.
Spencer, and he's right here from, not close to Pittsburgh, I don't think, but he's from Pennsylvania.
Somewhere in Pennsylvania. I know Mom and Dad
Yeah.
told me, and I forgot.
Yeah, he's from Pennsylvania, so in his home state here, he's looking for a win.
And they travel so well. They travel with us everywhere.
Yeah, they go to every race. You're right. Oh, Spencer Height, no problem for him. You see him cruising around the Pennsylvania countryside here.
He makes it look so easy.
He makes it look so easy. He is a top driver in this class.
And I think he's moving on next year. I'm almost sure he is.
Wow, that'll be interesting because he is such a good driver and fast. He's just got that kart working. And, of course, he's got snap-your-neck power, so Chris will tell you that's why he's fast. But
Chris Cirillo, Tony's talking about. There's your winner, Spencer Haight.
Spencer Haight gets a big checker flag.
Yeah. Tony the Toe is actually Tony Cirillo, and he's got both his sons here, Chris and Andrew. And Chris is the tuner for Hudson Brown that's racing so fast this weekend. And Andrew's racing his own car.
Here comes that battle for second, and it is going to be Jackson Jorda getting that second place. Dos Santos gets third. Kip Knaus. Oh, no. Was that right? Yeah, Kip Knaus gets fourth.
Jordan Dos Santos, Kip Knaus fourth, yeah.
Wow, so Dos Santos. Okay. Jorda came back then, huh?
Unless we were calling it wrong. I'm not sure what happened there. Did we have the wrong cart? That's possible.
Well,
according to the scoring list, is Spencer Haight, Jackson Jorda, Lucas Dos Santos.
That's it.
Kip Knaus, Sofia Mendoza.
Well, we were watching the leader
Sebastian
on that
Carabou.
last lap, and we didn't get to see, what was going on further back in the pack. So great drive by Jorda to get up back into second. Dos Santos holds on to third. Knaus ends up in fourth. Your top five, Mendoza, and then you have the 88 of Sebastian.
So congratulations, Spencer Haight. Another win under your belt.
Yep.
And you got one more race yet today, Spencer. Kid kart races were only 6 laps long, not the 8. That's why we had to have waypoint at 3. Yeah.
Sportsman will be up next.
And the Sportsman, in no order, because we managed to screw this up before, but that entered out there is going to be Preston Fisher, Trace Rosinski, Addison Haydu, Nicholas Mose, Colby Hoggart, Griffin Vukic, Jordan Pulchlacek, Sawyer Chambers, Parker Firestein, Jameson Sanders, and Ari Eberhardt. So pick your favorite Sportsman. Sportsmen are 10 to 13 years old. On the pole or outside, the red cart you're looking at is Nicholas Mose, number 37. It's Nicholas Mose. Kind of unique helmet. I'm not quite sure what that is. I'd have to see it live. And over here we have the 145. That is Sawyer Chambers, and they're letting them out. You can see a little object in that Sawyer Chambers' cart. You can see an object sticking up on a black pole, a blue object. That's a camera. They're recording all their races and then reviewing them. There it is right there again. A couple of them. Oh, and somebody's off the track already. Or still on, but stalled out or something.
104, Griffin
Vukic, yeah. And he's looking at the chain or the engine. Oh, he's devastated or something wrong.
Yeah, something went wrong.
Clutch maybe.
Oh, the whole engine's
loose. The engine's loose.
So pit crew.
Motor mode, yeah.
Pit crew, you forgot that you changed.
Somebody, yeah.
You changed that gear, but you forgot to tighten the motor.
Oh, and it just locked up.
Yeah. Well, the chain got jammed up.
Yep.
But a tough break.
Corner worker almost went on their lid.
Tough break for Griffin, number 104. He could come back. There's another race.
Oh,
today.
Absolutely. Another heat race yet today.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
So tough break for the 104, Griffin Vukic.
Corner worker will pull him back to the side and make sure they're safe.
Right. See Ashley out there slowing him down. Ashley, the CKNA photographer, am I right there?
Social media.
Social media. Yep. Well, that's it.
I know, to you and me it's the same thing, but to somebody else it makes a difference.
It might make a difference,
yeah.
Right. So she was out there telling him, slow down.
It looks like we started a total of 11.
Get ready.
And we are green, green, green. Go, go, go. Hammer down. And they're bobbing and weaving back and forth, clear across the track. And everybody finds a position they like, and there they go.
Everybody holding, nobody going out. That's what they're staying side by side through turns 2 and 3, 4.
They got to get a little bit closer before I can see the numbers, right? To see who's who out there.
And wind is picking up.
Oh, it sure is, and it looks like it's getting a little darker. Oh, we got a couple of carts, 3 carts off.
3 carts off. So that'll make 4.
That's 4 total out of the starting 11. And this one gets going, but they're no longer in contention. I think that's a 1.
That was Jordan Pulchapek in the 143.
143, okay.
Yeah, that's Jordan.
And then I think the...
Oh, here we go. Let's pick it up. So Sawyer Chambers in the lead. Nicholas Mose in second. Sanders in third. Addison Haydu in fourth. Preston Fisher in fifth. Is that Ari Everhart in sixth? Parker Feinstein in seventh. Trace Rosinski in 8th, and Jordan Pulchapek ends up in 9th. He was off the track.
Yeah, they're
Open Hogard in 10th.
Unfortunately, all of them, they don't even have a time for a first lap yet, the last 4. But yeah, Sawyer Chambers, Nicholas Mose, 1-2. Nicholas Mose in second place did turn purple.
Yep.
Jamison Sander third, Addison Haydu fourth, just like Tony said. And I don't think there's much changing in position. Unfortunately, 1, 2, 3, 4 retired early. Some may come back on, but oh yeah, we're starting to get times. Okay, so Rosinski, Hoggard, and Pulchapek are getting times now.
So the number 250 of Jason Sanders was he? No, okay. Sanders probably in third as the top 2 start to pull away. That's Sawyer Chambers and Nicholas Mose. Cart number 145, your leader, and the number 37 of Nicholas Mose in second. They have pulled away from the number 250 of Jameson Sanders and the number 14 of Addison Haydu. Yeah, so the battle is for third between Sanders and Haydu. As you see, that's them on. That's Sanders leading that group. Sanders is in third, leading the 4th and 5th place driver Haydu and Fisher. So that's a race taking place, but that's Sanders, Haydu, and Fisher that you're seeing on your screen right now. Your leader is Sawyer Chambers and Nicholas Mose in second.
And they're quite a fair amount of ways up ahead.
Yes, that's why we were focusing on the third place. That's where the race is between Sanders and Haydu and Fisher.
Yeah, in front who look to be every bit of like 20 cars.
There's your leaders, Chambers and Mose.
Yep.
And Chambers
turned purple that time.
Yeah, Chambers really pushing him. But Chambers holding on. Mose really pushing him. There's the battle continuing for third between Sanders, Haydu, and Fisher. So we got some racing going on for first and for third. And basically, so far, Chambers has held on to the lead, with Sanders holding on to third. But some good racing going on here. But you see your leaders, Chambers and Mose, cart number 145 and cart number 37, Nicholas Mose, have a big lead over your third place driver, the number 250 of Jameson Sanders, who is being hard pressed by the number 14 of Addison Haydu and the number 03 of Preston Fisher. And they get the halfway sign.
Okay, yeah, it is 4 down and 4 to go.
These 3 are doing good battle here between Sanders, Haydu, and Fisher. Holding their line. Nobody making a mistake. Oh, maybe now Fisher will. Nope, Fisher did not get that 4th place position.
I think that's a Tony cart in the back there, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be.
Sure, yeah.
Usually that green, right?
Yep.
Is it green?
That's what I was thinking too.
So So Sanders continues to hold on to third. That's what you're watching on your screen. And he's being hard pressed by Haydu and Fisher, who are right behind him. Your leaders continue to be Chambers and Mose. And that there's a race for first and a race for third going on. Right now you're looking at your race for third on the track. And you see the leaders up at the top of your screen there. That's how far ahead they are. That is Chambers and Mose holding on to that lead, and the battle for first continues and the battle for third continues. Sawyer Chambers, 145, your leader, and it looks like Nicholas Mose might have got by him, and Mose maybe now takes the lead. Cart number 37, followed by Sawyer Chambers. In third is the 250 of Jameson Sanders. In fourth is Addison Haddu. In fifth, Fisher. Eberhardt in sixth, Firestein in seventh, Polchapek in eighth, Rosinski in ninth, Colby Hogard in 10th, Griffin Volkage in 11th. Well, Volkage I don't think is out there. But. All right, so a good run. Oh, but it looks like Sawyer Chambers back in the lead.
Oh, sure.
Nicholas Mose in second. The battle continues for third with the number 250 of Jameson Sanders holding on, but he's being hard pressed by the 14 of Addison Haydu and Preston Fisher in the number 3, I believe.
And your camera, the camera view that you're getting at, oh, there's the leaders right there.
Yeah,
okay.
That's your leaders.
That's
right
the leaders
there.
right there.
It should be Chambers and Nicholas Mose.
And it's the other way around. I think it was Mose and
Yeah.
Well, here we got a battle again.
We got a battle again, and I believe Mose maybe trying to see that number.
Chambers now ahead of Mose.
145. Yeah, so.
Nope, the other way around.
Yeah,
Chambers ahead of
took
Mose,
the lead back from Nicholas Mose. So Chambers now your leader. Nicholas Mose in second. Battle for third, I believe, continues with the 250 of Jameson Sanders.
And I saw one of the corner workers had a black flag in
Yes.
hand. I'm not sure if they were waving it. I didn't see that. They were just throwing it down.
So good race between, here's your two leaders. Sawyer Chambers out in the lead, Nicholas Mose in second.
And the white flag should come out. Jason Burgess should show the white flag this time.
All right, here comes your leader there, Sawyer Chambers in the lead with Nicholas Mose in second. So Sawyer Chambers doing a good job here, but Mose right on his back bumper. Here they come across the start-finish line. White flag, and they're well separated coming across this finish line.
They're wide, but they're still battling.
Sawyer Chambers, actually, Mose came across the finish line in first, but then maybe it's delayed. Sawyer Chambers, I know, is in the lead and seemed to stay in the lead, but they were so far spread apart, it was hard to tell who hit the finish line first. But it's definitely Sawyer Chambers and Mose.
They're still spreading across the track.
Yeah. Last lap. Checker flag will be waving this time around. The number 145 of Sawyer Chambers. That's your leader. You're watching him on your screen with Nicholas Mose right there. Mose now looking to the outside. Mose hangs on, stays right by. And you see Chambers now look back. He wants to see where Mose is, and Mose saying, I'm right here. Mose now takes the inside on that turn, trying to cut it short. Trying to come back, do the crossover here. He does not do it, so Mose stays in second. Chambers holds on to the lead. Chambers doing a great job of trying to hold off Mose. Mose looking for where he can make his move. Here comes the start-finish line. Mose goes wide, and we'll see what happens. It will be, I believe, Sawyer Chambers. The battle for third continues, and I believe it is going to be Sanders who is holding on the whole race with Haydu in fourth and Fisher in fifth. What a race that was in the sportsman class. So
44 thousandths of a second between first and second.
Right. And Chambers was the fast car on the track. Up next will be the Masters.
Masters always entertaining.
Yeah.
Scheduled to go off at 2:42, and it's now 2:43, so I think they're going to go out right away.
They'll probably send them out as soon as the track is clear. So once again, we want to have, as Xander was giving out some prizes out there, we want to thank the sponsors for that. But I think we're going to switch that to tomorrow morning and start giving out the rest of the prizes. So if you got Kart Chaser, tomorrow morning is free.
Yep,
so
that's what I
hopefully
heard.
people can sign on and see if they want a prize. So telling everybody in the pits at this point, some of the rest of the prizes will be given out tomorrow right here on Kart Chaser. So it is free in the morning. Of course, If you want to see the features, you got to join if you're not a member. And the same thing right now. If anybody wants to join to see these heat races, you have to join for $9.95. And as Xander was telling everybody, if you have an iPhone, if you do it from your iPhone, it's going to cost you like another $3 to $4, and Kart Chaser gets nothing of that. So do it from an Android or a PC. That's where you want to do it, so you get the best value for your money. You get a month subscription, and you can watch all this action and other action that Kart Chaser does. Again, I want to thank Kart Chaser and Xander and Trevor for coming across with this idea to do this, to make it, to show people what this sport is about, and to allow people from home and stuff that can't come to this race, parents and grandparents and every friends, to really get on the race and see this on their YouTube channel. So with all the smart TVs out there, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, subscribe to Kart Chaser. Just be done with it. Subscribe to Kart Chaser.
You got to go to YouTube, right, and then get on Kart Chaser.
But thank you, Kart Chaser, for everything you do. They're not listening, but we do appreciate everything they do. They're great for the sport. Absolutely great for the sport we all love. So.
And when you get to that, when you get to YouTube and Kart Chaser, you want to go to Cup Karts North America 2024 Summer Nationals. Here we are, Pittsburgh International Raceway, June 22nd, 2024. This is it. This is the first Summer Nationals. So remember that. This is the first Summer Nationals of CKNA. So we do have a Winter National. We have a Spring National, which was tremendous this year with 500 entries at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
504, I think, is the official count.
504. Unbelievable. Here we are at the Summer Nationals. We're like 250. And last year's Grand National, over 500.
519, if I remember right.
519. I mean, just the 500 mark.
I'm here to tell you, I'm expecting us to break 600 this year. I really am.
That could be. And that race draws people from other countries besides all across the United States.
A few years ago,
nobody from Utah.
Nobody from the state of Utah. What's wrong with them people? Stacy Gunn tried to be from there, but yeah, I appreciate you, Stacy. No, a couple of years ago, I was able to find 5 countries represented there that were racing. One of them being Sweden.
Wow.
Why?
Well, it's cold over there. So.
Yeah, maybe.
But, man, we got John Price sitting on the outside pole, I believe, right? Who's the 175? I don't have the lineup.
Nope, not yet.
You have it? No. This is the Masters class. Can't see. That could be, what do you call it? Fagan.
Oh, maybe 174 or 175. Yeah, that is
Fagan has the pole. Yeah. John Price, he's our East champion in Masters. Okay. So we're happy to see we got a good representation there. We got a guy on the front row, snap your neck engine, Coyote chassis. So we're happy that John is able to get up there. Maryland racer, and he from Nicholson Speedway in Chestertown, Maryland. So let's pick it up. So the Masters pull out. I don't know why. We don't have a lineup. So sorry about that, folks. There's one of our cameramen up there doing a great job. It looked like it got pretty windy out there, Dave.
It did. We haven't been able to go outside. We're in the studio right now. We're broadcasting from the studio, so we haven't been able to go outside. But the sky looks murky, too, which I don't know what we're going to walk out into when we finally get done here.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Somebody throwing something there, back there.
Oh, yeah, it is definitely windy.
Cameramen giving us a show. What's going on there? Beautiful place here at Pittsburgh International Raceway. And you can just see the surrounding area. Very, very beautiful. But the wind has picked up, and I hope people got their canopies tied down because it looks pretty violent out there at this point. I don't believe the heat went away, but I'm sure the breeze helps a little. So we will pick it up. There we go. That's not really the lineup.
Nope, that's the last race. The last
yeah. But we got Sawyer Chambers out there, Nicholas Mose, Jameson, Sanders, Preston Fisher, Addison Haydu. Oh, that's the last race. You're right. That's not even this race. Sorry about that, folks.
And I know.
I was going to say, those names don't seem to match the Masters. I don't know why we're not getting the Masters.
Darla's in the same building with us. She's doing timing and scoring things. She's in the same building, but on a different floor from us. She's doing timing and scoring, and I know Megan's doing backup. Yeah.
So something happened with our connection.
I wonder if it's restarting or something. I'm not sure. But
it's not a restart. That's waiting. So something's going on with the network. We got too much on it, and we can't pick it up. You're not even getting it on your phone.
Nope.
So
So Tony and I will kind of stall until
We're going to have to. Well, it looks like you better give him the green anyway. Yeah.
So. We can give him the green.
Look at Jason on the chair.
Yeah, look at it. I don't know if I've seen him up on the chair
I don't think
before.
I've seen that before.
And Jason says, green, 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 go, go, go.
Good slow start there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you want. You want to see a good slow start. And let's see if Price can come from the outside. Price might get shut out. That's not where the position he should be in, because they're going to close up that inside line, and they do on him. And Price may be lucky to get back, but Price not giving it up. He's going to stay two abreast, trying to get back in that line. And meanwhile, Fagan pulls away, and here comes Doc Barron.
Oh.
Barron moves into second, but Price not giving it up. Price is able to hold on to third. Man, what a drive by Price. He went wide, and that cost him on the start, but he was able to get back in there. They tried to shut him out, but he did a great job. Barron gets second, Price gets third. So a good run right there. But meanwhile, pulling out in front is Fagan and nobody near him, and that's going to be tough to catch him unless they team up. But a good start there. I don't want to say a great start, but a good start. And John Price, like I said, our East Coast champion here, did a great job. I mean, he did go wide. He shouldn't have, and everybody tried to shut the door on him, but he was able to squeeze his way back into third. So let's see what happens. I think we finally got lineups here.
Yes.
Yep. So we got the screen back, so we'll pick it up. Doc Barron, like I said, moved into second, Price into third. And we got Sporowski in fourth, Ron Cleese in fifth, Jason Zopke, who, like I said, came out of he hasn't driven in a while, driving Coyote. He gets sixth. Logan Weigel in seventh. J.D. Gunn, who was really quick in the heavy class. Not sure what happened here. It's the same weight and everything. Not sure why he can't run up front, but he's running back in eighth. Joshua Smoker in ninth, and Drew Cirillo in the top 10. So, but a great run by Fagan was way out there, and I don't know if anybody's going to catch him unless they kind of team up. Doc Barron could do it. Fagan went purple even all by himself with no draft or anything. So Fagan's really got that thing working. And Price looks like he might be having some problems out there. He could have had second place or even first place, but got kind of tied up at the start. No, Price holds on to third, it looks like. So not bad for John Price, but he was on the front row there. Started outside pole. So here comes Fagan across the start-finish line. Todd Barron in second, Price in third, Sporowski in fourth, Ron Cleese in fifth, and Jason Zopke. I mean, I got to give Jason credit. He's no youngster, and that's why he's in the Masters class, but still not to be driving all season long, or even last season, maybe one race, two races, comes back here, and he's in the top five. Well, sorry, he missed that. He's top six.
How about the local guy right behind him as well? Logan Weigel, purple last time by.
Oh, yeah.
Fastest in final practice yesterday. Kind of had a bit of a bummer qualifying for Logan, only ending up in 8th at the end of the Masters division, but he's shown some speed, and he's showing it right now. And these two on screen, Eric Fagan and Todd Barron and John Price, they have started to really make some hay.
Yeah.
They picked up about 3/10 last lap. This lap looks to maybe another 3/10, while it was up to a full second at the end of the opening circuit for Eric Fagan. It is slowly coming back down. Let's see what the gap is now. Was 7 1/4 3/4 tenths, 4 1/2 tenths. Barron and Price again pick up a lot, and it just got really treacherous there in that second group.
Wow. And Price doing what he has to do. He's pushing Doc Barron. He's not trying to pass him, and that's what he's got to do in order to catch Fagan, because Fagan just took such a big lead, and the only way you're going to get him if you work together, regardless of what team you're on or who you're driving for. That's what you got to do. And then when you get up there, battle for a position. So Price was doing an excellent job of just staying behind Barron and trying to get him and both of them up there. They had somebody to work with. Meanwhile, Fagan's not up there by himself. So we'll see what happens if they can catch him and make it a three-way battle for the lead.
Yeah, I think they could get close. Here is, again, that 4th and 5th place group. The 445 of Jason Zopke, Ryan Sporowski, who, like many of the drivers in Masters, pulling double duty in Masters in Heavy or Masters and Legends. And look at this. Barron's got to run. The Doc is on the move. Todd Barron a car length back from Fagan with a big head of steam down to turn number 1.
And there's John Price right with him. So like I said, a top 3 battle now. Fagan, Barron, and Price. And I give credit to Price for doing that, because I don't think Barron could have did that on his own. but he was fast, but it could have been Price pushing him.
Yeah.
He did turn purple.
For sure. And again, at the end of that lap as well in turn 1, another spot up for Logan Weigel. Now he's 3 up to 5th. He got around Ryan Sporowski just at the bottom of the screen, got past that LSR Motorsports CRG entry. And Jason Zobke, like you mentioned, he's a little bit above the minimum age for Masters, but he's getting around there pretty good. Still kind of in his all in his own little race right now in 4th. Watching the leaders, little gap back to Weigel, who might track him down before it's all said and done. But as they come out of 12 and 13, Eric Fagan has pulled that gap back away a little bit. Little bobble maybe for Todd Barron, or Eric might have been cruising and then all of a sudden go, okay, time to put the hammer down now. We're getting some company. So big run through the bus stop. They'll close back up to him with the draft, because really, even though there is turns 14, 15, and 16 on this racetrack, that front stretch goes all the way back to the hairpin turn 13 of where the run begins. Just like we talked in this broadcast earlier, that coming out of this infield section, the run begins not turn 4, not this first left turn 5, but really from turn 6 right here on your full throttle building speed back up through the right, through the left, and up the hill. And this long run allows Barron a good exit, another big toe up the draft towards the downhill drop at turn number 10.
Yeah, and if Zopke is going to try to catch these top drivers, he's going to need some help to do it. Because the top,
I think his best bet is when Logan Weigel arrives, which at the rate that he's closing, he will, is to try and see where he can push him, learn from him, and follow him back forward, because Logan's on a mission. I mean, last time by, he was even to Fagan, Barron, and Price. The previous couple laps, at times he's been faster, all by himself. Again, Eric, to his credit, by himself, while Todd closes up. He's not necessarily pushing him away, but pass further back. This is for 6. Sporowski under fire. Ron Kleiss goes to the inside. And talk about a father-son duo. It's got a busy weekend. Ron goes from racing to right back on the fence line, because Ronnie's in both medium and heavy, correct?
Right.
And, well, he's right in the middle of the battle. Look at that. Sporowski back into it. Brought through J.D. Gunn. And so now it's Sporowski in 6th once again. Gunn into 7th. And Kleiss thought he was making up some ground, ends up back down in 8th.
Yeah, so some good racing going on there. And J.D. Gunn, who was fast in the heavy, and the heavy class, has now dropped back to 8th place. But Ron Kleiss in 7th, Sporowski in 6th. Logan's the guy, like you said, if Jason Zopke, if Logan gets by him, follow him. Or I don't know if Logan would push Zopke up, but he might, because he knows what it takes. He knows this track, that's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt he knows this place. He's catching up to Zopke right now. We'll have our cameras on really 3 different battles. One for the lead, as now John Price has gone by Todd Barron for 2nd. Weigel on the bumper of Jason Zopke for 4th. And that 3-way fight back for 6th is still going on. Top of corner of the screen, you saw them side by side, J.D. Gunn, Ron Kleiss, and Sporowski. So the leaders, actually, even though they're pretty close, is the 3rd best battle on the racetrack right now, Tony.
That's right. Right now, and a good move by John Price to pull into that 2nd place. So he's going to try to hold that outside pole starting position for the next heat. But Fagan is going to be tough to beat. He still seems like he's got speed, even though the race is coming to an end here. He's not binding up or anything. He has that kart set up right. That MGM is working for him. And we'll see what happens. And I'm not sure what happened to Todd Barron. He is usually very fast and usually one of the guys up at the front. He is in the top 3, so he didn't fall back that far. But Price was able to get by him, and it looks like Price is trying to protect that 2nd place. 4th and 5th kind of separated, but the battle 6th, 7th, and 8th, that's where the battle is. Sporowski, Gunn, and Kleiss.
And there's the checker
flag, and
Fagan holds on.
Fagan does hold on.
Albeit close. Look at this drag race behind Gunn versus Kleiss. Kleiss gets it by 24 thousandths. So Ron Kleiss ends up 7th. J.D. Gunn down to 8th. Sporowski 6th. Logan Weigel just needed about probably 2 more laps. His pace kind of started to fade a bit at the end, but when you're trying to make up spots and you start deep in the pack, you typically do want to go a little higher on tire pressure, because it's easier to make up spots in the first few laps before the field gets spread apart. So that might have been it for Logan Weigel, but a good representation for the local on-site shop, Pro Kart Concepts and Dan Schlosser's group, to get a top 5 inside 3rd row starting spot for Heat 2. Good points, good heat, good outing for Logan Weigel, but nothing better than if you're in the seat of Eric Fagan. Wins the heat in pretty convincing fashion after getting the lead on lap 1.
You know, for the amount of carts that MGM has here, they're putting them up front.
Yeah. Paul Rice, I checked my phone. I hadn't checked it in a few hours. When I mentioned about Gafera and Lloyd locking all 3 senior classes, like, don't forget, Eric put it on pole as well. We got 4 on pole in qualifying. They're having a heck of a day here to start the weekend in Pittsburgh. And so far, seems like all their drivers are pretty happy with their pieces. We'll send our very own Marcelo Sanchez-Lara down to bring Eric Fagan over, see if we can't get a word with our Masters Heat 1 winner. And at the same time, we're going to get set for senior medium. So
first half.
Yes, only the first half, right? But there's so many all-stars in this group here that we had to split them in two because there's so much to talk about, so much star power in this class, no doubt about it. Now, it's, of course, Caleb Gafera, as you mentioned, taking the MGM to the pole in qualifying, but it was close. James Overbeck was the first of 2 PPK Coyotes that kept him honest. He ended up second, and he'll join Caleb on the front row for Heat 1 with Colin Warren, who loves the chess match on-track battling. That didn't necessarily pop on anyone's radar through warm-up, was still kind of just silently near the front in qualifying. Ends up with the first of his 2 chances in the opening round of heats with a win in his light division heat race. Now he tries to do the same in medium from the inside of row 2 alongside Dylan White, who had also a very good qualifying effort on that Viral.
Yeah, and then you talk about Colin Warren. I know during the practice and stuff yesterday, it was like, is he having problems? Where's Colin Warren? Where's Colin Warren? And I'm one of the guys that'll say, listen, don't count him out. Like you said, he's a chess player. He's a thinker, and he's been around. So he's not worried. He'll play it right up till tomorrow.
And that's a testament to the best of the best, right?
Right.
They may not be there on Friday, but you won't see them too worried. They'll be working hard, as they always are, but you just know by the time things really get going, they're going to be in the mix here. Dave, we've got our senior mediums, first of 2 heat races. Overbeck on the outside, Gafera on the inside.
We're all watching Jason. He says, green, 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 go, go, go.
Underway down to turn 1. Good start for the inside lane. They'll pick up 1 spot, although Ronnie Klei's got a bit up onto that inside curb and kind of lost some ground. So just watch Dad go and run solidly inside the top 10. He's trying to do a little better from his top 5 starting spot. He looks to be 5th here coming out of turn 3. Good opening lap for Henry Wheeler. Gets into 6th. And check, big move there from Dylan White to get by Overbeck, and we got contact. Will Lawler is off on the Sodi. 1 more off through the grass. He'll go all the way to the rear, and we talk about it all the time, single-speed racing, and it's magnified when it's a lower horsepower package that there's no room for mistakes. You bog it down, it's a long way to tune that or to get that motor back up to full song again.
Right, yeah, that's true. And that's why it makes this racing so important, how you carry your speed, especially out of the turns. And like I said, if you mess up a little bit, by the time that engine picks up speed, 2, 3, 4 people could be by you. So a tough break for Lawler. He was running good in the other class that he was running, and he's been fast. So he can still come back.
Well, 1 lap complete, 7 laps to go, and already Colin Warren is right where he would love to be. You talk about Eric Fagan loving to push guys away. Colin is no different. He'll find a fast driver, get himself to second, try to break that pack up and pull away. And James Overbeck is trying to answer the call by pushing with Dylan White. Even though White had a very aggressive, albeit clean, but aggressive move to take over 3rd on the opening lap, James is saying, I don't need that spot yet. I've got laps to eventually get back to it. I need to keep Colin and Caleb within shouting distance, and he's pushing him to the point that they pulled a little bit, actually, from 5th place, Ronnie Klei's Henry Wheeler, and I think that spot might have changed hands. It has. Henry Wheeler in the number 0 Steel Motorsports Bureau Art has gone to 5th. Klei's back to 6 as we'll pick them up out of 13, and then behind him, Ian Quinn in the 97. And how about the veteran Chris Carroll having a good run to start here in Heat 1?
Yeah, Carroll up to 8th position, I believe. So doing a good job out there, staying in the top 10. But right now, Gafera, also a very smart driver and knows racecraft. Even though he's got one of the best behind him, Colin Warren. I don't know if Colin Warren's definitely, been watching this whole thing, watching the whole weekend, like I said, what's going on, knowing where he feels he can make his moves, what the track is like, where the traction is a lot. So he puts that all together in his head. But when you're running against a guy like Gafera, there just might not be a spot to do it.
Again, Caleb might have a couple less years on the racetrack than Colin Warren, but he has spent so many years at Trackhouse Motorplex, and you know this from seeing your grandson Hudson race down there. Doesn't matter if it's KA, X30, or 206. Everyone is so fast and has so many laps at Trackhouse that it's almost always a pack race. And it's almost always a chess match, no matter what horsepower package. And Caleb's got a lot of races there that he's won.
Oh, yeah. And you know, Trackhouse is a place that's above, I'm going to say another step up, you know, for drivers visiting it. And like you said, it's just a great place for if you want to tune yourself up to run a race like this or any other two-cycle race. If you can win at Trackhouse or do good at Trackhouse, it's time maybe to check out some other national races. But Trackhouse could be a real good gauge for how good you are and what you can do.
Dylan White keeping the fight on. James Overbeck tried to push him forward, then get by for third. Didn't work. Wheeler gets through to fourth. One other note there, you saw Colin Warren fade to the inside down the front stretch and then tuck back in with Caleb Gaffera. And I would bet, based on the way that transpired, that Colin might have maybe one more tooth than Caleb. So instead he passed in the back, right there in the hairpin. But it looked like as he pulled out of line, he hit the limiter, and Caleb still kept on chugging, running maybe one or two less teeth on the rear sprocket. And, you know, here you're always shooting for gear. You ask the best drivers here, like Colin Warren, no matter where the qualifying effort is, as long as they're somewhere in the mix, they look at heat races as extra practice sessions. Because very rarely do they end up with all the fast drivers in a pack together in a practice. Normally there's at least one, if not a couple guys that go on a completely separate side of the racetrack, try to hide what they've got going on, what setup they've got. But you can't hide in a heat race. You got to be at the front. You got to be in the pack. And so they're all getting a really good gauge for each other of kart setup, driving lines, and gearing. And that is the name of the game in 206. Again, there's engine builders, like we said, but a spec class. Briggs done a great job over the years trying to keep it as level of a playing field as possible. But there are so many tools in a mechanic's toolbox and a driver's toolbox to play with, and one of those is the gear ratios.
The gear is so important. And like you said, Colin Warren could be the one tooth different, and he felt that, and he knew what he had to do. Now, can he hold it? Because Gaffara is also understanding of what he might have to do if he is one gear different, where he has to make his move. How does he have to get a run on him? He looks behind him now to see how close everybody is, and they are close. Gaffara, White, Wheeler, Overbeck. You're talking top 5 drivers. There they are, racing right behind each other. Let's see what happens here.
Dylan White with a big run.
Dylan
Can
White,
he get them both?
yes.
Dylan White has been getting after it all heat race long. Hasn't given an inch, and he just took both of the leaders in turn 1. And again, what do we talk about? That inside lane on the run up to 3.
No, that was it.
You can't
and Colin
find
Warren
a gap. You go all the way to the back of the train.
And Colin Warren was able to at least stay in front of Gaffara on that one, but and they had to both tuck themselves in at the end of that 5-cart train. But man, I tell you, White made some move there, and he held it, and that's what he had to do. And now you see Overbeck making it up to 3rd.
And this again goes right on the new faces and some more brands getting some more front running love, like what we heard from Chris McKeithen saying, yeah, we had a great year last year, but that doesn't mean that it's going to always stay that way. Everyone's going to keep working hard and finding speed. MGM's got Gaffara right in the mix in this heat race. Ronnie Kleiss started up front. He's back in 7th in the second group right now. Colin Warren's always been up there no matter what he's been on. His VLR's been fast over the last few years, but the Bureau Arts first and second are looking good this weekend.
Is that Mark Steele racing?
I know it's Mark Steele based on the livery for Henry Wheeler. I'm not 100%. We'll need to check it on Dylan White as well.
Okay.
But either way, the Red Army is here in force. And I just went upstairs while working on some of our other things across the way over at Cincinnati at our Rotax Trophy East race. PSL Karting, Bureau Art, Diego Ramos just won both the heat races. So the Red Army is doing good at the headline senior classes this weekend.
We were talking this morning and said, you know, Burrell is doing good and, you know, making a name for themselves in 4-cycle. And they were somebody to contend with here.
Yeah, well, now Colin has split them up. So he got by Henry there. He, again, kind of trying to play to his strengths, is really good up the hill and really good on the brakes, so he's able to make some moves there in turn 10. Oh, he's got to run to the bus stop. Let's see if he can roll with it. They're going to go side by side to the bus stop for the lead. Coming to the white flag. Warren will barely make it through, and here comes Henry Wheeler with a big run to the inside.
Man, you got to give Warren credit. He took it right to the end, and he he had this win planned. Oh, man, the race is over, guys.
No. This is the last
that was
lap.
White. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
White
last lap. That's why they're
man,
all going
I mixed
at
it up again. Okay.
Henry Wheeler's got the lead, going from third to first, and now they're fighting a bit for second and third. Overbeck and Quinn collide. Ian Quinn was seventh a couple moments ago. He's third now. Little gap back to James, who's got to deal with Gafera. And then Dylan White, who led a good chunk, is back in sixth. Lurking on there is Ronnie
There goes
Kleiss.
Colin again.
And Colin Warren. He couldn't get it done in 10 this time. Henry Wheeler
there he goes.
Opens the door, and here comes Colin. Door to door out of 11. And Ian Quinn pulls alongside.
Good move by Quinn.
Watch the crossover. Watch the crossover there. Warren did a great job.
Shut the door there. Right. He did a good job.
But now he's got two teammates.
Right.
Do you know they're going to push each other?
Right. That's what they got to do. That's what they have to do if they want to beat Colin Warren.
Here they go. Big push to the line.
Warren looks aside.
Quinn got it, I think.
Got him. He got him.
So the push worked for them, for the teammates.
Yeah.
Warren, of course, got second, but Wheeler was right there in third. And that was probably a photo finish for Warren and Wheeler to see who really finished second. It was a photo finish that Quinn took it, but he had help from Wheeler. And that's what made all the difference. That's when drivers are using their head and saying, hey, at least I'll get a third out of this and give Quinn the win. So Quinn got the win. I give Colin Warren credit, man. He had the first at the white flag, then he gave it up, and he came back. He got first again coming into the checker flag. But Ian Quinn and Wheeler just got him. Gafara ends up in fourth. James Overbeck in fifth, stayed in the top five. Cleese in sixth. Dylan White, who was in the whole mix, ends up all the way back, not all the way back, but seventh, which was unusual there because White was really pushing it there for a while.
And for Colin Warren, he's got to be thinking, how many duos of teammates am I going to have to race against? Because they made the move. They picked up Dylan Amundsen to join him at TS Racing and VLR this year. My mistake. I had been calling Amundsen MGM. That's where he'd been most of his career.
But he went to VLR.
But he's at VLR now. Him and Colin Warren have been good buddies, two Floridians that have worked well together in the regional SSKC and CKNA South events over the last few years. And so it only made sense as they work so good together. They're such good buddies off the racetrack to link up. But they end up split apart. Amundsen's in the next heat. So Colin was a lone wolf again. And he's probably thinking, I had to deal with the Coyotes at Grands. I've had to deal with all these packs at Charlotte. And again, I did everything right and just was a sitting duck in the last 500 feet to the line.
Yeah, Colin's been looking for a racing partner since the Grands when we had all of that going on there. And he would, I think, he definitely, like you said, he's out there by himself. VLR, not many karts out there. And it's tough between the Coyotes and MGMs that are out there.
And he's got to do it again in the second heat because while that was a good opening heat and he's going to still start good, the heats are split. Now, like you said, not a lot of VLRs now. With Amundsen joining, Colin Aitken running the full year and continuing to develop as well and become more and more of a mainstay also. Those two VLR drivers start really nice here in this next heat. Aitken in fifth, Amundsen second. But the Grands champ in medium rolls this field to green here as he qualified second overall. Christopher McKeithen. Owen Lloyd for the MGM crew had his teammate Gaffer in the other heat. He's in this heat in third. Brady Atwood, who you mentioned from Maryland, with a great qualifying effort out of the first group of the three. The slow group was 7/10 clear. It put him 12th overall. He gets to start sixth here for heat one. A great place to fight from.
Yeah. I mean, look at what we're talking about here. This is 206 racing, and we're talking teams and amount of car. It's really, I said, this is the next step up for these 206 drivers, that it's come to this. I mean, I think 4 years ago, you didn't hear anything like that, a team or whatever. Look what it's come to now. VLR looking for teammates, Colin Warren. I mean, before he would just go out there and win,
It's just the evolution of any class, right? Competition invites challenge. Domination invites more innovation. And more than anything, we've always known with 206 racing that, yes, it is so difficult to be fast because of the lower horsepower, no room for mistakes, but also the lower horsepower means that big racetracks like Pittsburgh, like Newcastle, like Charlotte, drafting makes a difference. Having a friend or a drafting partner makes a difference. And, again, you saw Coyote take the next step in that last year with not one but a couple of superstars at the front. It's not been the first. Don't get me wrong, there's been plenty of team efforts here, but there's no doubt that if they're coming to win, they're bringing more than one driver, and it makes it all the more entertaining for us. Dave Mack.
Green, 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 go, go, go.
Here we go into turn one. A better start for the outside on this heat race. Dylan Amundsen, but he did not get clear, so he's going to be hung on the outside as there's no gap until Colin Aiken in third in line. Where does he end up as the field exits 3?
Side.
Oh, great job, Dylan. He hung on strong, and Owen Lloyd cut him a real break there by not forcing the issue, and Dylan took that momentum to get by McKeithen.
Man.
What a great start for Dylan Amundsen, your new leader, and he is the first of our giveaway winners as well. He won himself a chain. He won his senior light heat. Now he's leading senior medium heat. Have yourself a day, Dylan Amundsen, man. Oh, man, what a gap here for Dylan Amundsen now already. Look at the gap. There's no one else in sight. Big gap back as McKeithen and Lloyd finally settled out second, and they'll close back up to him. He's not out of the woods for sure, but he's got himself about a half a lap probably of breathing room with the way these races are going.
He's VLR, right?
Yes, Dylan Amundsen, VLR, Coyote with McKeithen, MGM with Lloyd, VLR with Aiken, VLR as well, Cale Zimmerman there who got up to 5th with a good opening
lap. So he might get some help if things start to get bad here, but let's see.
Little mistake there, Chris McKeithen. He dropped a tire. Owen Lloyd was looking to go, and McKeithen had to go because he knew if it was kill or be killed right there, go or get gone in on. And McKeithen, and look at them all stacking up. How about Anthony DeCesaro on the Race Factory cart? The MPG RF group is over in Cincy as well. They've got some drivers running. DeCesaro is leading the blue, red, and white machines here in Pittsburgh as the local hero is in the top 5 here in his opening heat race. P5 behind Lloyd, got ahead of Zimmerman, and McKeithen leads Amundsen and Aiken, and it is an invert of last race.
Right.
Last race, the VLR's outnumbered. This race, VLR, 2-1 right now in that 3-car pack.
There's a number of VLRs out there.
Oh, that is an issue for the 187 of Presley Whitney. Presley Whitney in the LN cart off to the side in the infield there, coming out of turn number 7. But look at this pack, and they're not done fighting. Here comes Owen Lloyd looking for third. Gonna get it in turn 1. And he'll bring DeCesaro, who gets both of them with a good over-under. DeCesaro into third. He's going to open the door, though, and Lloyd will go right back in and just didn't close it off tight enough. So Lloyd back into third, and the 2 up front starting to break away. There's a look at some more of the Coyotes. Brandon Jarsakrak, Paulie Massimino, a rougher qualifying by their standards. The edge of the top 10 in this group, edge of the top 20 overall. They're trying to fight forward as they get by Cale Zimmerman. Hudson Brown also having to fight from outside the top 20 with his qualifying effort. He's there in that bright lime green, blue, and gold cart. And Zimmerman on the outside, now inside of Massimino, tucks in, and Brown takes advantage and goes right on by. So Hudson now up another spot. Massimino and Jarsakrak.
He did turn
a little
purple.
gap.
Hudson did turn purple that time by, too.
Yeah, so but that little bit of them shuffling down Cale Zimmerman cost them some time. So we've got the top 2 breaking away. Amundsen trying to keep it a mano-a-mano fight, pushing McKeithen, Lloyd, and DeCesaro working together right now through turn 1. Then behind them, they're in the 5th spot. How about the run up for Brady Atwood on the MGM? Top 5 and still charging here as he runs at the end of this 3-car train. Can't say enough about getting some more new names and faces going up against all the star power in the senior medium and senior light classes, Tony. I'm sure that's got to make you proud as the captain of the CKNA East Northeast region.
I'm very happy with the East Coast. And one of the things I said, we got some good racers in the East Division, and hopefully we give them the national, and they're proving it. I mean, John Price did good in that last race. You got Brady Atwood. A number of the locals that I'm going to call locals that I know doing a great job here against some of the best people in the business here. So good to see it.
Well, let's talk about your grandson here, who has been a pseudo North Carolina local for all the races he's been doing at Trackhouse Motorplex recently. North Carolina native Paulie Massimino, they've undoubtedly gone head-to-head plenty of times. And Brandon Jarsakrak, well, he's been living out of a suitcase how busy his race team has blown up. His business has him on the road just as much as our kart chaser crew. But he spends a whole lot of time down in North Carolina. And right now, the 3 of them are really quickly reeling in. Colin Aiken, all 3 of them set the quickest times on the racetrack by 2/10. Although Hudson just split them up. He just went through to make up another position in the infield. Could have maybe waited a lap or 2, but hey, if you got the speed, you think you can go.
Well, and I guess and he's feeling that it's not a long race; it's a short race. So let me see what I can get, so he gets a better starting position in the next heat.
For sure.
So he's doing his job there. Hopefully, he's got to be patient. You see him there going, pushing the seat, trying to get a little weight off the back wheels, try to gain a little bit on your number 138.
And I think he might have noticed something wrong on Paulie's cart because Paulie just really faded back in those hairpins. I don't know what's going on with Massimino. Another one off there in the infield. McKeithen and Amundsen. Dylan Amundsen doing what he does typically with Colin Warren down in Florida. Right now with Christopher McKeithen here in Pittsburgh, although they're still getting reeled in. Another half-tenth better for Owen Lloyd. The South Georgia karting MGM driver is not giving up. He is continuing to try and march towards the top 2.
So really good racing. Even like you said, back there where
DeCesaro to the inside and clear there on
Did he get it?
Yeah, he did. Anthony DeCesaro through. Looks to me like an OTK steering wheel, so I'll have to check with Anthony if they're still on their older Race Factory cart. That was Race Liberante had built his own brand in the same way the Bajoso brothers had the Magic brand that came up over the last few years. And then Race merged his operations with MPG Motorsports that do Kart Republics out at Whiteland, Indiana, and brought the RF brand over there, but he hasn't been doing his own chassis. He's been working with the KR chassis. So that's the old school Race Factory now. I guess you can't really call it vintage, but a past era of the Race Factory go-karts, but it looks like it might be an OTK for DeCesaro. So we'll definitely check into that as the 2-to-go signal hits. Already, like you said, short race coming to an end. McKeithen and Amundsen buying time. DeCesaro, Lloyd, Aitken, Atwood, Jarsakrak, and Brown. And indeed, there's definitely something amiss on Paulie Massimino's cart.
There goes.
And now Atwood fading.
Wow. Tough break for Atwood. He got into the grass there, and that cost him at least 2 positions.
Yep. So now he drops behind Hudson. Hudson going to send it on Jarsakrak there.
Right. And Hudson gets Jarsakrak. So
nice
Hudson
move.
now making his moves.
Now Massimino last time by a 104 flat. The leaders in what Paulie was doing before were in the low 103s. So it looks like that PPK Coyote is wounded. The good news, he's got 2 seconds out back, and they're not going any faster than him. Right. But he is down in no man's land and probably something amiss because we're used to seeing Paulie in the number 40 black, white, and orange colors right at the front. And he was marching with Hudson and Jarsakrak towards the front, but something gone wrong here in this heat race for Paulie. Hopefully he can hang on and salvage a top 10, or he'll be put in the pressure cooker zone for Heat 2 to make sure he just makes the main tomorrow because there's 58 of these guys and girls here in medium. Or 55, sorry.
Yep.
The white flag in the air. McKeithen looks back. Amundsen's still there pushing him. And then DeCesaro and Lloyd didn't make up any ground that time. They're going to get a little bit of help as Colin Aitken's starting to go defensive from Hudson Brown. He knows that there's different colors behind him than there were at the start, so they've got to be fast. But Hudson found a hole. Jarsakrak tried to follow. He can't. So Brown will get into the 5th spot. Aitken looked like he hung on to 6th, and he did as they crest the hill. Brady Atwood there looking on in this fight here for the last spot in the top 5. Wow. Down the hill to turn 10. Great charge forward for Hudson Brown. I'm going to guess, looking at, again, the spots up aren't correct, but he's maybe definitely 10. Up around probably 8 to 10.
8 to 10 positions, yeah.
Because he was outside the top 20, if I have to remember right, somewhere around 23rd, 24th or so. So started 12th to charge up into the top 5, 7, 8 spots up, but not a lot of spots forward, but it won't matter. Dylan Amundsen on the last lap stole one away from McKeithen, and he gets the win there in the back. We check back in on the back battle for 5th, but Dylan Amundsen is going to go 2 for 2 in his heat races so far today. Won himself a chain. It's a winner's Saturday for Dylan Amundsen with a last lap move after pushing Christopher McKeithen away nearly the entire race. And in the back hairpins, he gets around him. And Dylan Amundsen is your Heat 1 winner in the the second of the 2 senior medium groups, the even numbers. So congratulations, Dylan Amundsen. Nicely done. McKeithen, DeCesaro, Lloyd, Brown, Aitken, Jarsakrak, Brady Atwood. Paulie hangs on there to 9th with...
you got to give him credit for holding on because something was definitely wrong with Paulie's cart. Jaden Krause right there in the top 10. So a good run. I got to give my grandson credit, get it up to 5th. So that'll give him a good starting position in the next heat and see what he can do. And like I said, you got to be patient and just hang in there, and not many partners for the gold card. So
no, not too many there. He seems to be the lone wolf, at least at the front pointy end of senior medium and senior light. He's doing a great job. And again, in senior medium here with the results coming in from the even and the odd sessions that just wrapped up. Again, Jaden Krause rounded the top 10, like you mentioned. A.J. Roderick, Chase Johnston, Cale Zimmerman, Alex Grenzwig, Owen Mal, the top 15. And then you get closer to that bubble zone of what we imagine will be around 20th is what the estimation looks like. for the top 40 to transfer on points. That's Nick Zobiek in 16th, Lucas Van Kuren 17th, Trenton Frederick, Ben Gaunt, Jack DeLucci there in 20th. He's on the last one that would barely make it through. Peyton Klein, Glenn Hobbs, Stephen Masterson, Chloe McKenzie, and Nico Flactu outside 21st to 25th. Presley Whitney, Jonathan and Drizzy Jr. there rounding them off. Now we've got a nice little a short break in the schedule again. While it is, of course, hot for all of you racers here and all the families and friends and fans and mechanics and teams in the paddock, we do have one heck of a hard-working CKNA officiating crew and the KC broadcast crew. You saw one of our camera guys hustle down the hill to try and run inside, get a little bit of AC, and get themselves a cool drink of water, because there's about 6 minutes until we go back green with Heat 2. Greg built in about 10 minutes in a gap, so we were real darn close to being perfect on the money time-wise through those first round of Heat races. Thankfully, all the drivers did a great job of staying, for the most part, clean. We did see some black and checkers, but nonetheless, it was green all the way from the drop of that first junior Heat race. So there you can see Marcelo making his way over to Dylan Munson. We'll get set to chat with a few of our senior medium drivers. That's the great part of this schedule. We got just enough time to fit in a couple interviews without interrupting our races or going side by side before the juniors down on the grid get ready for their second heat. So perfect for us.
I think first heat, everybody did a good job, no problems. So we'll get ready with the interview for
Dylan. Yeah, so let's get set to send it on down to you. Dylan, I meant to go and get to you when we did our first giveaway of the day. You actually also have a free chain waiting for you. You're the first of our raffle winners, so congrats on that. But I'm sure you're a lot more pumped out about what just happened for both of your opening round heat races.
Yeah, it was luckily, this track's all about luck around here.
Yeah, now talk to me about that last lap. We actually were cutting back and forth from battles, so walk us through the last half of that lap in that heat race with Christopher.
Christopher knew that I didn't have any straightaway at all. I had mostly infield gear, so he blocked on the last corner in the back, and then he went to go block for the left-hander, and he opened up, and I just shoved my nose in there, and that's basically how it happened.
And now this was a note that was brought to me. A shout-out to Matt Del Sol, another one of your Floridians that's watching along and supporting you. Wanted to let me know and make sure to correct me. It's new tubes for you this year with VLR, with TS Racing. You and Colin, I've watched you guys, I've officiated watching you guys work together all over the years in Florida. But talk to me, what has it been like making the transition, getting to work hand-in-hand with all the guys at TS Racing and VLR?
It's great so far. Everything I've liked about it. It took me a little while to get used to the chassis, but now we clearly are there, so we're used to it.
Now, we've been asking, the last question I'll pester you with here is the track conditions. Obviously, sun's still out, still pretty hot, still pretty humid. I'm sure you're a little bit sweaty after all the sessions so far right now. But what has it been doing? Heard from some drivers, started off slick, then kind of came really good in qualifying, then got a bit gripped up in that first heat. Is it starting to slick back off, or are we still stuck to the ground right now?
Oh, no. This track, you only stuck. I've never heard anybody slide here, so you're stuck.
All right. Well, any other adjustments for your thing, or are you going to keep the hot rod as it is and go run it for the second round?
Keep it as it is.
There you go. A calm, cool, and collected Dylan Munson. Dylan, thank you for the time, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. Once again, that's senior medium light group winner and senior light Heat 1 group winner and senior medium Heat 1 group winner, and our first of our 20-plus raffle giveaway winners, Dylan Munson. Now, for those watching along saying, hey, I wanted a chain or I wanted something cool, well, we got a lot bigger prizes. We start small, we end with a big bang, and that is all going to happen. The rest of our raffle giveaways, we're going to make sure that we're really prepared for those for all of you watching along online and those in the paddock. So all of the rest of our raffle giveaways, all 20-plus, here this weekend for the CKNA Summer Nationals. We will give away during warm-ups, the last chance qualifiers, and the regular session warm-ups tomorrow morning. So whether or not you're in the LCQs, folks, make sure you get to the paddock nice and early to watch the racing and listen and hear if maybe you won something. So that's all going to be happening early tomorrow, Dave. And, well, that's, of course, one of the most fun parts of these CKNA events, because sometimes you don't end up winning on the racetrack. Again, we've only got 9 classes. We're only going to have 9 super happy drivers with a win on Sunday. But hey, if you show up, if you're an enter driver, you've got a chance to win something.
I'll tell you what, it might be a lot of fun to win it, but it's even more fun. I get to buy them.
Yeah,
I was out there. I spent the money.
Oh yeah, nothing's better than running Greg's credit card. You still got that thing on you?
No.
Oh.
Actually, Greg and I went together.
Oh,
so, yeah.
You got babysat. He doesn't trust you with his credit card, does he, Dave?
No, it was more I was babysitting him, to be perfectly honest. Yeah.
Trying to keep him from spending all the series away.
You know what? We go broke. I'm out of a job. So, yeah.
Fair enough, Dave. So, but yeah, such a cool aspect of the CKNA events. I mean, that's what Greg has been so adamant with all of the sponsorships with the series, to try and make sure that the drivers feel it, not just indirectly by helping support and be on site and give all of the pieces together to put these events on, but to have that as a real effect all the way down to the drivers. And EK Kart Chains, again, a sponsor of this event, as well as the giveaway, and so many more awesome prizes. I believe we've got a 55-inch TV we're giving away. We've got some crazy cool prizes. That's all going to happen tomorrow morning during the free part of our morning broadcast for warm-ups, last chance qualifiers, and regular class main event session warm-ups Sunday morning. So if you're looking for your prize or wanting to make sure you listen, again, you don't need to. The nice part as well, we've got our nice little box with all the names. There's no raffle tickets. You don't need to remember your number. Just remember your name.
Yep.
And
if you know your own name, and if we can pronounce it.
Well, yeah, that's always a little tricky too. But that's on us. That's not on them, thankfully. But yeah, so moments away from getting ready for our juniors to kick off the second round of heat races. Let's take a quick commercial break, and when we return, the first of the two junior groups will be headed onto the racetrack for more action. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the inaugural CKNA Summer Nationals from Pittsburgh. We'll be right back. Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Heat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
All right, we're getting ready for our final heats here at the Cup Karts North America 2024 Summer Nationals. And we'll start off with the junior, what is that? Yep, junior odd.
I'm muted. There we go. Junior odd, then junior even. Once again, these are 8-lap heats, Tony.
Right.
These are all 8-lap heats. Junior odd, junior even, legends, senior heavy, cadet, senior light odd, senior light even, kid karts, which will only be 6 laps, sportsman, masters, senior medium odd, and senior medium even. I think that's 12 races, I think, and we have our junior odd on the track right now.
And that'll wrap up racing for today, and then we'll be back tomorrow with our what we call LCQs for to try to people the kart to make the main, and our main features. So tomorrow, wherever they finish is where they finish for the day.
Yes, which I'm used to. That's our normal format.
Right,
yeah,
right.
That throws me off a little bit. Right. LCQs tomorrow. We've got the warm-ups at 8:30. I don't think we're broadcasting that. But we've got LCQs themselves for senior light, junior, and senior medium are all 10 laps long. And then we'll have the warm-ups for the main events at 10 a.m. And the main events 15 laps long at 11:30, except kid karts will be 10 laps long. But that starts at 11:30.
Okay.
And that will be, you'll have to pay the $9.99. Just pay it now, be done with it.
Yeah,
and
get on
and you can
Kart
watch
Chaser.
it right through. Yeah, get on Kart Chaser.
Okay.
No start, no start, no start. Jason Burgess is not happy.
You didn't like that start, right? So you put them off, yellow flag. Now, they won't go around the whole track. They'll go around the tri-oval. There is a tri-oval here, and one of the Dan Slosser, who runs the club here, said, hey, on our website we put up like some of the old races, and he said there was an oval race here, and he goes, we heard you announce it, which I very rarely did oval, but I was called in because either that announcer couldn't make it that day or something. And I said, he said, yeah, we recognize that voice.
Sure.
So once again, the New York,
Minnesota
connection.
And Jason's up on his perch.
And
we're green, go, go, go. And who gets up front?
It's Isaac Malkiewicz.
Malkiewicz? Okay.
Number
75, I believe you're right. Yep, there it is.
Malkiewicz. He's not there yet, but, I mean, he's out front, but now I think he's pretty much locked it in.
Yeah. And he's not pulling away yet. Well, no, he started.
But he's locked it in. He was getting a little challenge there, but now he's locked it in. But, yeah, anything could happen. Is that Holden Harder in second, trying to
Logically, it would be, yes.
Yeah, trying to get around him.
Yeah, let's see them down the hill for the first time if we can ID them all. So Sam Tutwiler looks to be in second. He's got that bright lime green, number 9.
That is Sam
great
Tutwiler.
start from third, and it does look like Holden Harder on the red and white Beer Art there, the 57. He's gotten into P3 from second on the grid, so just dropped in, only lost one spot as Malkut leads the field over to the bus stop.
Yep.
And we'll go 1 lap complete. 7 laps to go here for Junior Heat 2 in the odd-numbered group. And Isaac Malkiewicz, again, our Heat 1 winner, started for pole here for Heat 2. Looking good. Big lap out of Tutwiler. Further back here, we'll pull the rest of them up as they continue to cycle on by down to turn number 3. And a couple moves made. There's one. Grady Kronick losing a spot to Prevail Perkins. He gets on by. That is for the 5th position. Lucas Theck right there has started to latch on to the top 3 to make it 4. So the pack has split at 5th place, it looks like. About a second or so back to the Magic Kart of Prevail Perkins, another one of those bright white, blue, and orange Magic Karts here this weekend, like Ruben Greer, who we saw earlier on in the Cadet class.
Cadet class.
Yes, and of course, Isaac Malkut in the bright blue Steel Motorsports Ricardo kart still showing the way, and now fellow same chassis, different colors, Beer Art, Ricardo kart. It's Holden Harder now into second. Sam Tutwiler has faded down to third, and they'll climb the curving again. Lucas Theck on the PPK Coyote made up a bunch of spots in his opening heat to claw into the top 5, and now the 52 is on the charge towards the top 3, and the next group behind even more on the charge. Big lap out of Prevail Perkins, and that entire pack back to 9th place.
Yeah, Chronic, Klein, Wakefield, Barks. That's all the way back to 9th, and they're running tight.
Yeah, but then they just mixed it up there in 3. Look at Barkus, Wakefield side by side. Jordan Klein there in the mix gets a little bit of a gap as Barkus picks up 2 spots in 2 corners, and falling to the wayside, unfortunately, is the 42 of Grady Kronick. He now drops back to what looks to be about maybe 9th. And Beckham Lewis, I think, might have just gotten into the back of that train as well, intent to make it all the way back from 5th to 10th place. But up front, still a 3-car break. Lucas Theck was gaining. He's faded a little bit now. He needs some more passing for the lead, but all the passing is going on right where our camera is right here. This is 5th on back as we follow Wakefield Sodi coming out of 13.
Back there in 8th place, Wakefield turned purple that time by a 103.752.
Yeah, that was a great lap for Chris. Now, this lap won't be good because he was making passes and battling, so the packs will open up, and indeed, the fast laps go back the way of the top 3. But now that they've kind of shuffled and since reset, let's see if they can stay single file and go back to making up ground on the leaders, because Prevail Perkins was making up a lot, but then the last lap didn't make up so much. They still could at least easily get to Lucas Theck because he's got no drafting help out front or out back right now. He's in no man's land in the 4th spot.
And Mel Hewitt.
Yeah, continuing
Yep,
to lead
up front,
here
yep.
with this group further back. And again, that's Perkins, Jordan Klein, then Barkis, then Wakefield. And up front, you can see Malkiut and Harder are just pushing further and further away. They've even pulled a little bit away from Sam Tutwiler now. So the number 9 is starting to fade off the top 2. And this is a repeat of their opening heat race where Holden Harder and Isaac Malkiut linked up and drove away. And they're doing the exact same thing. Another big lap out of both of them, opening up the throttle here to a full second back to 3rd.
And that opens up the race for 5th with Prevail Perkins in 5th. Jordan Klein right there in 6th. Carter Barkis in 7th. Wakefield in 8th. Chronic in 9th. And Lewis in 10th. But I'd say we got a race for 5th going on here. And a good run by Jordan Klein. I know she had some problems in the last race. Now going up 2 positions, getting into that 6th place. Could she get by Prevail Perkins? We'll have to see.
Jordan Klein's got much better this year than
Yes.
in years past. She's improved dramatically.
Yeah, so cool to see the progression over the years, right? You got
Yep.
Dave, you get to see it pretty
Dave
much every
sees it.
step of the way at all of the CKNA events across the tour of the U.S. and Canada. And you've been the voice. You've watched all these young drivers progress and get better, and there's nothing cooler than seeing them get their first podium, their first win, their first pole award. It might be this weekend for Jordan Klein. She'll have to find a little more because Isaac Malkiut and Holden Harder are setting a really strong benchmark right now, but she's still working right now nicely with Prevail Perkins. You can see those two have pulled away from the 4-car pack led by Wakefield behind, and they're making up a lot of ground to Lucas Theck. Lucas is going to come under fire here pretty soon.
Yeah, it could be a battle for 4th. Right now I said it was a battle for 5th, but they're working together, Jordan Klein and Perkins. Perkins in that 5th spot, Lucas Theck in that 4th spot, and as Xander said, they're starting to close in on that 4th place position. Meanwhile, Malkiut and Harder, they've pulled away just the way they did in that first heat. So there could be a race there for 1st, but no other body battling. Sam Tutwiler, who started off pretty strong, has faded back, but he's still holding on to 3rd. And Lucas Theck in 4th, which we're saying it could be Klein and Perkins coming up and challenging Theck for that 3rd place, and we could have a race, for 4th place. I don't know if they can catch Tutwiler, though, after that.
Yeah, it'll be tough. Now that Sam Tutwiler's lost the draft of the top 2, his lap times have faded just like Lucas's, as now Lucas comes under pressure. Prevail to the inside. Jordan trying to follow. That's Coyote versus Coyote, I believe, for Jordan versus, and again, Theck just couldn't get a gap down low. Had to go behind Wakefield, who tried to go by and climb, but quickly Christopher tucked back in. Smart move by Christopher Wakefield to realize, all right, that move didn't work. I don't want to get trapped on the outside because there's a lot more fast guys behind me that could put me all the way back 4 or 5 spots in just a couple corners. So he tucks in, and we've still got only a lap and a half to go. Last time in Heat 1, Holden Harder just pushed Isaac Malkiut to the win and stayed in line the entire way. Let's see if he does the same, while at the same time, Tutwiler trying to run out the clock there in 3rd before this pack swallows him whole, as Lucas Theck now is thrown to the wayside. He'll lose 2 more spots. And Wakefield almost went side by side with Jordan Klein going up the hill, but he did not. So white flag in the air from Jason.
There's your 2 leaders. They are bumper to bumper, Malkiut and Harder. And I don't know if Harder's going to try to make a change, move on him.
He
does.
Well, there
he
it is.
does.
Yeah, and he makes
but
it.
It
the script.
Oh, yeah, man, I tell you, he squeezed that one in there.
That was beautiful, actually.
Yeah, textbook from Holden Harder. So
Yep.
for the first time today, the 57 leads in the closing stages of a heat race, and Malkuit goes on the back foot. Let's see, how hard does Ike want to fight for the win? Again, there's no championship, so the points in the heats don't matter. It's just the starting spot for the main, and yes, it does feel good for the confidence to win both, but he might, depending on what happens in the next heat race, still end up with the pole for the main if he ends up second, but he doesn't know that as of this second. He still hasn't pulled out to make a move yet. Out of 13, he'll have a run, though. Holden knows it. He checked back, and it's all blue and white to the bus stop for the final time. Can Malkuit set him up for a big run to the line? They're going to go side by side in drag race. Give it to Holden Harder.
Yep, Holden Harder took it. Malkuit in second. Tutwiler is able to hold on to third.
Look at this run, the Coyotes.
Two
Thek hangs on.
And Thek gets that fourth place. Barkas gets fifth. Lewis gets sixth. Wakefield gets seventh. Man, Grady Chronic in eighth. Eva Blem in ninth. What happened to Klein?
Yeah, something on that last lap to Jordan Klein. We'll see if maybe she went off in the back. Jordan's dropped all the way to the rear, did not finish.
Yeah,
Heartbreak
something.
for the 7.16 of Jordan Klein. Running inside the top 10. Don't know where at all she went off, but obviously did not finish that last lap as we were following the leaders. Might have actually happened on the front side, as I don't see any carts off to the wayside in these back hairpins.
No.
Maybe over in the infield on the last lap where things go from two wide to single file very fast in those infield S's. And oh no, this is down by turn one. That's Prevail Perkins on the Magic, and that's Jordan. So they went off in the very first turn at the end of the last lap. And yeah, you can see the snap tie rod. Nothing Jordan could do. That race done instantly when the tie rods snap off.
Wow. Yep.
Both. No, must have nosed into the wall of some kind. Both tie rods
And
snapped.
I don't see Jordan.
No. Hopefully she is okay.
Yeah.
Looks like they've, if they're clearing the carts this quick and the way that they're moving around with on the grid, we'll be good to go for the next heat. So no delay for any extra medical checks, which means that the second half of our juniors are ready to go. How about it down on the grid? Cade Yeager there on your screen on the inside in the PPK Coyote 64, and Capolongo with a great run this weekend so far here in junior in the even group. Nicholas Capolongo rolling off on the outside row one. Gave us a little wave there to the cameras. He's in good spirits, as he should be.
Yeah.
Starting on the front row.
Two Coyotes right up
heat.
front.
Yeah, great stuff. So another one of the PPK Coyotes there. You can see the precision kind of rubbed off a little on the side pod. So.
I see it. So both of them precision.
Out of John's tent.
Yep.
Yeah. Then back to row two. It should be Shane Smith on the inside, Hudson Jack Erlin in the Steel Motorsports Kubica cart.
He's been running hard.
He led some laps in that opening heat. This, again, while that first group was tame up front, Malkuit and Harder, this time they put on a little show for us on the last lap. The second junior group, the even guys and girls, well, they were racing from the drop of the green in that first round of heat race. We can remember that far back. It was 6, 7, 8 deep, all trading spots. It was wild here. Will Wilkie, J.J. O'Neill start on row 3. Colton Guier and Jacob Scheible, row 4. Levi Getz and Nathan Dupuis, row 5. Max Mokaram and Ryan Curl on row 6. Hudson Williams, Gabriel Payne, row 7. Tristan Searle and Anthony Lewis on row 8. Ricky Davis and Trevor King, row 9. Adriano Iannuzzi and Matthew Holland, row 10. Kellen Weiss, Aston Driggers, row 11. Joseph Shepard and Eric Hubert on row 12. And then Connor Morris did not turn a lap. I don't know if we'll see him on the grid of the 25, potentially 24 juniors, but still they've got to be careful because, again, the bottom, half of the field, the bottom quarter really, the bottom 10 in total will have to go to the last chance qualifier to fight for a starting spot in tomorrow's main event. Only the top 4 will make it out to make it a 44-cart junior grid. For now, though, it's about the 24 on the racetrack with Cade Yeager and Nicholas Capolongo getting ready to bring us to green.
Shane Smith with the low-key racing.
I believe so.
Sodi.
Yeah. Sounds right. Yeah, with the Sodi. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Shane Smith on the black, white, and orange Sodi there, lining up third. Another one of the Sodi Racing USA low-key racing entries that have done really well this weekend. Started with just Christopher Wakefield. Now there's 14 of them from what we can count, and maybe more.
Maybe more.
Here we go. Dave?
And we are yellow. No start, no start, no start.
Oh, so Jason
like
Burgess did not like the way that one looked coming to him. Either they fired off a bit too quick, or there was definitely some movement back down the lane. So maybe a couple drivers were getting a bit too antsy beyond the first few rows of wanting to get this final heat race of the day for them started.
And CKNA does watch that very close, those tram lines, and they do film this every start. And they do discuss it and hand out severe penalties for tram line violations. So they're going to watch it really close. Cade Yeager gets to dictate the start.
Here we go, because they just go around the tri-oval and they're set up.
Yeah, so they're going to
and we're watching Jason
come
again,
back
watching
around.
that right hand, and he says, green, 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 go, go, go.
Yeah, there we go. So we're back
Cade
underway.
Yeager gets a good start.
Good stuff from
Pole
Cade
sitter.
Yeager. Good stuff as well from Capilongo. He's still alongside over to turn number 3. Going to go side by side, though, and a great start from Hudson Jack Erlin to get through. Is there 3 wide further back? Really 3 wide, about 3 or 4 rows deep. It's amazing the whole field survived turn 3, but they're still not done yet. Yeah, crazy stuff there through the S's for sure. Single file for the leaders. They'll climb the hill. Cade Yeager over Nicholas Capilongo. He was able to hold off Hudson Jack Erlin on that charge for the moment. Over to turn number 10 we go, and dropping down the hill into the hairpin. About 7 or 8 in the single file train at the front of the field. J.J. O'Neill, he's on that blue and black nitro cart in the 92 in 4th. And we'll watch the rest. Shane Smith looks like he's faded to the 6th position. Maybe a good start from Will Wilkie in 6th. We'll have to see it as Nathan Dupuis, another march forward for the Canadian. He got well up into the main group, then got shuffled back down to 10th at the end of the first race. He's now looking pretty good at the end of this opening lap, as little defending from JJ, but it's Wilkie indeed 5th, Smith 6th, Dupuis 7th, and then you have Maximo Karam and Jacob Scheible along with Guier and Levi Getz your top 10, but that's going to change with another big pass down in turn 3. To the wayside goes J.J. O'Neill, and up front, Nicholas Capilongo to the lead. So good stuff for him up the hill. 3 carts, kind of that pass for 4th really broke up that pack pretty big, guys. It spaced them out, and there's a little gap to Will Wilkie, but if they stayed single, oh wow, we've got a lot of cars way up the hill.
At least 3.
4 carts.
Maybe 4, yeah.
All off over at the exit at turn number 1. That's a sore sight there. Luckily, all drivers are up, and you can see the only one that's down is the one trying to push his cart back out and continue. But I think the pack's going to get around too quickly, and they may not let them join back in because there's just too much going on in the front of this field to be able to let anyone else have a shot. So another lap completed now. 2 down, 6 laps to go.
Capilongo, Yeager, and Erlin. Hudson Jack.
They're your 3 leaders. I mean, your leader is 228. And that's Nicholas.
Yeah, Nicholas Capilongo, Cade Yeager, Hudson Jack Erlin, Will Wilkie, and more as they go back down the hill here with 2.5 laps complete.
So the 3 of them have pulled away from the 4th and 5th place driver. So the race is for first. Will Wilkie and Shane Smith trying to catch up to that top 3 lead pack. And we'll see if
and Yeager's getting antsy there. He's peeking in on the right side.
Right.
Little bit early, I think, but he likes to be up front all the time.
So now as we cross the line again, how about a big lap from Will Wilkie?
We're saying that he's closing the gap, and he's taking Shane Smith with him.
They have caught right up, completely caught up.
So now we got a battle top 5.
Yeah, all right there. And to the credit as well, I mean, they have dropped the battle for 6th. I mean, it is a ways back for the next group, but check this out. Yeager back to the lead, Capilongo back to 3rd, Hudson Jack Erlin able to follow, and more as they round the S's and go up the hill. Cade Yeager back to the point in the 64 with the Coyotes 1 and 3, the Sodi in 4th, the Beer Art there in 2nd, and right at the end trying to hang on strong is still Will Wilkie, who lost a little bit of ground coming out of the infield last time by.
Yeager wants to be up front there all the time, even with 5 laps to go. He still wants to be up front.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the safest place to be in a pack of this size, right? We've seen how many times guys get shuffled 1, 2, 3 spots back. There's no problem being in 2nd if it's just the 2 of you, but I've always seen it as the safest place to be in a pack that's 3 or more, that's a full party, is the lead. And so Cade Yeager going back to it, leading them. And, yeah, big gap they just pulled over Will Wilkie that time by. Now, Jacob Scheible, here is the next group. They're 6th and 7th. Maximo Karam right behind. Then this group here of 3. That is Levi Getz, Ryan Kierl, and looks to be another one of the Coyotes of Colton Guier there in the 03. They had just gotten by the 200 Levi Getz. He just gets back around Colton. Nathan Dupuis was up at the end of the leaders, and then in all the fighting that broke the packs up and dropped this this group away from the top 10 is back there in 11th on the black and orange Sodi. The Canadian now catching up as they fought amongst the 3 of them. And right on his tail, as well as Dupuis runs in 11th, is Anthony Lewis, who is there. Little gap to Adriano Iannuzzi, but they're going to go side by side again. Levi wants to get his spot back. Yeah. He will. Nice move on Ryan Kierl, and he's going to try and bring more side by side. Kierl and as well Colton Guier up the hill. Guier will bring Dupuis by, and it looks like he'll bring Anthony Lewis by as we check back in with our top 4. They've pulled away nicely. 6th and 7th are pushing up to get to 5th. And then here, the fight for 8th on back. Colton Guier again, turn 1 trying to go by on Levi Getz. Dupuis following. Here they go down the run to 3. There's no room for Levi to get a hold down low. He's going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4 spots in turn 3. There's 2.5 laps to go here in this one here. So the signal given by Jason Burgess at the line means it's go time when the drivers get back around to it. This group, it's felt like it was go time since they dropped the green. Here's another move. That's Dupuis on Guier getting by down the hill at turn 10. So Nathan Dupuis gets back through and begins the recovery march that he had after falling back from his great start. Guier loses another spot. I think that was Anthony Lewis. Anthony Lewis getting through now as well. While it's pairs of 2 with 2 to go. Yeager and Erlin, Capolongo and Smith, 1st through 4th.
So now the top 2 of Yeager and Erlin seemed like they want to put a little bit of a gap between them and Capilano and Smith. And I believe they're achieving that.
Change there for 5th. Change up front for 3rd. Smith gets through for P3 on the Sodi. And Jacob Scheibele and Maximo Karam caught. Looked to the inside, passed, and cleared Will Wilkie. Wilkie on the Kart Republic, it looks like, so is now 5th, moving to 7th as Jacob Scheibele cracks the top 5. Maximo Karam into 6th. And once again, your leaders, lap and a quarter to go. Cade Yeager fading to the bottom a little bit into the hairpins here. Just trying to take away that thought, that opportunity, that gap from Hudson Jack Erlin to send it on the inside. He only went about a lane lower, it looked like, in turn 12. Let's see how low he goes on the front straightaway. White flag in the air. It was a battle in Heat 1. It's been a little bit less in Heat 2, but it's still going to be a fight.
Down,
And there we go. Capolongo looking for 3rd as Erlin goes high and low for the lead. Capolongo back through.
So a good job by Yeager of holding on. I mean, he did, put the protection on in that white flag lap and was able to hold that first place. And you see Erlin still looking to see where he can maybe get a run on him or look for that gap to get in there. But Yeager is definitely holding a tight line. That's what he needs to do in order to win this Heat race. And you see Erlin look on the outside. Can't do it. And they're still, they are running so tight at that point. But now Erlin looking to see where maybe he can get a run. Yeager is going to protect that lead. It's going to be tough. And you see Yeager look back to see where Erlin is, and he's right there. Smith and Capolongo battling it out for that third place. That's where the race is for 3rd and 1st, but it's going to be Yeager winning it. Erlin did his best, but he couldn't do it. He finishes 2nd. Smith gets 3rd. Capolongo gets 4th. Scheibele gets 5th. McAaron gets 6th. Will Wilkie ends up in 7th. He drops 2 positions. He was really moving there for a while. Nathan Dupuis gets 8th, and Colton Guier gets 9th, and Ryan Kierl finish up in the top 10. Anthony Lewis drops to 11th with Levi Getz in 12th. So a good run by Cade Yeager, holding on to that lead, being hard pressed by Jack Erlin. That's really Hudson Jack Erlin. But a great run by those two drivers. Shane Smith holding on to that third place. Capolongo gave him a good run. Jason Shabley was right there also. And so some great racing by these junior drivers.
No, I thought Hudson Jack would try to put a move on Cade Yeager on the last lap, or maybe the last two, but he never really mounted a serious effort. He just kind of peaked just a little bit, but he never tried to advance. And I don't know
never really got.
Maybe he's just thinking better of it. You know, it's smart to start the next race and take a chance on wrecking, or who knows.
Right. So I mean, that like we've been talking all the time. Hey, do you want to lose maybe more than one position and have a pretty good starting position at this point? So stay there and worry about it when it comes to the feature.
Well, the juniors now are done for the day, but that doesn't mean racing is done, folks.
Yep.
We've still got plenty more, but a lot of track cleanup is headed our way after the second group, the even-numbered qualifiers for the junior class are complete. And I'm sure that's going to have all the officials here, Chris Olds, Keith Champagne, and the entire CKNA team, not just clear the racetrack, but make sure that they caught everything. There's a lot going on all the way through those first two heat races. So we'll give them a few moments here. We'll step away once again, come back with some more. It is time for the crazy old men, the legends, to get after it.
Crazy old men, I love that.
When we return.
At Precision Performance Karting and Brandon Jarthacrack Racing, developing winners is what we do. We're a complete karting program with support, driver coaching, parts, and arrive and drive packages at all levels. Trackhouse, Motorplex Karting Challenge, club races, the CKNA South Division, the CKNA Majors, and a complete in-house ladder program with the BJR to move from 206 club racing to the highest levels of KA and X30 competition in the U.S. If you're ready to learn from industry veteran John Seglin and multi-time U.S. Pro Kart Series champion Brandon Jarthacrack, head over to ppkartingfl.com and contact us today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
All right, we're back with Cup of Karts North America, Kart Chaser in Pittsburgh
Legends
International, the Legends class, yeah. Tony the Toe Cirillo here next to me. I'm Dave Mack. And they're just warming up before they get the green flag, hopefully. Legends class, as Xander Clemens just said a few minutes ago, the crazy old man. Can see the facility is a little bit, I don't know, 50-plus feet of elevation. I don't know. I'm no good at measuring.
Yep. No, there's good elevation here.
Nice long track.
Yep. Again, times similar to Newcastle.
Yep.
With over a minute of a lap time.
Yeah, everything about this whole thing is similar to Newcastle.
And that's why I got out there and told Carters this is a place you want to race before you get to the Grands, so you can see what you need to improve on or make changes or whatever. And plus, the best of the best are here.
Oh, absolutely. We're missing a few. I realize Ryan Cassidy is not here, which really surprised me.
Yeah, he hasn't been traveling. He stays close to home. So we are missing. Well, he would have been a Legends guy.
Right, yeah, different class, but I mean, he's just not, And there's a couple that I know as well. Like I say, we've got 250 of the best.
Yeah.
We'll have 500 to 600 of the best at Grands.
At Grands.
And we are yellow. No start.
Too much bumping around back there.
That's what it was? Bumping?
Yeah,
Okay.
Jason didn't like the way they were still falling into position.
Okay, so he's going to send him around
Right.
The oval, you called it, right?
It's
tri-oval.
They called it a tri. It looks a little like Pocono.
Okay.
It's a tri-oval.
So we'll wait for him to come around, see if we get a start this time by.
Yep.
You see a little bit of the pits there. That's the remote lot that you can camp at and whatever. That's why you see a camper sitting there.
No, plenty of room here at Pitt. That was one of the reasons to hold a national race here. It could handle, I would say, 500 carts here.
It certainly handles the
No
250
problem.
we have here.
250, no problem. And let's see.
We are green. Go.
Here we go. The Legends class. Final heat race for them. And it looks like Doc Barron quickly goes into the lead.
Doc up front? Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe. Okay,
Doc
good.
up front.
Way to go.
What did you-
Dr.
what did-
Todd Barron.
Yeah.
Barron Racing Team is one of our very, very generous sponsors. And Todd and his brother are the Barron Racing Team.
And I think that's J.D. Gunn in the number 14.
Oh, man,
JD's been really doing a good weekend for him. I'm happy for him.
I am too.
He's doing a great job.
JD Gunn out of South Bend, Indiana. He struggled for a while. He doesn't work for Target Distributing.
His
but
wife does.
Everybody he knows does. Yeah.
But JD's been really doing a good job here today. And now up into second place. But meanwhile, Doc is pulling away, so it's a battle for second right now. And Doc Barron on that Mach 1 kart. It's not many around right now, and he's definitely pushing them out there, and people are seeing it doing good. So you might see a few more.
If you like that Mach 1, go talk to Doc Barron, and he's got the U.S. distributor in his pits. They're pitting with him.
So we got J.D. Gunn in second, Ellie Yanko in third, Todd Bolton in fourth, Tim Stiefel in the top five, Jeff Chalmers in sixth, Wayne Haslick in seventh, Tim Connell in eighth. And let me see now.
Always nice to see Wayne Hanslick doing well. He's only raced with us a couple of years.
Yeah.
Only raced karts a couple of years. He started at G&J.
Yep.
I think last year, 2 years ago, maybe.
2 years ago.
Anyway,
yeah,
he's
2 years ago.
He's got a barbecue sauce company called Wiggity Wayne. And it's
very good.
Absolutely, everybody says it's just fantastic. He was kind enough to give me, a barbecue sauce, and I somehow lost it before I got home. But anyway, Wiggity Wayne's, and it's just really good stuff. And he was nice enough to donate a whole basket full of it at the door prizes.
Right. So the battle is for second place, with J.D. Gunn had given it up to Ellie Yanko. J.D. Gunn runs in third, Todd Bolton in fourth. And keep an eye on Bolton, because Todd had a problem in the first heat. He had to go to the back. He had to start in the back of the heat, in time trials, and then moved his way up. And right now, he is battling for that third place.
And he just, he took it
they
and
are,
second.
wow.
First
Man,
and
they
second.
are.
Ellie does not want to give it up.
Oh, I thought the older guys didn't get into it that much, because they know they got to go to work on Monday, So
crazy old men, just like
crazy
Xander said.
What Xander said, they were really bumping and shoving there for a while. So let's pick that up. Of course, Todd Barron had pulled away. Ellie Yanko had pulled up into second, but
and
there was some action going on there when the battle became for second.
And Todd Bolton is just running away in second place.
Well, he's gotten a break. And poor J.D. got dropped back. Yeah. Tim Stiefel got by him. So Stiefel moves up a position. And they are all driving hard for this last heat here. And look at Bolton. Bolton is starting to pull away, and he wants to catch Doc Barron. So we have Todd Barron. He's out in front. Now, right now, no challenge for him, but Todd Bolton has come through the pack, taken second. Ellie Yanko ends up in third. Tim Stiefel with a good move gets into fourth. J.D. Gunn drops all the way back to fifth. J.D. was up in second, battling for the lead, and falls back to fifth place now. So keep an eye on J.D. and see if he can pull back. That's the number 14. A good race going on. Let me see. You can't see the numbers. It gets a little tight here. Yep. I think I see another Mach 1 there. See him?
Yeah, it might be. That would be
That
Doc's teammate.
Is that Jeff Chalmers? Because Wayne Haslick is on a Coyote.
Yeah, he's definitely a Coyote. Yep.
He's Coyote. All right.
And then it should be the halfway flag. Yep, there it is, halfway flag. So 4 down, 4 to go. That's JD now. He looks like, yeah, he's trying to make a move on the inside. And cannot complete
can't do it. So JD falls back to sixth, trying to get by Chalmers. Couldn't do it. Tim Stiefel holds on to that fourth spot. Eli Yanko in third. Todd Bolton, of course, in second. I don't know if he can catch Todd Barron. So we got the Todds up in front.
Yep. Todd and Todd show.
Todd and Todd show here. And there's Tim Stiefel holding on to that fourth spot, doing a good job. Stiefel moved his way up, got into the fourth spot. Now, did we give away 5 podiums or 3? 3?
I believe 5.
5 in the national,
so
right?
5,
That's
yeah.
what I believe. So we could, say Tim Stiefel and Chalmers right now would be podium finishers, but we still got the feature races tomorrow. But meanwhile, up front, Barron is your leader. Bolton in second. I know Bolton trying to. Oh, Barron went purple though that time. So Barron's not going to give it up that easy.
No.
But now Bolton looks like he's in trouble as Eli Yanko starts to get it.
Ellie's
Putting the pressure.
Look, he waved him around.
Oh, maybe there was a black rolled flag or something.
Oh, I wonder.
It might have been a sportsman flag, and Bolton had to let him go to give back the position.
I can't imagine why he'd give it up other than
well,
that.
he did give it up. Let's
yeah.
face it.
He waved him by, so yeah.
So he waved him by, but now it's back to racing.
No, it should be, yeah.
So Yanko moves into second. Bolton drops to third. Stiefel holding on to fourth. Jeff Chalmers in fifth. J.D. Gunn in sixth. Wayne Haslick in seventh. Tim Connell in eighth. In ninth, Thomas Fritz. And in 10th, Michael Golan. So those are your top 10 legend drivers. Meanwhile, leading that pack, Eli Yanko.
Ellie in third, yep.
In third, right.
So, yeah, Tony and I cannot see the flag band. We can't see the front of the flag band.
There we go. That's Bolton now.
There's Bolton, yep.
Yep.
Two
He took the third spot, or second spot, I should say. Bolton got the third spot. Yanko in third. Stiefel in fourth. Chalmers in fifth. J.D. Gunn in sixth. So now Bolton.
And that's it then. You go way back before you get any more.
Right. And meanwhile, Todd Barron out front. He's your leader. Number 11, Todd Barron, your leader, but the race is for second. The number 22 with Todd Bolton is doing battle with the number 470 of Eli Yanko. Yanko, of course, out of Canada. Todd Bolton had to make up a lot of positions from time trials to the first heat to the second heat here, and he's done a good job. And right now, Bolton in that second place, but not catching Todd Barron. Barron is your leader. And you got the number 2 of Jeff Chalmers. That is the other Mach 1 out there, the number 2. And you see him in your on your screen.
Dr. Todd is so far ahead. He looks like he's insurmountable. There you can
Dr.
see him way off in the
He's not even in the
background
picture here. So we have to tell you, Todd Barron's your leader, number 11. Todd Bolton in second, number 22. Eli Yanko right there. White flag is out. Tim Stiefel in fourth. Again, being pressed by the number 2 of Jeff Chalmers, who's on another Mach 1, which your leader's on a Mach 1. So Todd doing some good job getting those Mach 1s out there and getting them into the top 5. J.D. Gunn runs in sixth in his CRG, Camp Chaos. He's out of Camp Chaos, and he's done a great job this weekend. Tough break right now running in that sixth spot. Tim Connell in seventh, Wayne Haslick in eighth, Thomas Fritz in ninth, Michael Golan in the top 10. Let's go back. Todd Barron is your leader. There you see the number 2 of Jeff Chalmers He's in at 5th place position. So that's where I asked Dave, I believe because it's a national, top 5 get the podiums, not a top 3. It's a top 5 for the podiums. Tim Stiefel doing a good job of holding on to that 4th place.
Yeah, good for Tim.
And if he can hold it, that's where he'll start on the second row.
Yep.
And there's the checker. No
There's
problem
Doc.
for Doc.
Doc
for the
wins
Doc.
easily.
And Bolton does wrap
Bolton
up second with no problem. And Yanko gets 3rd. Stiefel ends up in 4th. Like I said, second row starting position for him. Chalmers in 5th. J.D. Gunn 6th. Tim Connell in 7th. Wayne Haslick in 8th. Thomas Fritz in 9th. Michael Golan in your top 10. We got somebody out, the number 126.
Brian
Donati sitting on the side. So a tough break for Brian Donati.
J.D. Gunn, who finished 6th on his very last lap, turned purple.
J.D. poured it on, but a little too late.
Yeah. Should have done that 8 laps earlier, J.D.
No, J.D. has been fast today. He's doing a great job out there. So good to see J.D. up at the front. Right now, just off the podium by 1 position, but he gets a second row starting position for the heat races tomorrow. Got a yellow flag out over here. And that is, like
Donati,
I said, the number 122nd, Donati. Yep. I'll give it
Not sure what happened. We can't. We're watching the studio. We're watching one screen, so
right.
we can't see. Like if we were looking out a
Man,
window,
it
like we
looks like
normally
his
do.
cart is trapped.
Yeah, I think
trying to pull it out.
I think that grass is fairly deep out there too. I've seen a
Yeah.
number of people having trouble getting their carts out.
Yep. He got it. He got it. So Donati gets out of the weeds.
I had to laugh. One of our corner workers, we brought him up from Florida, I think, Oliver out there. He's, you know, the cart is stuck right way in the grass. And instead of the driver helping him, the driver gets in and sits down, and Oliver has to push the cart and the driver sitting in it all the way through the grass. And he did it just fine. He must be really strong. But I laughed. I thought that, you know, the least the driver could do is get out and, you know, lighten the load.
Here comes Doc. You see Doc rolling off the scales.
Oh, sure. He appears to be happy. He must have made weight.
Now, people don't know how old Doc is.
No, he's I mean, he's really close to my age. I'm almost 66.
No, I think he's 70.
No, he's
No?
No, it's real close to me.
I think
within a year of
then
me.
was he lying to me or what?
Yeah. But he's unbelievably accomplished.
He's in
the
some
premier
shape.
gastrointestinal doctor in the world.
Mayo Clinic, right?
He was at the Mayo for many years. Now
Yeah.
he's in North Carolina.
Okay.
But yeah, he's a really big deal. He's beyond being a doctor or a surgeon.
Yeah.
He's a teacher now, a teaching surgeon. Yeah, he's a really big.
Great guy too.
Yeah. He gives me a new joke or two every weekend. He gave me a couple yesterday, but they were both over my head.
Oh, okay.
I didn't get them. I got them, but it took me a while, and I thought, no, I can't repeat that because most people are just like me. They're going to struggle with it.
So now we got the heavy group, first group, right?
Looks like senior heavy only group.
Oh, it's only one group.
Yep. Senior heavy.
Senior heavy, one group.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got, in no particular order, we've got Ben Gaunt out there, Ryan Miller, Matt Lyda, Owen Lloyd, Colin Aiken, Eric Fagan, Mark Steele, Ronnie Kleiss, Rice Frank, Nicholas Kiefer, Wicked Nick Sobiak, Owen Maul. Okay, I'm gonna get that one right by the end
It's
of the
okay.
year.
I can't get them. I don't get any of them.
Christopher
right
Oran, Jack Sukina, Cody Svoboda, William Lessig, Huntington Bolton. That's the son of the father that was just out there.
That's right.
Bolton. Travis Manning, Christopher Mitchell, Caleb Viska, Ryan Sporowski, Katie McDaniel, Chase St. Clair, Peyton Klein.
I think Viska's with Kart Tracer.
Yeah, yes, he is. Yeah.
Yep.
Justin Wishart.
Oh, we got somebody got a problem.
Oh, we got trouble. He's trying to restart.
Uh-oh.
And it is not running.
He was one of your top drivers, too, I believe.
Linus Gugino.
Did he get it?
He's sitting. Oh, he's still pulling it. Oh, you got it.
You got it.
I think he may be late on the
But
start.
I see him pulling back on his throttle linkage on the side. I hope it didn't break off, and he's driving it. Nope, it must be good.
That wasn't Ronnie Kleiss, I hope.
It's somebody from that is further up front. That's for
yeah,
sure.
and Jason's going to send him around again. So
yeah,
he
they're
has a
waiting
chance.
for him. Didn't see his number. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure who that was, but
yeah, got a good field here of senior heavies.
Yeah, what are we? We're it looks like about 27.
Yeah,
27 entries.
there he goes. He's moving up.
Oh, good. He got his spot back.
Well, he's
Hate
yeah.
to see something. Yeah,
Nope,
he
they're
was
not
right
gonna-
up front.
They're not going to start it again, I don't think.
Well,
Maybe he got back in. Jason might like
we're
him.
watching Jason. Jason says, "Green, green, green, go, go, go!" And I believe that's Owen Lloyd.
Yeah, Owen Lloyd,
Yeah.
of course. That red, Owen. And Owen is
Oh,
pretty good at
yeah,
holding
people-
on and making sure he doesn't get shut out. And he holds that lead. The battle for second, I think, finally gets settled in.
So Owen Lloyd out about a cart length and a half ahead of second
Already,
place.
yeah.
Maybe 2 cart lengths now. And he's on a run. He is definitely moving. Now they're going in a downhill direction. Right after they start, after turn 1, they kind of go uphill, and then it's kind of a constant downhill after that. And they do disappear. The only place we can see them is on TV here. We can't see them from our viewpoint.
Right.
In fact, nobody can. Anybody in the pits can't see them.
Right,
They
here
go
we
by
go.
the hill.
So Owen Lloyd out in
Yep.
front. That was Eric Fagan in second. Aitken in third. Steele in fourth. Ronnie Cleese in fifth. Bryce Frank in sixth. Nick Sobiak up in seventh. Owen Mall in eighth. Nicholas Kiefer in ninth. And Christopher Horan in the top 10. Meanwhile, Owen Lloyd, he's always somebody to beat at any race. And right now, running on his MGM in front. So MGM's got 2 up front, Lloyd and Fagan.
And I think Mark Steele got ahead of Colin Aiken, so Mark Steele
Oh,
up to
yeah.
third. Aiken back and forth.
Mark Steele on the Burrell Art, and then you have Colin Aiken on the VLR. So, like I said, this is a race where engine builders, kart manufacturers, they're all here and trying to get their product up front.
Sure.
And right now, I mean, MGM doing a pretty good job. Of course, Coyote with the most carts here, also doing a good job.
Yeah, Coyote in our completely unscientific poll looks
Right.
like they have about twice as many carts
Right.
as the next
one,
brand.
yeah. Which MGM falls into the second category, I would say, with volume of carts entered here. And Sadi, big time with, Sadi's up there with at least the third largest entry of carts.
We don't run into them so much around the country as we do here. They have a much stronger presence
I
here.
think
in
because they're
these.
out of Maryland or
Yeah.
something. Well, the distributor. So Owen Lloyd trying to hold on. Man, Fagan getting pushed back. So Fagan loses a couple
is that him
positions.
back and forth
Yeah,
there?
he
Wow.
dropped. He was in second. He dropped back to fourth, I believe, at this point.
So I think that's Steele in second.
And Steele in second.
Aiken
in third.
And then
Fagan in fourth.
Okay.
And Fagan was up there, but he dropped back to fourth. Steele doing a good job, and you don't ever count out Steele. Let's pick it up. It is still Owen Lloyd, Mark Steele in second, Aiken in third, Fagan in fourth, Ronnie Cleese in fifth, Bryce Frank in sixth, Sobiak in seventh, Owen Mall in eighth, Nicholas Kiefer in ninth, Christopher Horan in the top 10. Meanwhile, your leader, the number 119 of Owen Lloyd, he's out in front, but Mark Steele in the number 34, Steele Motorsports, on the Burrell Art in second, but being hard pressed by the number 11 of Colin Aiken. Aiken right on his back bumper, VLR right on his back bumper, trying to push him up to catch Owen Lloyd, so this way they can have a 3-way battle for the lead. Meanwhile, now Owen Lloyd's got us about 2 to 3 cart length over Mark Steele. Can Colin Aiken help him catch up to him? Colin Aiken at this point has to make his idea that, hey, I'm not going to pass Steele, but I'm going to get us both up there, and then we'll do battle for that position. And I think Aiken is doing that. Aiken is trying to help him close that gap on Lloyd. You see Lloyd now look over his shoulder, and they're closing in on him. Steele holding on to second, but Aiken doing an excellent job of pushing Steele up. Now Aiken looking like he wants to get by Steele, and I think he does do it. So Steele drops back to third. Colin Aiken gets into that second spot. Now, will he get help? As now Fagan takes on that third spot and gets by Steele. Fagan is famous for pushing somebody up to the front. Let's see if Fagan can help Aiken get up and catch the leader, your leader is the 119 of Owen Lloyd. And we got somebody out into the barrier there. I didn't pick up the number. So a tough break for that driver. But in the meantime, that gives Owen Lloyd the lead, a better lead at this point as they were battling for position. And Colin Aiken now has no one to help him, really, unless Fagan catches up to him and starts pushing him. It looks like we got two carts there, Dave, right?
Yeah, the 19.
And the 107. So here's your leader again. Owen Lloyd out in front. Colin Aiken in second. Eric Fagan there in third. Mark Steele in fourth. Ronnie Cleese in fifth. Nick Sobiak in sixth. Owen Mall in seventh. Kiefer in eighth. Frank in ninth. Horan in 10th. That's your top 10. But meanwhile, Owen Lloyd could be in trouble. He is your leader, number 119, trying to hold off the 11 of Colin Aiken. But Aiken is going to need help from the 175 of Eric Fagan if he wants to catch up to Owen Lloyd and make it a three-way battle for the lead. And let's see what's going on here. The number 34.
The 19
Mark Steele now is in trouble as the 7 of Ronnie Cleese and Nick Sobiak start to push. They want to get into that. They want to get on that podium. They were trying to get by Mark Steele, who's holding on to fourth. So we got a race for fourth and possibly developing a race for the lead.
Mark Steele's going backwards. The two that wrecked, Tony, were 19 Matt Lyda. 107 is Mo Edmondson.
Mo Edmondson. Tough break.
Yeah.
And for Matt Lyda, he races up with us a lot. So Owen Lloyd now has got a good lead because Fagan, I don't know if he's not fast enough to push Aiken to catch up. Fagan's right there, but it doesn't seem to be making up the speed that they need to catch up to Owen Lloyd. They have to team up. And you see the number, I believe that was the 34 of Mark Steele, reach back over maybe he felt he wasn't getting full throttle or something, because he did start to slow down. And right now he's being hard pressed by the number 7 of Ronnie Cleese. So Steele holding on to fourth, but being challenged for that fourth place position by Ronnie Cleese. So we got a race going on for fourth, a race for second possibly, as Colin Aiken holds on to that second place, but Fagan is right there behind him. And unless Fagan can't seem to help him to try to catch your leader, the 119 of Owen Lloyd. Owen Lloyd out in front, he's gone. Nobody near him. The battle is for second, Aiken and Fagan. That's where the battle is.
And it will be white flag next time by the straight.
White flag coming out. And Fagan looking, he does not make the pass on Owen Lloyd. I'm not sure why not, but he just couldn't do it. And you see Owen Lloyd looking behind him to see what's going on. You're there right now on your screen there. Fagan in that right behind Owen Lloyd. Lloyd is in second, Fagan in third. I don't know why.
Aiken in second.
Aiken in second, I'm sorry.
Fagan in third. Owen Lloyd's out front.
I don't know why this. All right. So Mark Steele running in fourth, Ronnie Cleese in fifth. But Fagan just can't seem to get the speed up to try to pass him. And right now, it is still your leader very easily, Owen Lloyd. No problem for Owen Lloyd, 119.
He should come home with the win here. He's
there's no problem for him. He's out there, MGM driver out in front. No problem. Battle for second, maybe.
Aiken second and Eric Fagan third last we saw.
Yeah, Aiken's holding on. Here we go. Checkered flag is
there
out.
It is.
So Owen Lloyd wins it easily.
Win.
Fagan got that second
look
place
at there.
when we didn't see it. So Fagan took on second. Good run by Fagan right there at the last minute.
Aiken comes home third. Mark Steele ends up fourth. He had some kind of issue. I don't know what, but he comes home fourth.
Mark Steele looked like maybe he was having a throttle cable issue or something. Ronnie Cleese gets fifth. Zobiak gets sixth. Owen Mall gets seventh. Nicholas Kiefer eighth. William Lessig in ninth. Bryce Frank in 10th. He gave that. Bryce Frank got that 10th position away from Christopher Horan, who ends up finishing up in 11th. So at the last lap, Fagan makes the move and gets that second place, but they make it a MGM 1-2 finish there. But Owen Lloyd was way out there. No challenge for Owen Lloyd in that first position, as Fagan finally did get into second, but had no chance at taking the lead away. Good battle between him and Colin Aiken. So you see we had a good shot of the scales. Now we're back at the front of the grid. And we got the cadet class getting ready to go out there. Of course, right after cadet, we'll have the senior light. We've got the 2 qualifying classes to go out. So 2 classes of senior light after cadet. Hayden Lawson right there on the front. Magic card, as Xander was mentioning. Sitting on the front also. Sitting on the pole, actually. I think. Cadet. All right, cadet going out onto the track. We'll give you a rundown of, we don't have the order, starting order.
Okay, we've got, in no particular order, we've got the driver, not the lineup, but the driver entries. Joshua Polchlicek, Cole Decker, Miles Brownfield, John Dwyer, Ryder Thompson, William Richard, Jamison Jorda, Ruben Greer, Hayden Lawson, Logan McCloskey, Anthony Ciofani, Jamin Trilly, Harrison Bell, Parker Stewart, Brent Mendoza, Jack Ensel, Reagan Ford Barros, and Drew Schneider is the entry list. Okay. That is not the order.
No, that's not the order. We do not have the starting order. I know Hayden Lawson is up there on the front row.
And this is the cadet class, 8 to 10 years old? Yeah, 8 to 10 years old. So this is one step above kid karts. This is the next next step. I'm not sure what happened there. Somebody came flying over. So we're going to get them all lined up here, and hopefully Jason will give them the green flag. Cadet classes, that's almost like rounding up cats. Kid karts is like rounding up cats. Cadets is the next step above.
All right, let's see.
Got to cross your fingers on this one.
Oh, they were coming pretty fast.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. We'll
they
see what Jason
pretty
says.
Fast.
Jason
we
says
got
yellow, yellow,
out,
yellow.
Right?
No start.
They were coming pretty fast, and somebody's already spun it in the back.
8, 9, and 10 years old, so it's a little bit difficult to rein them in.
So that's Ruben Greer. I believe he's sitting on the pole, the 020.
You're right.
In his magic card. Hayden Lawson outside pole. Logan McCluskey in third. Anthony Ciofani in fourth. Jamin Trilly in fifth. Harrison Bell in sixth. Parker Stewart in seventh. Brent Mendoza in eighth. Drew Schneider in ninth. Cole Decker in the top 10. Jax Ensel in 11th. Joshua Pulchapek in 12th, John Dwyer in 13th, William Richard in 14th, Miles Brownfield in 15th, Ryder Thompson in 16th, Jameson, Gerardo.
And we are green, green, green. Go, go, go.
And so we got to start.
It should be Ruben Greer up front.
See,
He should have the
Ruben
pole, and
Greer,
that should
will
be
he
him up
hold
front.
it? And Ruben Greer does go into the lead, followed quickly by Hayden Lawson, I believe. Hayden right there in second. And they all kind of get through. Looks like a pretty good start. Some of them still side by side trying to settle in. They start to settle in now. And like I said, Ruben Greer in the 020 Magic Kart, your leader, followed by the number 10 of Hayden Lawson. And here comes Greer and Lawson. They are pulling away from the rest of the pack. Right now on your screen, you don't see the there. Now you start to see the third place driver, but a way back there to go to try to catch the two leaders of Greer and Lawson. So we'll pick it up this time when they cross the stripe. So Greer and Lawson pulled away before the first lap is even complete.
Yeah,
so let's get it. So it's McCluskey in third, Anthony Ciafani in fourth, Jamin Trilly in fifth, Parker Stewart in sixth, Jack Ansell in seventh, Schneider in eighth. That's how they cross the start and finish line. And yeah.
After that, Cole Decker, John Dwyer, William Richard, Brent Mendoza, Ryder Thompson, Jameson Jorda, Miles Brownfield, Joshua Pulchlacek, Reagan Ford Barrows, and no start for Harrison Bell, or no time recorded anyway. Your leader, Ruben Greer, number 20. Ruben Greer out front, 020, followed by Hayden Lawson.
Number 10. Hayden Lawson in the number 10. Trying to keep pace with him, and he is keeping pace with him.
Oh, absolutely.
Not making a challenge, though, but keeping pace with him.
And this is 8 laps long. And a couple of the drivers are looking over their shoulders every so slightly.
We were looking at the second place, Logan McCluskey and Anthony Ciafani. That's where the race is for second. Here's the race for the lead with Greer and Lawson out in front.
And it is hot and humid out here if you're watching from home. It's very hot and humid, so
there's your leaders. And here comes your second and third place. Third and fourth. That's McCluskey.
Two
and
carts
Ciafani,
off the track,
and we got
587
out.
74. Try to figure out who that is. 587. 74 is John Dwyer.
Tough
587 is William Richard. So I think William Richard was off last race too, wasn't he?
I don't know, but tough break for Dwyer. Dwyer was running in the top 10, I believe. And it looks like they're not going back.
No.
Looks like they're pulling him in to get him to
Going
safety.
to the infield,
yeah. So they're not going to come back. Your leader, again, you see him on the screen, Ruben Greer in the number 020, followed by the number 10 of Hayden Lawson. Of course, Lawson at a Lawson Speed Shop, and we were talking about the amount of like Coyotes here and MGMs. When you talk about engine builders, Lawson, again, way up there. I mean, so many people running the Lawson engine. Out trumps all the other engine builders right now as far as the amount of engines being distributed by Lawson Speed Shop at this race.
Gary's so honest and stands behind his work, so you absolutely know what you're getting with Gary. So
well, and Gary's been around for such a long time, racing 4-cycle and 2-cycle, but I mean 4-cycle Gold Cup back in the day. Lawson was the champion time and time again, and so his name does carry. And remember, even at Newcastle when he was racing, I mean, he would always be the guy that you'd have to worry about. If you think you're going to win it, Lawson might come back, and right on the last lap, he passes you. So, in the Rock Island winner for many years, I mean, the name just carries so much weight. And so it goes to show you in the Lawson Speed Shop now that he's on his own out of Ohio. Like I said, selling a lot of motors.
Yeah, we used to go through Newcastle when he was there in Greenfield. I think he lived in Greenfield or somewhere. I'm not sure when he worked for Comet. But yeah, he's on his own now back in Ohio.
Yep.
That's where he's from. Gary was a school teacher for many years.
That's right.
And decided to go into this business.
So right now, Greer on that Magic Kart, staying out in front of Lawson, but Lawson keeping pace with him. You see them going around here. They definitely keeping pace. Let's pick up Lawson right there behind him in the number 10. Your leader is the 020, Ruben Greer. Third place, here comes your third place driver. That is the number 2 of Logan McCluskey. And I believe no challenge for Logan there. I think Logan's has broken away in that second place.
And there's 4 down and 4 to go. This is the halfway point now.
We got a good challenge for racing there and a change of position, as you've seen on your screen here, the green and white cart. Oh, that number 11 was doing such a good job, and he just went in and he lost it. It came right around on him. Number 11 was Drew Schneider, and he was looking to move up into the top 10, and he was doing a good job of it, but just lost it. Just went right around on him, and he had to lose that, or lose a lot of positions at this point. Your leader again, you see him up front here, Ruben Greer, followed by the Hayden Lawson in second. And Lawson just keeping pace. Maybe Lawson's going to wait for that white flag to come out and then make his move. Ruben Greer's been driving an excellent race, not making a mistake. But Lawson could be sizing him up to say he knows where he can probably get him. He's feeling him out. Top 2 have pulled away from your third place driver, the number 2 of Logan McCluskey.
Yeah, they shouldn't be in any trouble with third place if they mind their own business.
Here they come across the start-finish line. 2 laps remaining. 2 laps remaining. And you see the distance between them and your third place driver. These are your leaders up front that you're looking at on your screen. That's Greer and Lawson. Still, you're still watching your leader, Greer and Lawson. Lawson not making a move, but now the white flag will be coming out this time around, and we might see some challenge for that position. So, and there goes the number 10. He's starting to look. Hayden Lawson looking to make his move.
That's right, Bobby. We got it.
So trying to make a move. We'll see what happens here. White flag should be out. It is still Greer in the lead. Hayden Lawson in second. Here they come up to the start-finish line. And now you see Greer taking a tight line. Hayden goes on the outside, tries to get a run on him, and Greer might have lost it a little bit there. He got a little sideways, and that's all that maybe going to take for Lawson. So I said Lawson was going to wait, and now Lawson does take the lead as Greer has to drop back into second. Greer coming right back on him, but I don't know. Lawson's now going to play. He's going to do the protection. So a great drive by Hayden Lawson. Lawson pulls into the lead with Greer right there in second. And Greer right on his back bumper. You know, Hayden Lawson's going to, and there goes Greer. What a move by Greer. Now they're coming up on a lap. They're coming up on a lap cart. And in the National, you saw the lap cart get the black flag, which means he has to pull off, and I guess he did. And so a side-by-side battle. Greer comes back to the lead.
And Lawson.
Oh, Greer and Lawson now still side-by-side. A drag race down the front. Let's see what happens. Lawson tries to get in there, and he does take the lead again. They're going to come around for the last turn here. Here they go. Hayden Lawson. Will he do it? Let's see. I believe he just got it by inches. Hayden Lawson wins it with Ruben Greer in second, but the black flag is out. So it's not official, but right now Ruben Greer crossed in second, McCluskey in third, Anthony Trefani in fourth, Trilly in fifth. In sixth, it was Parker Stewart. In seventh, Ryder Thompson, Colin Coldecker in eighth, Miles Brownfield in ninth, and Brent Mendoza in the top 10.
All right, congratulations, Lawson. Hey, I got a housekeeping duty here. I guess we're going to open up tire scanning again for rain tires only for tomorrow till 6 p.m. 6 or 6:30, I can't remember. We'll say 6 o'clock. So tire scanning will open up for rain tires only for tomorrow. They're expecting rain. Sorry to the worldwide audience. That's a local deal, but we couldn't just do it locally apparently. So.
All right, so they have to clear up the track. We had, I think, a few carts out, so they're clearing up the track before we go into senior light, which is going to be, this is a big class, and it's going to be 2 of them.
Senior light odd only. Yeah, Tony.
Yeah, odd only first, right. So the odd numbers first.
Yep.
And I see a steel mark.
We've got Tyler Coleshorn out there, and this is no particular order. Tyler Coleshorn, Brody Clary, Dylan Amundsen, Ian Quinn.
Ian Quinn sitting on the outside pole there, and
Brandon Jarsokrak.
And yeah,
Caleb Gafara, Tristan Altman, Christopher McKeithen. And these names are not in order, so just keep in mind. Yeah. Hudson Brown, Jaden Krause, Kelvin Zing, Josie Chambers, Colin Aiken, Addison Ianello, Alex Passarino, Eric Goldstein, Massimo Sinceri, Dylan Davidson, Ethan Gray, Nagasa Yoshikawa, Phil Wynn, Braden Robertson, Aiden Hatcher, Matthew Frost, Garrett Chrome, Jason Pica or Pica. What is it again, Tony?
Yeah, DJ Red, Pica.
Pica, okay.
Jason Pica.
DJ Red. I like that better, yeah. Emily DeMaster is going to be out there. Jamie Stropko, the 4th, and Eli Warren.
Yep. So we said we got Ian Quinn sitting there. I believe it's the 136 of Dylan Amston sitting on the pole. Oh. All right.
Okay, so we've got our broadcast back.
Lost a little bit there, but we're
everybody
back.
Panicked here. There's multiple heart attacks at the whole broadcast studio here.
When we were here once before, we had a total blackout.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
We had to
major
run the cable down to the pits and get somebody to pull a generator over to get us going. So we just lost everything there for a couple seconds. A little scary, but we're back. There they go.
In here.
Odd numbers.
Odd only. Yep.
Senior light. And Race Select said this was one of the most competitive classes.
Senior light, you're absolutely right. I said it was the most
competitive
stacked
class.
kart race in history.
Right, in history, right, with all the champions,
strongest,
top drivers in it. So this is the class that bragging rights are going to be big.
Oh, my goodness.
For everybody, the winner, the chassis, the engine.
Yeah, keep that in mind. If there's any chassis or engine people that aren't here, and I can't imagine why you wouldn't be here.
Wouldn't be here, right?
If you're watching at home, I would highly use this to your advantage. If your driver wins, your engine wins or your chassis wins, I would have all kinds of TV commercials and stuff. This is kind of a big deal.
Yep. As Xander was saying, it's spec racing. It's so controlled. So it's so tight, and if you can win it against the names that are in here, you're excellent. It's just one of those things. And if you're running in 20th, believe me, you're learning a lot. You're learning a lot.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't feel bad that you went home, but you could say you ran the SummerNationals at Pitt International Raceway in the 2024 season.
And that's what Greg Jasperson says. He says, come on out and race with us. He said,
right.
If you're, it don't matter where you're running. If you're in the, like 20th, just like you said, Tony, 25th, whatever, you got people around you that you're racing against. It's not everybody's up front and you're back.
You're racing.
Everybody's there. So.
Yeah, if you're in 20th, you're racing for 19th position.
Yeah, so we'll see as we get set to go green. Howdy, boys. How are you doing?
Good to have you.
We got a new member of the crew here. Nice to have you, man.
Yeah. Well, Dave Mack, I'll give you the honors as always as we get set to go green for the senior light.
Okay,
Heat
I'm
race
saying
number
we're going the first time. There we are. Green, go, go, go. Oh, my goodness.
Look at that. 704 just pulls right out.
Yes.
That is Caleb Gafara trying to make a quick move on the start, and that I don't know what that was about, but it might have helped him. And there he goes. I believe he's pulling up all the way up into second already. So he's been studying this and knows
fancy footwork worked for him. Yeah.
Well, that's what a good driver does. He's been watching the races, probably watching everything. Knows what. I mean, he's already raced once against these guys. So now he's back, and this time he wasn't going to wait. And man, he just jumped out there, and I believe got into second at this point.
Yeah, good start there by Caleb DeFaro already to the second spot. In third, seems like Ian Quinn just got passed there around the outside by the 136 of Dylan Amundsen, who I believe is the driver at the point here. There's Jarsakrak all getting ahead of Ian Quinn, who's just losing a lot of spots here at the start.
Quinn was the pole sitter.
Yeah.
So, you know, tough break for Quinn there. But, yeah, I see Brandon Jossicrat there. And look at that battle up front. I don't know who's that. In second is...
Second's Gaffera. Munson,
Oh,
the leader.
Munson is the
Gaffera.
leader, right. Gaffera.
Oh, a lot of drivers off the
man,
road.
we got a lot of...
Ian Quinn involved. Kelvin Zing and a couple of others.
Oh, wow.
Off on the
real
main
strong
straightaway.
front.
Wow.
Not sure what happened there. They all went in hot, that's for sure. And, man, lost a bunch of drivers there.
A lot of drivers, almost 4 there as McKeith, and they're looking for a move. Jarsicrack looked to go by as well.
Yep.
Hudson Brown in this group as well.
Oh,
So
yeah,
everybody just kind of shuffling for position here, and there's still a lot of grip out on that racetrack, boys. I mean, very grippy racetrack here this afternoon.
We're hearing there's a lot of grip.
Yeah,
No,
for sure.
Caleb, who's talking right now, who just joined us, he actually is racing today,
Yeah,
so he's just
yeah.
taking a break and came over. So he will give you the actual inside information on the track conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it really cooled down a little bit after the lunch break. A lot of wind came through, but still a lot of grip out there. And, you know, the key for all these drivers is to take as much grip out of those go-karts, run as stiff as you can,
Right, exactly.
and try and, you know, keep all 4 wheels on the ground, you know, here this weekend. So that's one of the toughest parts. But, I mean, Gaffera and Munson here absolutely flying already, pulling away from the Coyotes right behind them. So a very good start by those MGMs.
Yeah, Gaffara, Munson right there, first and second. McKeithen now up to third. Jossicrat fourth. Hudson Brown making a good run back. He's up into fifth. Tristan Altman in sixth. Kraus in seventh. Chambers in eighth. Iannello in ninth. And Massimino Sansiri in the top 10. So, but mainly Gaffara, I believe, has taken the lead.
Gaffera is a driver at the point now.
Man,
Munson is in second. So
yeah, I didn't think Gaffara would move that quick into the lead. He would kind of just follow Munson, but I believe, yes, he did take the lead. Excellent start by Gaffara, and that's what allowed him to even get up there. And now I guess he feels he could pull away because Munson will right now staying with him. And they have pulled away from your third-place driver, Christopher McKeithen. And if McKeithen gets help from Jossicrat, the team players there, they might have a shot at trying to catch these two, but they are gone right now.
Yeah, McKeithen is, even though he's in third place, he's quite a ways back behind second, maybe 15-plus kart lengths or more.
Right, and Hudson Brown, not a Coyote driver, but he has no choice. But he has to stay behind Brandon Jossicrat and McKeithen and maybe try to help them push their way up and then go for it.
Yeah, Jarsicrack there felt like McKeithen was holding him
Yes.
up a bit. Had to go up to third,
Yeah.
so Jarsicrack going to be the lead Coyote here in this group. Hudson Brown still in that third, in the third spot in this group. So a little bit of a switch for those drivers, and let's see what they can do. Hudson, fastest lap of the race, so 102.1. So gonna have to be a lot to really catch up to the two drivers up ahead, the Villar of Munson and the MGM of Gaffera. They went 3/10 quicker last time by for Hudson. So you know, it's crunch time. 5 laps to go. So gonna have to pull something out of the bag here.
So Hudson going purple, but he's got to stay in line there and just try to hope. Or if he can find a slot to get in front, right behind him, he's got the 08, I believe, of Tristan Altman. So Altman's not, is pushing as well. There goes Hudson looking to make that move. I guess he feels he's got to get around these Coyotes, and he breaks them up right now.
Yes, he
so
does
that's what
split 'em.
Hudson had to do, and he did a nice move and did break them up, but he still got a way to go.
Yeah, there you go. Altman went ahead of McKeithen as well, so McKeithen losing another spot, and yeah, just doesn't seem like McKeithen really has the same pace as Jarsicrack. He did a 103 last time by. Jarsicrack 2/10 quicker as well for Brown, who is almost 3/10 quicker. So yeah, not the best couple of laps so far by McKeithen in this middle stage of the race, and it's really easy, whenever you get to this kind of middle point of the race, we're already 4 laps down, 8-lap heat races where the tires just kind of start to overheat, and there's a lot of heat, and that grip starts to pick up. So the likes of McKeithen and others just get stuck to the racetrack here as one of the MGMs, the 019, out of the race here early.
So, yeah, you're right. And McKeithen, something just not as, even Jossicrat had to get by him because he wasn't going to stay behind him that long. And then Hudson got in front of McKeithen, and Hudson's turning some good times, but right now it's going to be tough to get around Jossicrat. But that's, even if he does, I don't believe he can catch Gaffara and Amston. They're just too far out there, and without any help, I just can't do it. But at least Hudson could get up there into that third spot position.
That 019 that retired early is Brody Clary.
Brody Clary, okay, on an MGM.
Yeah, unfortunate end to that driver's race, but that gap is at 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
And like you said, Tony, I just don't think they're going to have enough time to really close on the gap because Gaffera and Amundsen just
Are gone.
absolutely
They're gone.
flying. 102.5 for Gaffera. For Jarczak was a 10th quicker, but not going to be enough. Especially in 206 racing, you need to be on it from the start, right? You can't lose too many spots, or that's really gonna put you on the back foot as the race continues to progress. So
I mean, Hudson turning really good lap times here, but it's not going to help until, even if he got out there by himself, he just has nobody to help him. Maybe get up to third. At least he'll have a good starting position, or try to improve his starting position when the features come tomorrow. So, but main thing right now Hudson has to do is just maintain his patience and stay. I mean, it's better to finish in the position he's in than to get knocked out or have a problem and fall back in the pack. He is in 4th place. And he's looking, and he might get Jarczak. And what a move. And I believe he does get Jarczak. Now, will he pull away from him? So Hudson did what he had to do. Like I said, could he catch the leaders? I don't think so. But at least he's made up another position to give him a starting position in the feature race. That'll put him in contention for a possible win here today. So Hudson on his gold card, snap your neck power, doing a good job, moving up to 3rd, breaking up the Coyote team there on the one gold card that's out there. So we'll see what happens. Can Hudson hold on to this 3rd spot? Meanwhile, your leader, Gaffera, he's just been spectacular today. Let's face it. On the MGM, Paul Rice, to put Gaffera in that card chassis, like we said, bragging rights at the end of today is going to be unbelievable. Tomorrow, really, it'll be unbelievable.
Yeah, so white flag in the air. Altman, your new leader. Gaffera in 2nd. Looks like Altman going to go defensive, side by side for the back. Brown and McKeithen already changing positions. What does it look like on the edge of the hairpin? Yeah. Everybody going low side of the racetrack. Jarczak still leads the 2nd group. Brown lost a couple. Amundsen
lost a couple
continuing to defend here from Caleb Gaffera as we get to the closing stages.
So will Gaffera take it back? I believe he can, so let's see what happens. Munson looks back, and right now Munson in the lead, 136, followed by the 704 of Caleb Gaffera.
Roughly about a half a lap.
Here we go.
Still no changes for now, and Amundsen still defending. Gaffera looking for the
I
over-under.
say Gaffera's going to get him in the end.
Still side by side here.
Here goes Gaffera with the corner, right?
Over-under move.
Over-under move. I told you. Keep an eye on Gaffera. I said he would take it back. He's not going to give it up that easy. And Munson, though, look at Munson still, trying to find a spot. They'll go a drag race up the start finish line, and I believe Gaffera gets it with Munson in 2nd. In 3rd, Jarczak comes back, gets 3rd. McKeithen gets 4th. So the Coyote boys move it back up. They drop Hudson back to 5th. Tristan Altman in 6th. Kraus in 7th. And Chambers in the top 8.
Addison Iannello, Tyler Colshorn, Aiden Hatcher, Braden Robertson, Alex Passarino, Nagasa Yoshikawa, Eric Goldstein, Eli Warren, Ethan Gray, Garrity Chrome, Matthew Frost, 19th, Kelvin Zing, 20th, unfortunately, Phil Wynn, 21st, Jamie Stropko, the 4th, 22nd, Jason Pica, 23rd, Massimo Sanseri, 24th, then Brody Clary retired early, 25th. Emily DeMaster, I didn't see Emily retire.
Emily having a problem, yeah.
Yeah, but she finished 26th.
It looked like, I think she was involved on that incident.
Oh, yeah, that incident, right. It was a lot of carts.
Kelvin Zing was one of the drivers there collected, and a couple of others. So, unfortunate end to some of those drivers' races, but a lot of pickup getting set to go underway, boys. When we come back from this commercial break, we get set to do it all over again with group number 2.
All right.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line, and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Heat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
Okay, Kart Chaser back here. Cup Karts North America, CKNA, Summer Nationals. Hey, real quick, I just want to thank our sponsors. Of course, EK Kart Chains, Briggs & Stratton, Vega, Noram, Parts City Auto Parts, Race Suit Valet, Coyote Racing Chassis, Precision Performance Karting, that's John Sieglem on site, Alpine Stars, AIM, Baron Racing Team, BRT, that's Dr. Todd and his brother, Lawson Engines, that's Gary Lawson. RLV has been a sponsor for as long as I can remember, thank you. TS Racing, Todd Spouty down in Florida. ORP is Odenthal Racing Products. LIYK is Long Island Youth Karting. Jeff Hill Trailer Sales. MDM Chassis, that's Axel Rice. And he brought.
What have we got? The 55-inch TV going up tomorrow. So I hope that person has a trailer if they win it, because I don't think it'll fit in a car or something, or if they flew here. So great prizes, and we already got somebody having a problem out there, number 219. I'm not sure who that is.
And we are on Race Hero. If you're watching Kart Chaser, you wouldn't need Race Hero, but we're on Race Hero all weekend also. And you might as well just buy that subscription to
having a problem, and I guess they're not gonna. He can't fix it. Whatever it is, whatever happened, I'm not sure. It is not doable for him to continue in this race. So a tough break for Logan Hickman, number 219. He is out of the game for this race. Of course, tomorrow he'll probably be in the LCQs if he wants to try to make it to the features.
It's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Miss the.
Yeah, you can't fall out in a class this big. You're just not going to make the feature. It's going to be tough. You're definitely going to have to run the LCQ, and it's not going to be easy in that LCQ. I think we're only taking the top 4.
Top 4 out of it. You got to think you're probably not the only guy that had some rough luck.
That's right.
So here we go, getting set
Green,
to go
green, green, go, go, go.
And there it is. We're underway. Colin Warren and Paulie Massimino take us through turn number 1. Pretty even, good start, it looks like, for most of the field. All that we're able to make it to the green, of course. And as they rocket down the hill to turn 3, let's see if anyone bails low. One driver way low was Henry Wheeler, and the number 0, Beryl Art, had to hop the curb as he was 3 wide on the inside, but made up a couple spots. It looks like he's on a tear to go forward. Remember, in this group, I believe it was him and James Overbeck that had that rough early heat. So they'll be working their way up the grid here very quickly as they crest the hill now with a great start for Matt Darlison, right on the edge of the top 5. Warren leads back to Massimino right there in second, then Will Lawler, then Owen Lloyd, and then back to Gavin Isaacs. But Matt Darlison, we haven't talked about much yet this weekend. He's been slowly clawing his way up the grid here in Senior Light as well, as he's 6th now on the VLR.
Wow, good run by him, Matt Darlison. And we'll pick it up now as they come across the start-finish line. And I thought it was kind of unusual Colin Warren would be in the lead so early on, and he gave it up, right? He gave it up now to Paulie Massimino, I believe. Massimino takes second. William Lawler right in there. William Lawler maybe going to shut out Warren, and we'll see what happens here. Massimino in first, Lawler in second, I believe.
Yeah, Lawler in second there in the low-key Sodi.
Right.
And following forward was Owen Lloyd, again getting hung out to dry on the outside at turn 1 on the run to 3. Story of the first sector of this racetrack, no matter the class. And now down the hill, this is a spot where if you're smart, you can lose just 1, and that's what Paulie does as Will Lawler goes to the lead.
Into the lead. So Lawler now goes into the lead. Paulie gives it up, not really going to challenge it too much there, like you said. And Owen Lloyd trying to hold on to 3rd. Colin Warren had dropped back to 4th. We got another driver out, 219. I'm not sure who that is.
Let's see if we can check that out. That's Logan Hickman.
So
Emil Osman out, Logan Hickman out.
Wow.
27 continue here as we hit the end of lap number 2.
So tough break for those drivers in a class this big. You know you're going to be in LCQ tomorrow, and only the top 4 will make it to the feature. Tough break for those guys. What a tough break.
And that's what the mid to the back of the field or anyone DNFing is thinking. Right now, everyone that's fighting in this lead group, and there has been a lot of fighting, are thinking, I need to get myself in the first 5 to 6 rows for tomorrow. I need to get every position that I can, especially when they're available and lined up just like that. I mean, what a long train of go-karts here. Owen Lloyd.
Oh, Owen Lloyd now making that move. Wow. Lloyd came back. He was back in 3rd, moved his way up. And Massimino in 2nd, Lawler in 3rd, I believe.
Yeah, Massimino 2nd, Lawler 3rd, Isaacs 4th.
Isaacs in 4th.
Colin Warren 5th here. And they're going to go to the line to see 3 complete, 5 to go. Just getting closer to halfway. First little bit of a breakaway we've seen yet in this heat race.
Top 3 pulling away. Not by much, but they did break it away.
And look at the charge up the grid for Henry Wheeler. That's now 5 spots gained as one driver's way off. Top of the hill, turn 1, kicked up a ton of dirt as they're going to race down into turn 3. Darlison down the inside of Jared Clark with help from what looked to be the 540, 948 of Keegan Widmeyer following him through down at the crest at turn number 3. So more battles back, and it's a top 6 break with the 7th placeman in Cale Zimmerman. And then on back, single file through turn 10.
Owen Lloyd able still to hold on.
Yeah, doing a fine job, Owen Lloyd is. Paulie Massimino content to ride there in 2nd, and by just taking 1 lap off of trading the lead, they have dropped the pack down from 10 or 12 to 6. If they stay at it, it could get even smaller. Here we hit the halfway mark now. 4 down, 4 to go. Owen Lloyd, the leader, as they cross the start-finish line. Back to Massimino, Lawler, and Isaacs, who's having a fantastic weekend as well to this point. Fast through practice, decent run in qualifying. In the mix here in both of his heat races is Gavin Isaacs, 6th in Heat 1, and trying to charge for a little more in Heat 2 as he runs in the 4th spot. Look at the scrum back from the leaders, though. They're single file. This group, James Overbeck there, you can pick out the gold helmet nice and easy He's right in the middle of it all. Side by side with Widmeyer, he'll get by. Here comes Jared Clark, who goes into the dirt, and he'll lose about 3 or 4 spots.
Wow, more I think now.
Yeah, quite a few that he'll lose right there. So the big gap opens up even deeper now from the top 6 back to the rest. And they'll be headed to the line this time to see 3 laps to go. Matt Darlison, Cale Zimmerman, James Overbeck trying to get away. Overbeck now is up, I believe, at least 8, maybe 9 positions. Looks to be 8 spots gained for James Overbeck from his rough go in Heat 1. I said he's going to need to do really good in Heat number 2. Obviously, right now, where he finishes would safely put him in the final, but that's not what James is thinking. He wants a shot at the win, and he needs to get every single spot.
He's got another position.
Yeah, to make up for that rough go of things in Heat 1 and start somewhere in the upper half as he makes another move. That's on Darlison. And just like that, James Overbeck, 10 spots gained, up to 7th now. As look at the fighting up front, it started to open up. Wheeler falling behind Warren and fending off Gavin Isaacs, who drops back further as well. So Wheeler following Warren through on Gavin Isaacs, and Gavin now fades to 6th, and the top 3 get a little separation.
So Warren, who was hanging back there in 6th place, started to make his moves with the race coming to an end. I don't think he could be a challenge for in the end. Can he catch the 3 lead pack? Maybe. He's looking for help.
Yes,
he's looking for help because that's the only way he's going to catch him and make it a 4-way, 5-way, 6-way battle maybe for the lead. Right now, it is Massimino in the lead. Lloyd in 2nd. Lawler in 3rd. Warren in 4th, but Warren's got a gap there. He can't catch him unless he gets help from Wheeler.
Help in both ways, pushing from Wheeler and passing in that lead group.
Right.
Time is of the essence.
Yeah.
And that was a great first sector for Colin. This will help some more as Massimino gets over under a slick move by Colin Lloyd. Paulie went low to defend the lead, and just like that, Colin moves up into 3rd. And right into 4th, Henry Wheeler. Just a couple turns, a little pushing, staying together for them, a little passing up front, right in the mix, and now Lloyd's going to go to 2nd at the bottom of the hill. Massimino back to 3rd as Wheeler looks for a way by, but ultimately stays in 4th. Great stuff here at the front. So Owen Lloyd now, a 2-car length lead, back to Colin Warren, half a car length to Massimino. That means they're going to get a massive run towards the South Georgia Karting MGM. Watch this, headed for the white flag. 1 lap to go from Jason Burgess. We're going to fan out 2x2 across the line.
No, Colin's going to stay. Colin's going to stay there in 2nd, but it's not over yet. And I can't believe Colin coming from 6th. And like you said, making a great move there and pulling up. And now Colin's going to get shut. Colin's not happy with that deal, but I didn't really see anything wrong that happened there other than he got caught up on the outside.
Well, it's pass or be passed. Yeah. And I don't know if, again, Colin ran out of steam. It's hard to believe that when they were pushing him, right?
Yeah.
We'd seen that with Colin earlier in the day when he'd pull out by himself, but to get that big of a line of carts pushing you forward, and then I feel like in Colin's case, he didn't want to go in turn 1. He wanted to wait longer in the lap, so he pulled back in, and you just can't afford to wait when you've got 4 hungry guys behind you all wanting to get that spot away. And
what a break for Owen Lloyd. Huge break.
And like you guys said, it was clean. Massimino was on a clean pass. Wheeler went to put him 3 wide, and that's where the contact came because Colin thought, all right, just 1 guy on side of me.
I'm okay.
Then there were 2, and they're still side by side.
Colin trying to get his way back up there. Black flag is out with the checkered.
Yeah, so Owen Lloyd provisionally gets the win. Gavin Isaacs goes from hero to 0 to hero again.
Massimino in 3rd. Warren makes it in 4th. Lawler drops all the way back to 5th. He was up there in contention. James Overbeck, good run by him, coming through the pack at 6th. Henry Wheeler in 7th. Zimmerman in 8th, making it up into the top 10. Darlison in 9th, and Presley Whitney in your top 10. Brandon Atkins in 11th.
So with Overbeck having a 6th and a 17th, puts him at 23 total points. And again, normally you'd cut that back in half for the average, but we only have half the group on the racetrack. So you're going to imagine he's going to be right around the 20th to 25th starting spot, deep in the senior light field for tomorrow's main. But as we just saw, sometimes if they race a certain way up front, where they're battling back and forth in position spots on the racetrack where they lose a lot more time than others, all of a sudden the whole field can get back into it. And it comes down to getting a good start and not losing too much time to the leaders off the drop of the green. So it's not over, but the uphill fight is still just continuing, really, for James Overbeck to get in the mix. Wheeler as well, again, a 10th in that opening heat, 7th in that one. That should put him probably around row 6 or 7 for a guy that was one of the fastest in final practice and qualified really, really well. But how about it for Owen Lloyd? MGM, South Georgia Karting, another heat win for Owen. Gavin Isaacs, great day. 6th and 2nd. Very safe inside the top 10 starting spots for tomorrow.
And the race tomorrow is more than twice as long as it was
today.
Well, about twice as long, actually, as today, So he should have plenty of time.
For sure. Plenty of time to get going forward as we take a look over to the scale area.
And there's three of them out.
Yeah, a couple more drivers out here as the day's gone on and the desperation's kind of started to creep up, especially in these bigger classes where they're staring down a potential last chance qualifier and the risk of not getting to go into the main event tomorrow. It just makes this pressure cooker scenario be really coming to a head at heat number 2. We saw that scary moment at the start of the first group. Thankfully, all drivers cleared it okay, but that split the pack up, and then the second one. So at least for these young kids here, how about that Nicholas Mose, Sawyer Chambers down on the grid? They're having a good time. Sawyer's got a Burger King hat.
Oh, Burger King.
What's up?
Yeah, he's ready to go. They're all having a good time.
He's got the crown.
Oh, yeah. So this is what's headed our way here in a few moments with the Sportsman drivers ready to get after it. They've got to get their helmets on.
Yeah, well, they got to clear the track. That's what's taking the time, and that's why they probably told them you don't have to put your helmet on right away because it's so hot out there. So this will be kid karts, right?
Yep, kid karts are scheduled next,
Kid karts are up next.
I think them sportsmen are on the grid early.
That's
way early.
They're ready to go.
They're ready to go, but kid karts are up next.
The kid karts, we bring them out onto the racetrack so they know where the start line is and where the boxes are. So that's what's getting ready down on the front stretch. The sportsmen, they've got a little more time, so they don't need to get their helmets on yet.
Right.
I'm getting ahead of myself because there's still so many more good races yet to run today. Kid kart again on grid, on track really, their grid. Sportsmen, masters, senior medium odd, senior medium even, with the majority of all the superstars we just saw go at it in senior light. We basically get to see them go at it twice in one day.
Yep.
And just remember, the kid karts are only 6 laps long. Their race is 6 laps long.
So pretty quick.
Yeah.
And they put on a good race earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Real good race.
Yeah, always unpredictable, right? They're all still learning the track, learning the gas, the brake, the steering, and how to maneuver around other cars. And you see such a rapid development curve for every kid. They'll go from being 10 seconds off one weekend to all of a sudden, right up in the mix of things by the next weekend. And it makes it, again, just unpredictable. You don't know who's going to be the kid here in Pittsburgh. And it may not be the same kid or maybe a kid that is here but struggling a bit when we get to Newcastle. Give them a few more months behind the wheel and things just click.
Yeah, because they're all powered the same. Oh. I know, listed. Oh. Yeah.
Well, while the kid karts are getting ready, they're almost ready to roll out and begin their race here. Jason Burgess is making his way down to the end of the finish line. The parents will clear. So we'll have the kid karts ready to go green for their final heat race, as mentioned. 6 laps, but they get to do the full track, right?
Yep.
Yeah, full track, so they get to see all the hills and bends here at pit race. And that was, again, a cool aspect swapped in because we sometimes will send them on the kid kart layout at different tracks we go to. CKNA Grands, right? I mean, you got a mile-long layout over there. So, well, yeah, the second round of races here. Kid kart getting ready to go. The CKNA officials just clearing the last bits of unfortunate carnage there from that senior light second group race, which, again, definitely had some battles. But thankfully nothing all too scary for their last outing on the racetrack outside of those that'll be getting those karts ready for senior medium. So a quick pace lap. It's a pace running start. Down to Jason, trying to teach him the tram lanes.
We are green.
Good. And we're away. So green flag in the air. And Spencer Height leads us down to turn number 1. The 66 of Kip Knaus slots into second. And the rest of them will make their way over to turn number 3. And while they begin to get going, little passing further back, let's go and hear from some more of our CKNA superstars. How about the weekend for this young man, Gavin Isaacs just coming off the racetrack from a second, and then, of course, a 6th in Heat 1 for Senior Light. He's had a great start to his weekend. We'll go side by side to show you the Kit Kart final heat race. At the same time, Gavin, let's go down to you and hear from you, buddy. That was definitely a wild final lap and turn of events. Can you walk us through it a little bit? Oh, sorry. Here, Gavin. There you go. Yeah.
I don't know who was leading the pack, but I got a little lucky in the end at 3, and they everybody kind of went crazy in 3, and I just got a lucky move right underneath of all of them and held it.
It was definitely a crazy, crazy race. In your case, obviously, you had already a decent finish in the bag, so you were just looking to kind of survive. You end up with an even better one, which has got to feel pretty good. But talk to you about this weekend, man, and how good this has to have felt so far to have the runs that you've been having.
What was that?
Talk to me about this weekend, man. How good your performance has been, how good you've been running this week, and how good it feels to have everything really coming together.
Oh, it's amazing. Qualifying, we were a little off in qualifying, but it didn't matter much. We made it up in Heat 1, so we're happy with it.
Well, it's a good run for sure. Hopefully we'll talk to you again at the end of the day tomorrow off another really good run. But if we don't get you, who would you like to thank for all the hard work to make you go so fast?
I'd like to thank my father, Morg Steel Racing, and just family who came out here to support.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Gavin. We'll let you get back to getting ready to work on that piece and make sure that it's fast enough to fight for a win tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, folks, once again, that was Gavin Isaacs, caught off that great performance in Senior Light. And let's check back in with the fight for second here. Kip Knaus got to second off the rip over Lucas Dos Santos, but Lucas is keeping right with him, keeping him honest.
Meanwhile, Spencer Height just has pulled away again as he's been fast last year, this year. He is the guy to beat. I don't know if he'll be stepping up, but if he is, look out.
I'm almost positive. Mom told me he's stepping up, and
He's
it may
stepping
be
up.
at Grands.
Yeah.
He may be stepping up.
Oh,
at
he's old
Grands.
enough at Grands to
Yeah.
step up. Wow.
So I'm going to miss him in kid carts.
Yeah, but that's a big move.
Yes, it is.
That's a big
Huge
move. And he's just done so good here, but now he might have more of a challenge once he moves into that other one. And maybe he hasn't had much time to follow people because he's always out in front.
Well, and he does race a two-stroke class right now in
okay.
the next level.
Oh, okay.
So it won't be a complete shocker to him.
Right. Oh, okay. So then that's why he's so good.
Yes. Yes.
And he's a Coyote driver.
Oh, yeah.
With a snap-your-neck engine. So Spencer, like I said, out of Pennsylvania. This is his home state. So he's bringing the win home.
Dad works for NBC Sports. He drives the the big truck. That
right. He delivered. Right. Yeah. He was telling me. Yeah.
All the like when they do a broadcast, like I don't know, Super Bowl or whatever.
Whatever. Yeah. He brings all the equipment.
Brings the equipment. Yep.
Right.
So yeah, Spencer been just a fantastic racer from the first day he started racing with us. And Kip Knaus, brand new to us. He raced with us in Daytona, and I'll tell you what, he was not this good down there.
He's gotten better. Let me tell you,
way better. Yeah,
he's running in second at this point. He's done a good job, Kip Knaus.
Yep, there's our halfway point.
I mean, like we said, with a coach, with his dad as a coach.
Well, and we really appreciate Chad coming out. I know he's got to be unbelievably busy, and for him to come out, support his son and just come out to the track and. He gives CKNA some legitimacy. If Chad Knaus wants to come out, then everybody should. So.
Right.
So thank you, Chad.
Yep. No, good to see Chad Knaus here. Like we said, we had many drivers and crew chiefs here from other forms of racing. It's always good. And like we were talking about how Kart Chaser has brought this to more people can understand what this is all about and how, in some cases you want to say it's the starting point for some of these people. And maybe 10 years from now, you're going to be reading about Spencer Height driving somebody's car or what do you call it, Kip Knaus making
absolutely
his debut.
Guaranteed. Some of our racers you will be hearing about in the future for sure. There's no doubt.
I mean, we could go back and there were, I think it was, what do you call it? E-News,
E-Karting News?
E-Karting News that talked about karters that raced the Indy 500.
Oh,
they did that list.
They did the starting lineup,
Yeah.
the full 33.
Right.
11 rows of 3.
Right.
And every single one of them, they had them in the lineup. They had their picture, but not in the IndyCar. In a
No,
cart
in the
back when they
go-kart,
used to
yeah.
race karts. Yeah.
Right. That was a really
100% of
great
them
thing.
did. Yeah,
that was a nice thing
that
to
was
do.
pretty cool for Rob
and,
to do.
And really lets people know what happens here.
Yeah. What are we down to? Should be 2 left. Yep.
Yeah,
yep.
2 laps
2
to go for Spencer Height.
That's right.
That lead is up to 10 seconds. Then Kip Knaus and Lucas Dos Santos, Jackson Jorda in 4th, about another second away. Then Sebastian Ferrarush and Sofia Mendoza that round out your 6-car field with a lap and a half remaining. And then again, as we mentioned on our schedule, rolling through into Sportsman, then Masters, and then our final 2 senior medium heats on what has been a packed day of racing here at Pitt Race and Pittsburgh International Race Complex for the Summer Nationals.
So now the camera is focusing on the number 13 as Sofia Mendoza. For a while there, they were focusing on the number 88, Sebastian. So giving everybody some good time on the screen. And there's your number 13, Sofia Mendoza, who, like I said, was pretty quick at Baltimore.
I was just thinking, we were talking about how much that Kip Knaus has picked up since the last time we saw it. Sophia is going the other direction. I'm not quite sure why, if they're missing on the setup or something.
Well, and I mean, let's face it, Baltimore was a total, it rained the whole weekend, changed everything, and it wasn't a place to say, well, let me see how my cart's working and can I make it, and did you get any information out of that other than how you're going to run in the rain?
Yeah.
It was just a total washout. The surface was different than most kart tracks. There was so many different things going on there that would not help you when you come to a track like this.
Yeah, Sophia has the ability to be a good kart racer.
Yeah. So it gave a good track time at the time. But Spencer Height, number 31, that's what the camera's focused on now. He is your leader. Like we said, the number 66 of Kip Knaus. And the checker flag is out on Spencer Height.
Congratulations.
And you could see the amount of space, the lead he has over your second place driver as Jason keeps.
It was 10 seconds. It's going to be even more now.
Keeps that flag going. And there he goes. Kip Knaus.
15 seconds.
Gets second. And Dos Santos gets third. Jorda gets fourth. Number 88, Sebastian, coming across, I believe, in 5th.
And Sophia should get credited with 6th.
And Sophia will get credited with 6th.
And there it is.
Yep.
So congratulations, Spencer. You did it again, friend.
Did it again. No surprises there. We'll see what happens tomorrow, but Spencer is the guy. And if he's moving up, that'll be interesting, especially if it's moving up at the Grands.
And next up is our Sportsman. We're going to have 8 laps. This is heat race number 2 today for the Sportsman, 8 laps long.
And once again, here we are at the Cup Karts North America 2024 Summer National. First time Summer National is being run under the CKNA Cup Karts organization. Here we are at Pittsburgh International Raceway. Today is Saturday, June 22nd, 2024. So as we get ready to wrap up these heat races, that'll wrap it up today, and then we'll have our LCQs and features tomorrow.
Hey, call your friends or put it on social media or something. Tell your friends to sign up for Kart Chaser. Get the monthly subscription, $9.99 a month. Are you kidding me? That's like cheaper than what? I don't know. What's a cup of coffee? I don't drink coffee, but it's
well, go to Starbucks. It'll probably be $9.99.
Yeah, so there you go. And make sure you do it on an Android or a computer, though. If you do it on your Apple phone, it's going to charge you a little bit extra money, and that does not go to Kart Chaser. So the first time you sign up, Xander says use an Android or a computer. Then you can sign on with your Apple phone after that, and you won't pay the fee. But $9.99 a month, and I don't know if they have a recurring charge on your credit card, but if they do, I'd sign up for that. Just be done with it for the year. It's just a fantastic deal. And then you get to watch everything. You'll never struggle with the firewall.
And you can go back and watch it.
Yep.
Like Xander says, they'll put it out there by Wednesday. Everything will be out there from this race.
Yep.
And he offers a lot of that for free as well.
Yep. Actually, on Wednesday, this race will be next Wednesday
Right.
for free. Yeah.
Right. But
if you can wait that long. But if you want to watch it live, which you're already going to know what happened by Wednesday, so you might as well watch it live. You know, but yeah, look at there. There's here comes our Sportsman. And they're all chomping at the bit on the hot grid. They were ready to come out.
These drivers are how old?
Sportsmen are 10 to 13.
10 to 13.
Yeah, 10, 11, 12, and 13, yeah. And there's our starting grid. So Sawyer Chambers on the pole. Outside front row, Nicholas Mose. Second row, Preston Fisher and Addison Haydu. Third row is Jameson Sanders and Ari Eberhard. Fourth row, Jordan Polchlicek. Polchlepek and Parker Firestein. Trace Rosinski and Colby Haggard in the fifth row, and sixth row, Griffin Vukic. So that will be your starting row. Looks like we got 11 entries. And we'll see how they do here. A bunch of these names are not familiar to me. They must be a little bit more local, a little bit more East Coast, I'm thinking, yeah. And it's tough. It's super tough to travel with a CKNA, you know, travel to all the races and whatever. So we do appreciate everybody that makes that effort. For some reason, Spencer Height, his family comes to everything.
Yeah, Spencer makes it to all of them.
I don't know how they do it. I mean, I'm tired, and I'm not even racing. So. Way to go, Spencer and his whole family, the whole Height family, Lon and Adam. Thank you very much. So we're just watching them come around the corner, and no, these are pretty compliant. They're young kids, like I say, 10 to 13. So I'm guessing Jason will give them the green the first time by. And we are watching, and Jason says, green, 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 go, go, go.
Wow, look at that, cutting over.
And they figured that out. They watched
the other drivers. That's what I'm saying. These kids are unbelievable, and they do watch the other drivers. And that's what we're really telling anybody who's coming to a CKNA race, whether it's a national or a divisional, you will become better just by watching some of the top drivers in North America on a 206 and what they do and what their setups are. You will become better. You don't always have to go home to be, I got to win, I got to win. You first got to learn.
And that's the beauty of four-stroke racing. You can walk through the pits and like 99.9% of the people will help you out in any way they can. You ask them a question, you ask them, what is this, how does this work, whatever. They'll help you out in any way they can until you're on the racetrack against them.
And then it's a different story. But
they will tell you all their secrets, or most of them anyway.
And it's been really a good, friendly bunch in the pits, regardless. I mean, of things going on after the race and how everybody, it seems to be in a pretty good mood. I mean, some of them are not happy because of what happened on the track, but it's been, to have CKNA now on the East Series was really a great thing, and allowing some of these drivers that couldn't travel far to get to some of these races.
Yeah, this is my big extended family. The CKNA racers, I just absolutely love going through the pits, talking to people, helping them out, how do I do this, or what can I do about that, or whatever. And I always try to get an answer. I have an answer. It might not be right, but yeah, I always give them some kind of answer.
All right, so our leader is Sawyer Chambers, but it was Nicholas Mose who runs in second. He went purple on that last lap. So Nicholas Mose is fast, and he's going to try to chase down the number 145 of Sawyer Chambers, while the number 37 of Nicholas Mose runs in second. The 03 of Preston Fisher in third. Oh, we got a driver out.
Oh, no.
That's cart number 180, am I right?
180, it looks like 180, and that's going to be Parker Firestein.
All right, Parker Firestein, tough break. He's out of this one, but he come back tomorrow and run the feature. He'll just have a further back starting position.
Oh, yeah, no LCQ for these guys. He is in the feature anyway.
Right,
so,
he makes the feature anyway. Whoa, there's some battle going on there, trying to squeeze in. Wow.
There's a big battle going on there. 3 carts are involved in that.
I think that's our top 3.
Uh, 250 is, was that 250?
That's Jameson Sanders. Jameson Sanders.
Oh, there we go.
Who
Okay,
was running in fourth, but making some moves to get up there. And they are moving pretty good, these drivers, sportsmen. So your leader, number 145, Sawyer Chambers.
03 battling back there a little bit.
250.
Preston Fisher.
I don't know. Here they come.
Okay, so
Right,
by the stripe, yeah, Sawyer Chambers.
And Nicholas Mose. They have pulled away from the group. The battle is for third with Jameson Sanders, Preston Fisher, Addison Haydu, and Griffith Volkich. That's where the battle is. Up front, I mean, it could be a battle for first, but right now Sawyer Chambers holds the lead with Nicholas Mose right there in second. Nicholas Mose, the only other driver on this track to keep pace with Sawyer Chambers, who's out in front, and they have pulled away from the rest of the group. Third place is where the battle is right now, where the race is on the track. The number 250 of Jameson Sanders holding on to third. Here he comes. That's what you see up on your screen. With the 03 of Preston Fisher right there trying to get by. You also have the number 14 of Addison Haydu, followed by the number 104 of Griffin Volkich, Jordan Pulchapek in seventh, Trace Rosinski in eighth, Corey Hogard in ninth, and Ari Eberhardt in the top 10.
And unfortunately, Parker retired early.
Yep. So the battle continues for third, and that's what you're looking at the top of your screen here. Jameson Sanders and the number 250 leading them down with a lot of them right on his back bumper. Fisher, Haydu, Vukic, Pulchapek. And I'll tell you, Jameson Sanders having a tough time, but he's holding on to that third place, but being hard pressed by the number 03 of Preston Fisher. Fisher putting the pressure on, and now Sanders kind of breaks away. And he puts about a cart, 2 carts between him and Fisher. But Fisher starts to close the gap.
Is that our leaders way off in the back?
Yeah, the leaders are
they just
way
went
out
by
there.
the stripe. Wow.
Yeah, Chambers and Mose way out there. Like we said, we're focusing on the race right now on the track. Look at this, 2 abreast coming across the starting line, but continued to hold that third place. Jason Sanders, followed by Preston Fisher, Addison Haydu, Griffin Volkich, and Jordan Pulchapek. What a race we got going on here for third place. That's where the race is on the track. Of course, your leader is the number 145 of Sawyer Chambers, followed very closely by the 37 of Nicholas Mose, and that could develop into a challenge right at the end of this race.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, we'll see if Mose is just hanging in there waiting for that white flag to wave and try to get him on the checkered flag lap. Chambers has been fast all day, and right now holding the lead, holding off Mose. But Mose had the fastest lap on the track, so Mose has got the power or got the setup, but not sure if he can get by Sawyer Chambers. Meanwhile, you battle for third with Jameson Sanders holding on to third, Preston Fisher right there in fourth, Haydu in fifth, Volkich in sixth, Pulchapek in seventh, Rosinski in eighth. Look at this battle. They are staying right behind each other, following each other's move, waiting for somebody to make a mistake. But right now, all these drivers, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, doing a great job. Eighth driver, Trace Rosinski, right there in the 07. So some good racing going on here. The battle for third place with the number 250 of Jason Sanders trying to hold on. He's got about a cart and a half, 2 carts maybe, space between them, and that's what he needs. If he can keep that, there's going to be no challenge at the end. The race just could be for fifth, as Addison Haydu might be in trouble.
And right after you said that, here comes the field.
Yep, here they come. So. Poor Sanders.
He's got to keep that gap there.
He's got to keep that gap, and they heard me.
There it goes,
so they said, we're going to close that up right now.
And
white flag is
lap.
out. And we still, and we
got to pass for the lead.
So here we go. Mose is making his move, and Mose does get the move and pulls into first. So like we said, there would be a race maybe for first. They are so far ahead. We were focusing on that third place, but right now the race is up front, and that's what you're watching on your screen as Nicholas Mose has taken the lead on the last lap. It was Chambers leading the whole race from start And right now on the last lap, Chambers pushing hard as they come down, looking for that. Look at Chambers looking on the inside. And Nicholas Mose, he's going to be very protective. He has waited for that white flag lap and taken that lead. You talk about these. And there goes Chambers.
Side by side.
That's what he was waiting for. Mose comes back, and Chambers has to settle in for second right now. You see Chambers leaning up forward, trying to get some weight off those wheels, trying to get that little bit more that he can maybe take the lead once again. Chambers led this whole race. It's a drag race at the end.
Side by
and
side.
I'll tell you right now, it is Mose who just wins it. By inches.
Wow.
Let's pick up that third place. It's still going to be Jason Sanders. Sanders did an excellent job of holding off Preston Fisher, Addison Haydu, Volkovich, and Pulchapek in 7th.
Grace Rosinski gets credit with 8th, Ari Eberhardt 9th, Colby Hoggard 10th, and Parker Firestein, retired early, gets credited for 11th.
And there's a look again at the rest of the field on the final results from your Sportsman division. And with that, we're going to take a moment to take one final break away from the action before 3 non-stop races are headed your way. Masters and both of the senior medium final heat races will be back when we return from Pittsburgh.
At Precision Performance Karting and Brandon Jarthacrack Racing, developing winners is what we do. We're a complete karting program with support, driver coaching, parts, and arrive and drive packages at all levels. Trackhouse, Motorplex Karting Challenge, club races, the CKNA South Division, the CKNA Majors, and a complete in-house ladder program with the BJR to move from 206 club racing to the highest levels of KA and X30 competition in the U.S. If you're ready to learn from industry veteran John Seglin and multi-time U.S. Pro Kart Series champion Brandon Jarzacrack, head over to ppkartingfl.com and contact us today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh, folks. And as the Masters roll onto the racetrack, let's go down really quickly to the end of that Sportsman final heat race to hear from Nicholas Mose. Nick, we saw you waving at us down there on the grid. It seems like you're having a pretty good weekend so far, huh?
Yeah, really, it's been a really fun weekend out here in Pittsburgh. Really clean racing too, hard racing and clean.
Now, I'm going to pass it over to you, Tony. You got to watch most of that Sportsman race and call it all the way through. What would you like to ask here with Nick?
Hey, Nick, what happened at the end there? Did you wait all that whole race just to take the lead at the end? You knew where you were going to maybe try to make that pass?
Yeah, I knew that when he went to the inside, he would have to slow down a lot more. So I just stayed on the outside, got the over-under, and just started defending the entire lap.
Great strategy
I came out
there,
on
Nick.
top.
Yeah, you did a great job, Nick. Congratulations. Great day, great starting spot for tomorrow. Before we go back racing, who would you like to thank, buddy?
I'd like to thank my parents, the CRG chassis, just everyone who's helping me out this weekend.
All right, Nick. Congratulations, buddy. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
All right, Nicholas Mose stepping aside here, and now we'll get set to bring you the grid for the Masters drivers ready to go after it. Eric Fagan will line up on the front row. John Price is going to be a little bit further back, I believe. Fagan is lined up on the inside. So as they get set to go for the Masters, here we are. There's Fagan on the inside, Price on the outside. Then you go back behind them, Todd Barron in third, and we're ready for racing action for the final time in Masters. We go racing down to turn number 1, and Eric brought him down real nice and slow, leaning on the clutches to get to the line.
That's a
and get
good strategy there, because he's going to be the first one to hit the gas pedal, because he knows he's out there making him go so slow, and that's a good strategy from a driver that's been around for a long time. So, but this is Masters, so these are the drivers that have been around for a while.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they've definitely got a couple of laps under their belts,
Yeah,
that's
right.
for sure. Fagan to Todd Barron, who's easy to pick out there in that bright white, lime green, and blue Mach 1 kart. He slotted into second. Looks, from what we can tell, John Price's Coyote has made his way into third. And then it's kind of an all-out battle behind them. Logan Weigel, we talked about him in that first heat race, had to roll from the back, got to fourth. At that point, the leaders were kind of already gone, but he was still making some inroads, got down to within 2 seconds. So hoping that maybe a little better start would be putting another, name in the hat to potentially fight for the win here in the Masters class, as we will get a better look at them all with the first lap in the books this time by.
There we go. Fagan right there. But look at Todd Barron and John Price. They are not giving up. And Price looks to the inside. Will he get by? Yes, he does get by Doc Barron there. Makes a good move and puts that Coyote in second place. So good run by John Price. And like I said, he's our East Coast champion from last year in this class. So Price defending that, and we're happy to see somebody from our division up there and defending this race.
I think Doc kind of waved him around there, waved John Price around him. I saw his hand go, right hand
It
go.
did seem like Doc gave in a little bit there, that it made it a little easy for Price. Not sure why, but we didn't see the sportsman flag out or something that happened there. But good run by John Price. Can he catch Fagan? I don't know. Will Doc help him? That's the key right now.
Yeah, so they're going to put another lap in here. I will say, while they've all been playing pretty nice, that second group actually looks a little bit stronger than our main group of leaders, to be honest. Look how much they've closed the gap, spearheaded by Logan Weigel on that Pro Kart Concepts OTK. And as they round turn number 1, I mean, we're nearly 6 or 7 deep here in this front group, going all the way back to Spirowski, just 1.2 back.
Yeah, wow. So good driving back there.
Yeah, the big lap still was coming from John Price. They all were just a tick better than Eric Fagan last time, so the purple lap went to the man in second. But Eric Fagan taking us up the hill on that MGM, and then back from to Price and Barron. Logan Weigel has faded a little this lap. Let's see if he's able to hold that fourth spot. For now, it looks like they're not pressuring him too hard with attempts and moves to the inside, but you can see how close they're lined up behind Weigel.
Yeah,
Zopke right there. Again, Ron Klei's right there, and then back to Spirowski right on the tail as well. Oh, and yeah, Ryan, he's like, come on, dude. Ron, quit missing corners, man. The race is up in front of us.
Come on, we're never going to get up there if you keep doing this.
Yeah, trying to work with him. As now bailing out for a second was Zopke right there, looking to go, didn't go. And now back behind them, it looked like, again, Spirowski was just kind of taking a peek, but not making the move. Big pass behind him. That was a nice move by, I believe, Smoker on Drew Cirillo. That would have been for or maybe Cirillo on J.D. Gunn, sorry. Cirillo getting around J.D. Gunn.
Yeah, so Cirillo moving up to 8th.
Yeah, nice move for Drew Cirillo as
He's on CR. I mean, he's on Kart Republic.
Yeah, Kart Republic. So Drew Cirillo into 8th. J.D. Gunn dropping back to 9th. Still nothing really shaken up at the front of our pack quite yet. Eric Fagan, last time by, had Price right on his heels. This time, as they flurry on by, it looks like the leaders have kind of separated a little bit. And Eric Fagan's kind of starting to make that MGM really look like a rocket ship as he's pulled him, both Price and Barron, back out. I mean, they're going to run back up to him in the draft coming out of the bus stop here, but it'll be a little further away. And you can see the difference there, obviously, from Price to Barron, that gap that opened from 2nd to 3rd. Todd Barron definitely at least 1 tooth different on the gearing for himself to John Price, which is just as you hear from all the big guys. And like we've talked about all day, these are still, yes, qualifiers for tomorrow, but also great test sessions to see how you stack up and what your setup is, you know, compared to the others, because there might be a great gear for qualifying or a great gear by yourself or a great gear to run behind someone. You need a gear that you can race with, something that you can make a move to the inside and have drive out of the corner, and then at the same time develop those runs in the draft and make something happen in turn 1 or turn 3.
And like we were discussing earlier, like 1 tooth could make the difference.
Oh, no question.
You went up because you felt you put 1 tooth on there because you felt you had to get up that hill a little better, or you had to just get that rev limiter kicking in sooner. But then when you're running good and you got the draft and everything, the 1 tooth just hurt you there. So, but it just depends on where you're starting, and that's what it's going to be about. You know, where you're starting, your positions tomorrow. If you're way back there, you're probably going to gear it up a little. You know you're not going to win, but you're at least trying to make up some positions.
I mean, the 1 tooth story, Tony, I mean, as we see now, a little pass for 4th. Nice move for Zopke to get by Logan Weigel. But such a great point to make here as we get closer to the end. I remember a club race many years ago. I was running in 206, and I felt like I had a little bit too much gear. Felt like I had way too much gear. And so talking with the guy that was helping me out and running the shop nearby, he said, I think you just need to take 1 tooth off and you're fine. I said, no, take 2 off.
2 off.
Well, we're way too much. And well, what do you know in the final? He was right. I was wrong. Motor fell flat, had no drive out of the corner, and should have been listening to my elders and just going 1 tooth. But you know, what do I know? I was a bit of a cocky 17-year-old that day.
And then plus, you know, you feel the 2 teeth off, man, I'm really going to be fast now.
Yeah, like, oh, that was the difference. We were so far in left field that we just take a big swing, we're going to be right on it, and I'm going to blow everybody's doors off. But doesn't quite work like that. 1 tooth might make all the difference. Track conditions change. I mean, we're pushing 6 p.m. now, local time. The sun is finally not beating down. It's still up, but you can tell things have slowly cooled off, and we're starting to get a little bit of a darker glare to our cameras and what we're seeing on the racetrack. So that all plays in to how fast or slow you're going, and you've got to guess that right with the gear, with the tire pressure, and with everything else as the rubber continues to lay down by these Vega tires here at Pit Race.
And I'll tell you how important that gear is. I mean, people 35 chain, 219 chain, mini gears, so they can get in between those ratios. Now we're talking a half a tooth, not a tooth. And that half a tooth sometimes makes the difference. It's just so spec racing that every little bit helps. So you really got to really get key in on that. But I remember 35 chain, and then, hey, we can go to 219, we can get in between. And now mini gears, guys are running mini gears. Well, the mini gears really came on because of the foreign karts where you couldn't run the clutch inboard. You had to run it outboard. Oh, white flag is out.
Yeah, as we've been yapping away. Luckily, the leaders have made it easy for us and kept Eric Fagan out front. John Price looks closer.
Yeah, John looks like he wants I mean, he's going to give that Coyote a good shot there to get by that MGM. And John Price, our champion from this area, does a great job and takes the lead. I'm very excited to see John out in front. So John doing an excellent job here. He's on a snap your neck engine anyway. So doing a real good job getting by Fagan. Fagan didn't. I was surprised Fagan was in first for that long a time, not taking second and pushing John and then trying to pass him at the end. Now Fagan's got his work cut out for him. Can he get him? And look at Doc. Doc's coming up, and if Doc gives Fagan a push when they get to the start-finish line, Fagan could win it. It depends on where Doc goes when they drag race down to the finish line.
It all comes off of this exit here.
Right
here.
Get
a great one. Doc's a little further back. Fagan's going to try and set him up, but this would tie them in the points because Fagan won the first heat. Price was second.
So here it is.
Here we go.
And Doc does not help him. Well, there was no way he could help him.
Close enough.
Yeah, it wasn't close enough. So but a good run there.
How about it? John Price, last lap, steals it. Eric Fagan left the door open. It was close. There was a little puff of smoke from the tires touching as they were running each other as tight as they could through turn 3. But kudos to John Price for the win. Takes that Coyote to the top over the MGM with Eric Fagan. Todd Barron on the Mach 1. Barron Racing Team entry still staying right there, learning, and I guarantee he's coming off the racetrack with a lot of notes, more than Fagan and Price, because they didn't get to follow the doc at all, but the doc followed them the whole way, and I'm sure he was studying and keeping a mental note of, all right, they're better here, worse here, better here, worse there. I'm better here. I better keep that to myself for tomorrow.
So now tomorrow, I mean, we're hearing that there's a possibility of rain, and that could change everything.
Everything you've learned over the course of this weekend, throw it out the window. All of the dry lines that tell you get down to the inside early, use that Rhino patch because it's like glue. In the rain, you miss that thing like the plague. You stay all the way
off
to the
those
outside.
black lines.
Turn in late, miss the corner, go around the outside of the racetrack. Everything else is different. Curbs we told you not to hit, well, now you need to hit them.
Now you need to hit them.
So there's there's such a big shakeup coming if we do get it. And of course, if you ask the drivers, if you ask mechanics, for sure, nobody loves standing out in the rain. We don't mind driving in the rain, but the worst part about the rain is when it's hit and miss throughout the day. And you're guessing on setup one way or another. You're like, man, can I just put one set of tires on this thing and leave it one gear and not go back and forth? But this place, as you've mentioned, Tony, it's been called Beaver Rain for a reason, back from the original name Beaver Run Race Complex. And there's just very rarely a weekend that you get through this racetrack without it dousing you for 15 minutes. I've had a couple heavy monsoon level rains here that have lasted all day, but usually when the rain hits, it's a hard dose, it wets the track, and then it's just a drying it back out. So here we go with senior medium. Heat number 2 for the odd group. Ian Quinn on the Steel Motorsports Bureau Art leads Colin Warren's TS Racing VLR from the front row, with Henry Wheeler and Caleb Gaffera on row 2.
Wow, Caleb Gaffera in row 2. Keep an eye on that. James Overbeck, Precision Performance Karting, on his Coyote, along with Ron Cleese, also on a Coyote. So Coyote up there. Dylan White, and in the fourth row, and Michael Robbins on his MGM alongside of Dylan White.
Bryce Frank's MGM, and then Chris Carroll's PPK Coyote completes the top 10. Aiden Hatcher, and then Brady Eichhoff there on row 6. The VLR for Addison Ianello, a debut weekend for her on the VLR. Back on row 7 alongside Sawyer St. Clair's MGM. Justin Wishard, Eli Warren as the privateer, but branded like a team war power effort between Luke Powers and Eli Warren is the name for the team there. Hunter Bolton, Dylan Whitgen, Josh Steifel, Chad Shetterly, the first 20 starters, and the final few that will be rolling to green here as the field makes its way to the bus stop. You can take a look, find your favorite drivers, see where they roll from all the way back to 28th with Will Lawler on that low-key racing Sodi rolling from the back of the field, if that's correct.
Keep an eye on him.
Oh, yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Will on that, but he's been fast all day. So keep an eye on him. He's going to want to come
there
through.
He is, top of the screen. You can see him, so keep an eye on that big chrome helmet and the black and orange Sodi as Jason says, green, 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 go, go, go. Here we are underway.
Wow, look
at your
Quinn.
pole sitter went to the middle of the track that time.
He wasn't going to let the outside guy come down and crowd him. He was going to open up and get a great exit off the corner. Good move by Ian Quinn. Kept it clean, but used all the racetrack that was available before the outside guy could get there. And then the rest of the pack cycled through. One driver off. Bryce Frank is off in the dirt.
Oh, tough
got
break.
pushed wide.
Wow,
and he's slowing. Yeah, really
for
slow.
the field for some reason.
Yeah, maybe obviously trying to avoid a cut course penalty or something of the like there. I mean, it was a shortcut course. He definitely was losing time when he went off. But, yeah, Bryce Frank out of this initially. He'll have a long road forward to try and make sure that he safely transfers to the main in this senior medium class, while Ian Quinn leads in the 97 Steel Motorsports Burrell Art, then Colin Warren's VLR, then Caleb Gaffera, a couple cars back on the MGM. Little gap to Henry Wheeler and Dylan White, couple of Burrell Arts, and then James Overbeck in that 6th spot.
Wow, some good racing going on here. Like I said, let's keep an eye on Will Lawler, where he's definitely not in last place anymore. He's definitely moved up.
Yeah, he has. Let's see how much he's picked up here. Will Lawler has moved his way up a hand. No, he did not score across the line. Did he get? He must have got tagged in something. Yeah, there he is, top of the screen. Will Lawler just made it through turn number 1.
Wow.
So Will Lawler, whatever was wrong, whether it was mechanical that kept him slow or getting kind of trapped up in someone else's mess trying to make up a bunch of spots on lap 1 and make up for lost ground, he got tagged.
That's about it. Yeah, tough break.
Let's get set to go down here while the opening laps get underway for senior medium to our some of our Masters drivers that have just come off the racetrack. How about flipping the script and going from second to the win? Let's send it down to one of the many Coyote pilots here. What a great run, John, here. Talk us through that last heat race.
You know, we had a great run. We put a lot of work in this week. Coyote. Woo! I got a lot of friends over here having fun. Can't thank Jim, Coyote, Chris Cirillo, of course. He's my tuner, my engine builder. Couldn't do it without him. My wife, Steph, couldn't do it without her. Wouldn't want to. Family at home. I thank everybody. But yeah, it was fun. I was worried about the long run. I'm still worried about the long run tomorrow. But we had it for 8 laps. I think we'll have it at 16. Keep trying stuff, and every time we get faster, and that's the goal.
Yeah, John, I was looking at that and saying, how do you feel towards the end of the race where you came on at the end of the race versus what we were thinking that maybe you would tighten up towards the end of the race, but you kept it loose, so that was good.
Yeah, I've been tightening it up all week, and we're just slowly making adjustments and getting better, and I think we're going to be there tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, John, we'll wish you best
That's
of luck.
the goal.
We'll let you get hopefully a good night's rest. I'm sure a little more deliberation to try and find some more speed and line it up on the front row tomorrow afternoon.
Let's do it. Can't wait.
All
Thanks,
right,
guys.
there you go. John Price just came off the racetrack with a great win over Eric Fagan in that last Masters heat. Now back to the action here in senior medium. Colin Warren has gone to the point. Quinn to second. Henry Wheeler in third. Then you go back to Dylan White in the 4th spot. Gaffera still 5th. Overbeck still 6th. Robbins 7th. Carroll 8th. Eichhoff and Eli Warren top 10 as Quinn goes back to the lead. And Colin Warren finds himself in familiar territory where he is in enemy territory. 3 barrel arts all around him. Now Caleb Gaffera splits him up a little as Dylan White gets shuffled back to 5th. But a bit of, once again, being outnumbered. And he even brought more VLR teammates to this race. They're just in the other group.
Yeah. So, yeah, some good racing going on here right now. Not sure what's happening with Caleb Gaffara, but don't count him out yet. He's still in striking distance in the top 5. Overbeck right there in 6th. And Colin Warren out in the lead, and with Quinn in 2nd, Wheeler in 3rd, and White in 4th. And Gaffara, like I said, holding on to 5th, Overbeck in 6th. We still got some of the top drivers here, and they get the halfway sign.
Yeah, halfway in, halfway home, working lap number 5. So the new ticker, folks, for those just joining us, we swapped that over here. That's got all your favorite team and chassis emblems next to your favorite drivers. It's a little quicker to update, and it needs to be because they are updating on the racetrack. It feels like every single corner. But it also, that lap 5, that's the lap that we're on, not the lap that we just completed. So we're working lap 5. We still have 4 to go. We'll have 3 laps to go, 5 complete when we hit the finish line for those watching along. As Colin Warren is back at the helm. Quinn back to 2nd. Gaffera is still 3rd, and Wheeler's been shuffled back a couple of spots, it looks like, and still more so down the hill. He was side-by-side for 4th there as they came into frame down through the Turn 10 complex. So Henry Wheeler losing a little bit of spots. James Overbeck getting by. Nicely done.
Yeah, as I was saying, Gaffara was back in 5th when I was talking. Now he's up to he fell back to 4th at this point, but he got up there, I believe, in 3rd. But Wheeler got by him. But don't count Gaffara out yet. Wheeler's right there in 2nd. And there goes Colin Warren back into the lead with Quinn in 2nd. Gaffara now up in 3rd.
Warren and Quinn have swapped that front spot a number of times now this race so far.
And 2 other guys who have stopped the spot again is James Overbeck and Henry Wheeler. They cannot decide who gets to win this little battle between the 2 of them. And they have already, unfortunately, had a few run-ins this year, so I don't think there's any love lost between those 2 young men. They definitely want to beat each other more than anyone else on the racetrack, probably. So that right there was a little bit behind that move, but James did a good job, gathered it back up, didn't lose any extra spots, and they're still in the game, although Ian Quinn, a little bobble out of 10, has given Colin Warren a slight gap. And to be honest, as we've seen, that may actually be the worst-case scenario for Colin Warren, because they're going to wind up and get a massive run-up on him coming to 2 laps to go this time by.
Yeah, you got it right, Xander. That's what's going to happen. And at this point, maybe Colin Warren didn't want to be in the lead because here they come. They're getting that run on him right now.
Oh, a couple guys
They're
looking to
lining
go.
up.
Yeah, they were ready.
They're showing the
nose to the
intention.
inside,
Yeah,
ready to go.
Ready to go.
Here's Overbeck again on Wheeler as
And there goes Gaffara.
Yeah.
Scoots into
Up a
second. And I said, don't
back to
count
third.
him out yet. And Colin Warren maybe not in the best position, but he does put a gap between him and Gaffara. But I don't think that's going to hold up too long. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
If Gaffara definitely gets Wheeler and Overbeck, they start coming on.
Look at this side by side behind him, just behind Wheeler and Overbeck. They were door to door. Eichhoff, I believe, and Dylan White were side by side, cresting the hill there. And they have, I don't know how they made it through. That's a flat out kink, but it's still very one laned. So good kudos to them. They didn't drive it off the racetrack into each other, but that's brought more drivers into the mix. Eli Warren and
Look
Chris
at that.
Carroll are almost there. Addison Ianello in the middle of that next group with the likes of Aiden Hatcher and Ronnie Kleiser almost there, as well as the white flag waves.
Flag is out.
And Colin's going to start defending. He knows how racy it is behind him.
Right. He's trying everything he knows to try to defend, but he's got Gaffara right there. That Gaffara.
Oh, he blew it.
He blew it.
He blew it. He went in too deep.
He's going to get shut out. They're not going to let him back in, that's for sure. He's going backwards. Oh, man.
He's fighting to hang on with Henry Wheeler. They're banging tires right now, but it's Ian Quinn to second. Warren will hang on to third.
Oh,
Perfect
He was
move.
lucky he got into third.
Overbeck
goes off.
Again.
Overbeck's out.
For the second race in a row. This time in medium,
Wow.
Overbeck is off.
Wow.
So James Overbeck has spent 2 races where he stayed off the grass. 2, unfortunately, he's gone through it in almost the same spot as up front. Gaffara, Quinn, Warren. Colin Warren might be able to repay the favor of the way that he lost that first heat to a Burrell Art by pushing Gaffara or trying to go by himself. It's the run to the line right here. And he's already looking to fade low.
I don't think he could do it.
No, not into the bus stop.
No.
Maybe a move coming to the line. Quinn will have a run at Gaffara, but won't happen. Caleb G.
Black
crosses the line and puts
Quinn
MGM
gets
back
second.
on top.
Right.
With Ian Quinn's Burrell Art second. Warren on the TS Racing VLR there third. Henry Wheeler fourth. Dylan White fifth. What a shakeup. The first of these 2 senior medium heats have been. James Overbeck crosses the line down in 13th. Again, that's someone who started up in the 6th position. Ronnie Kleiser had to fight back forward. He doesn't make it back in the top 10. He ends up with a net loss of 7 spots from 5th on the grid. So lots of up and down movement in that opening senior medium group in the final round of heat races, going all the way back to Justin Wishard in 15th. And then we look, when we go past the top 15, to the danger zone of the drivers that had a rough go of things in Heat 2, and depending on how their Heat 1 was, whether it was good or bad, means that they may be on the outside looking in. So let's see if we can flip to the back of our top 15 here on the results. And take a look further back. It begins with that run to the line for Mason Rick and Ryan Curtin. Ryan Curtin and Sawyer St. Clair. They had a good little battle that we captured. And then back for Jacob Buffo, Nicholas Kiefer, Bryce Frank, 21st. Again, he got shoved off on the opening lap, rejoined, waited for the field to go by to avoid a penalty, charges back to 21st. Depending how stiff a potential cut course penalty he might have been risking, that's not a bad long-term play to safely go to the main, because he had a good Heat 1, and just being at a 21st spot, 1 spot outside the average, should safely go through to the main event tomorrow. But a bummer for him for sure in that senior medium heat. And the rest of the drivers further back, Josh Steifel out, Dylan Whitgen out, all with a major loss for them. Chad Shetterly also started 20th. I'm sure he was hoping to fight forward into that transfer window. He ends up 5 spots out of the transfer window. Will Lawler as well, out on the first lap, continued, ends up 22nd behind Bryce Frank, gets around Nolan Holiday, Jonathan Mitchell, and Shetterly by the end. But that's still only half the class. Our last session of the day is the even group, and I don't think it's crazy to say they were even crazier in their first heat than the odd group. So if that was the odd group, that was the tame group.
That was the tame
what
group.
What are we in for now?
What are we going to see here now?
Oh, man. Yeah, so, well, let's at least set the stage for you folks, if we can, with a starting lineup for senior medium on the odd or the even results. So, again, they qualified first, raced their opening heat race. The results from that opening heat has set the lineup here for the even group in heat number 2. Dylan Amundsen joining Colin Warren on the TS Racing VLRs, has had a day. He has had an awesome day, and he's trying to close it out with another heat race win. He starts alongside the reigning CKNA medium champion Christopher McKeithen with Anthony DeCesaro and Owen Lloyd on row 2.
And in row 3, Hudson Brown on the gold card, and TS Racing VLR, Colin Aitken starting right alongside Hudson Brown. Brandon Jossocrat, Precision Racing on the Coyote. Next to him, Brady Atwood, a local Maryland driver from our E-Series as well, top driver. Coming here and trying to get up front, running in that fourth row. Not bad for him. Paulie Massimino, of course, PPK, Coyote, and alongside of Paulie Massimino is Jaden Kraus, AEM Racing.
Okay, we have A.J. Roderick and Chase Johnston in row 6, Kill Zimmerman and Alex Greenswig in row 7, Owen Mao, help me out.
Mao.
Okay, Mao. And Wicked Nick Sobiak in row 8, Lucas Van Kuren and Trenton Frederick in row 9. Row 10, Ben Gaunt and Jack DeLucci.
So that's the first 10 rows. Let's take a look at the back 4 as the last of the carts for the day head onto the racetrack. Peyton Klein and Glenn Hobbs on row 11. And all gold cart row 12 of Stephen Masterson and Chloe McKenzie. Unfortunately, they would love that row to be further up the grid.
Right.
But they have a shot at it here. Then Nico Falaktu, Presley Whitney, and Jonathan Andrezi Jr. Starting shotgun in 27th, needing to pick up a handful of spots to try and get that top 20 average, or what we estimate to be the top 40 overall. That is the official cut line to go straight to the main or have to fight for a spot in the main.
Yeah, it's going to be a fight tomorrow, let me tell you.
And I know for Grands we had stickers that said, I made the main.
Yeah.
So I can see why they would proudly display them.
Yeah, and again, we know Grands is only going to continue to get bigger and better, but the road to Newcastle, the road to this year's CKNA Grand National started back in New Orleans at the Winter Nats. It continued through the regional championships and the spring nationals, and it now hits ahead as the final national before the Grand National, the Summer Nats here in Pittsburgh, Saturday afternoon, a little bit late, almost into the evening for the final session, because there's been so much racing, so much good racing. And senior medium, the even group, with on the inside the black lime and kind of bluish green VLR for TS Racing of Dylan Amundsen, and on the outside, again, the reigning CKNA Grand Senior Medium champ, Christopher McKeithen. Here we go, Dave.
And we're yellow. No start, no start, no start.
Man, the boys are too antsy to get this last race underway, the boys and girls, so we'll have to send them around again. So no green. They'll take the tri-oval. It's a quick reset lap, tri-oval.
Right.
Yep. And head through the turn 3 cut through, cut across the racetrack. And then as soon as they get back onto the bus stop, you'll see all of them do what they're already doing right now, and that is weave those tires, because I can only imagine the amount of dust, marbles, debris, rubber pieces on the unused cut-throughs. Right, that you gotta drive through. Then you gotta clean your tires off, so hopefully you don't blow turn 1, or worse, probably turn number 3. So we're gonna get this race underway, folks. Let's see it, Dave.
And we are yellow. No start, no start, no start.
Again. No green again. Second time by. Not sure what was
it looked pretty good
too
to me
far
that
off
time,
on
right,
that
but
one.
Something he didn't like, but
Yeah.
it looked pretty good, but there was something.
Now, the front row has to be getting nervous because, potentially it could be their fault and they could be bounced back.
Yeah, no doubt, right? And
If
I mean,
it is their fault. Yeah.
kudos to Jason Burgess, even though, we've been really tight on time all day with all the racing action, a little bit of kart recovery, and just natural attrition. I mean, we've been pretty close to on time, but he's still just as focused about giving us a clean start in this last race of the day as he was in the first. So
that's Jason.
Yeah, that's a tip of the hat to him here. After nearly 12 hours straight of on-track activity, the CKNA officials are ready to bring you one more. Senior medium, let's try it for a third time. And there's the warning.
Christopher McKeithen.
There's a warning there.
Okay.
Green, 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 go, go, go.
And there it is.
Yeah. So that cost McKeithen now. He had to like think
him off
about
guard.
it.
He really
caught him off guard,
yeah.
and that kind of messed him up a little bit. But no, he pulls into second.
Yeah.
So he made it up, but it looked pretty bad there right at the start. But he came back. He got it going.
Yeah, he did. He did a good job at least surviving the first few turns. Anthony DeCesaro in that bright white, blue, and red MPG RF Academy kart there in third. And the rest of the field have all made it up the hill now Hudson Brown with a great start on the Gold Cart. He's up to 4th. Then behind him, Owen Lloyd there on the MGM. And then you go back to the VLR of Colin Aitken with Morinto. Jarzakrak with a good start to this one. I'm sure he's probably a bit more frustrated with the way that senior light race heat went, because that pace of the 138 has only gotten better as the day has gone on. He's had to march through in the heats, and sometimes when you march through the mess, well, the mess gets messy, and you can only get so far because they've wrecked or they've bottled it up and let the leaders get away. So he's now got a great start here in this final senior medium heat, trying to charge up to the top 5 as we get the first lap in the books. And more battling further back. That's the 56 A.J. Roderick making a nice move in turn 1.
Yep. So
they're using the whole racetrack farther back in the field. They're using the entire racetrack.
Well, let's keep an eye on all this stuff up front. While Dylan Amundsen leads for now, let's go hear from one of the drivers that just came off the racetrack from that final senior medium group. This is from our odd group here. Ian Quinn is standing by. Ian, you go from the fastest class to the slowest class, and you're at the front back-to-back weeks. Talk to me about how this weekend has gone for you and Mark Steele Motorsports Beryl Art Machine.
This weekend's been great, guys. We've been at the front the whole time, kept it in the top 5. Me and Mark and his dog here, Noah, what a good boy he is. We've all been really fast. We've got a good package. We haven't been making that many changes, but we've just been successful.
Yeah, obviously you have been successful. We've seen it at the front all the way through. Now, talk to me about what can we expect tomorrow. I'm sure you're keeping a keen eye on the rest of your competitors here in this group because you haven't gotten to go head-to-head with them yet. How many guys are we going to see a 10, 15 car lead train here in Pittsburgh?
Well, I hope so. I love all this close racing. It's like Daytona or Talladega and NASCAR. Drafting the whole time, bumping, picking the right lane. It's my favorite piece of cake. So I love it so much. I see tons of different setups out here. Everybody's dealing with the grip in different ways. Some go soft, some go hard. It's really exciting to see how everybody's going to adjust to the longer session, who's going to be fast in the beginning and the end. I'm really excited to see how it's going to play out and try and keep myself at the front the whole time.
Well, it's definitely not easy to stay at the front in this group. They're about 8 or 9 deep right now. I know you don't have any Beryl Art teammates in this group, Ian, so can you give us an unfiltered pick? Who's going to win this next heat?
Let me see. You know who I think's going to win? A.J. Roderick.
How
He's
about
from the same
that? Give it up
hometown
for
as
the
me.
veteran. All right. Ian, thanks for the time to talk with us, buddy. We'll let you get back and hanging out over the Mark Steele pit and with Mark's dog as well. How about that, Ian Quinn?
Good plug for A.J. Roderick. I mean, he's back there, but he's in contention, but I don't think he's going to win it. It's going to be a battle. I really wouldn't want to pick to say who's going to win this race because you got McKeithen up front, Amston right in second.
Yep.
Chesero
was third. Owen Lloyd just went right by him.
Okay, Lloyd. Yeah.
Even with the faster updating ticker, it only goes when they hit the timing loop, and they passed 10 times before that. So, Lloyd now third, DeCesaro fourth, Aitken fifth, Brown sixth, Jarzakrak, and the pack ends right at the Maryland kid, Brady Atwood there in the 8th spot.
Yep.
And then Paulie Massimino, Cale Zimmerman, they've lost a little bit of touch with this group. They're about a second down the road. Here's Hudson Brown looking for a move on Colin Aitken at the halfway mark. He'll take it. Jarzakrak going to follow. He'll bring Brady Atwood by, and 2 corners, 3 spots back for Colin Aitken here. Or maybe not. He's trying to fight it, but ultimately Brady Atwood hanging strong. He'll take the 7th spot away.
All right.
Hudson Brown turned purple last lap. Lap number 4, Hudson Brown turned purple.
Fast,
he's back
but
in
just
6th
can't
place.
get good track position. He's been fast.
Yeah, no, definitely in the mix, right? We've talked about him. We've shown the gold card. He's made it into the lead pack shot a handful of times today. And a good ending in the final session of the day always helps build some confidence for tomorrow. So Chris McKeithen, Dylan Amundsen, Owen Lloyd, 1, 2, 3, and Dylan Amundsen trying to push McKeithen away and break this 8-car madhouse up at the front and buy himself a ticket to a 1v1 dance for the win in this final heat race. Again, Dylan already, again, a great run in the opening heat. The same could be said, obviously, for McKeithen. Both of them first and second in heat 1. They go first and second here in heat 2 again. I mean, they're going to be well safe in the first few rows. If there's anything we've learned from the races that are half the distance of the mains, the heats here today, you can win from pretty far back because the lead changes and the positions change every single turn. As now Hudson Brown inherits fourth, and Jarsakrak tried to go with him, but instead he'll lose a spot. Atwood gets through.
So, good. But that's 2 Maryland races out, Atwood and Hudson Brown. And Hudson Brown now moving up another position, and maybe a little breakaway there from the rest of the pack. Will Hudson be able to catch Lloyd at this point? And don't count out Lloyd. Lloyd could win this race. He just might be staying back, waiting to see what's going to happen here. What are these two guys going to do out front? McKeithen and Dillon. Lloyd right there in third, but don't count out Lloyd. He's still very much in contention to win this one.
Yeah, you always got to realize Lloyd is involved. Yeah, unless he's off the track. Yeah, he's a danger.
He's a danger there, and it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, so let's see it up the hill towards turn 3. Does McKeithen cover the low side yet? It's 2 laps to go. He has not. Hudson's done a great job. That was a big lap last time by. Picked up about half a tenth. Picked up a lot more in the run to turn 3. Once you get within that half-second, 6/10 window, all of a sudden the draft will do a lot of the work for you and pull you the rest of the way. As much as Dillon is trying to break them all up, Hudson Brown is getting closer to Owen Lloyd and is going to be a much-needed dancing partner for him, or end up going by. Let's see what he does here in the hairpin. He will not. Smart move. Waiting, trying to minimize the time loss. He's like, I can get him in a little bit. Let me make sure that I don't jeopardize my chances at the win, because they really do all have a legitimate shot at it. All 8 of them back to Colin Aiken.
Yeah, I'm going to give you that. All 8 of them have a shot. I mean, they are running so close. And Hudson Brown now looking to make that move. And will he get help? He's getting help.
Yeah.
Lloyd gets past. He loses 2 spots.
And look at how busy his hands were. I mean, I think there's really starting to be some dust and marble buildup off the line.
Yep.
And he did a great job hanging on to 7th over Colin Aiken there in turn 3. That's not over, but you go offline for 1 turn, and in some tire compounds at certain racetracks, it takes you half a lap to a full lap to just
clean it
back off. And it varies track to track for sure. But Owen was definitely fighting a handful right there in turn 1, as now we watch for the final time down the hill, turn 10. They're door-to-door for third. It's going to be a mano-a-mano fight up front. Amundsen says, don't worry about it. Well, let's just save this first and second finish. I don't know how much you trust him if you're Christopher, but he obviously opens up enough as they are absolutely going at it. Brown's gone through to third. Hudson to third. Big move for DeCesaro to fourth. Jarsakrak back to the 7th spot still. And I think Brady Atwood, Hudson Brown, Owen Lloyd all have traded.
He's going to stay right there. I can't believe it.
Just said, you know what? We're good. I won the first one. You got the second, buddy. We're both safely going to the first couple rows tomorrow, and we'll fight there.
Yeah, we'll fight there. Let's keep it where it is.
Oh,
somebody's off.
Heartbreak there. That is going to be Peyton Klein. Maybe. No, I don't want to say that for sure.
It's a VLR for sure.
Jaden Krause is what we're being told on that last lap. And Jaden finished across the line in 12th. Might have gone off down by turn 1. I don't know where Jaden was when we had that shot of Jaden Krause. But, well, let's take you through the results for the final race of the day one more time here. Christopher McKeithen ends up winning out over Dylan Amundsen, who pushed him away to make sure. Timing went away too fast for us. Megan's already ready to set the grids for tomorrow, but we'll read it off to you here.
No, we got it.
McKeithen, Amundsen, Brown, DeCesaro, Owen Lloyd, Brady Atwood, Brandon Jarsakrak, Colin Aitken, Paulie Massimino, and Cale Zimmerman, your top 10. And a couple big movers. Jonathan and Drizzy Jr. mentioned the guys starting outside the top 20 needed a big race here. Picks up 9 positions, drives up to 17th. So a good run there. Peyton Klein ends up 18th. Alex Grenswig 19th. Jack DeLucci 20th. And then the heartbreak late for Nick Sobiek. Nick goes out on the last lap also. And he does not finish in the 23. So Nick Sobiek out on the VLR. And he may have been the one who may have been mistaken there if it was Jaden or not. But for sure, Nick Sobiek unable to cross the line. Presley Whitney, sadly, the same. Ben Gaunt, the same. But Christopher McKeithen, talked to him earlier, and I'm sure we'll talk to him again tomorrow. Great, great day for Christopher McKeithen and the PPK Coyote boys. Dylan Amundsen representing the VLRs well here once again, and the first of probably many major races he'll get to compete for them. Hudson Brown puts the gold cart in the top 5. Anthony DeCesaro writing in the top 5 as well. and Owen Lloyd top 5 also. So good stuff for them as we wait for the scales to roll to maybe chat with a couple more drivers before this day fully ends. How about some closing thoughts here? Dave Mack, over to you. Best part of the day, obviously, no red flags, all the way through.
I wasn't
Clean
even
day.
thinking that till you just said that.
Clean
You're
day.
absolutely right.
Clean day.
Yeah.
0 red flags. Definitely some hard racing, a couple woes, couple scary moments, but no red flags.
Some
Great day.
real hard racing. It was much, much stronger than I thought. After watching it, after seeing it, much more competitive. I've seen a lot of tracks where, it's the very last lap is the only time you can win. You never want to be leading on the last lap. That has nothing to do with this at all. If you're in the top 8 or 10, you got a very good chance of winning. So absolutely, yeah, it was real exciting.
And over to you, Tony. I mean, what else is the big takeaways you've got here from Saturday?
I mean, the big thing was I knew it's going to be a fight. It's going to be a great race with the names that we were looking at prior to coming here, but tomorrow is really the question. And I think there's going to, if that rain does come in and everything, I mean, right now everybody's got to be thinking what they want to do, what the setup is going to be. They know the setup for today, and they know the setup if it's like this tomorrow. But if that changes, we could see some drivers that we thought never had a chance at least get up to the top 5 or even the top 10 drivers that just might make the feature way in the back. It could be surprising, and the fact is the drivers that I know that were having trouble with too much traction and stuff, they're praying for rain because they know that kart will work well in the rain because it's been so bad of binding up and being too sticky. So they're praying for rain, especially if they're running back in 12th, 15th, or 16th. So they're praying for rain. But that is going to be the thing. But we still have the top racers here, and believe me, they can adjust.
Yeah,
they're going to adjust. They already got it in their heads what gear they're going to run, if they're going to run rain tires and the whole bit. And the one thing that CKNA said, hey, we might not declare it a rain race. It's always going to be driver option. So that, like you said, you get these rain that comes in and then it stops. What do you do? And that's going to be key. If we do get into that situation where the drivers and pit crews have to make the decision, CKNA does not call it a rain race, but says, hey, driver's choice. You go out on slicks or you go out on rains. That's up to you. If it's a downpour and it's very bad, they're going to call it a rain race. But that might not happen because the way you said, rain comes through here and the temperatures and stuff. So that'll be really interesting if we got half the field on rains and half on slicks. So,
yeah, and if you want to know why we haven't mentioned the specifics of the weather report, it's because up here, well, it is all but useless.
Right.
We are literally on top of basically a mountain. It is a big uphill, mile-long drive to get into the property. Yeah. We get all kinds of crazy weather up here. We've had a super high heat index, obviously, all weekend long. Today included record-breaking humidity, temperatures. At the same time, again, when that rain is going to hit, it will hit hard. And we did have one small storm that rolled through late yesterday. Luckily, it was after we were done. But those last couple sessions, I was puckering because the skies were starting to get real dark as the last couple practices rolled out. And it would have been a similar story to Charlotte, where we would have had rain practice set in the groups and everything, just craziness. So if you liked what you saw today, of course, we get to go through a whole day again tomorrow for those watching. The main events will be exclusive to premium members, just like the Heats were today. The LCQ warm-ups. So, again, the drivers in junior, senior medium, and senior light that do have to go to race the LCQ, they will get an additional warm-up. So they get a warm-up session, race their LCQ, and then if they make it in, they get to join the rest of the class in the regular warm-ups for all divisions. Right. And that'll close the pre-show out. During tomorrow's morning show, for those in the paddock, again, now that it's quiet on the racetrack, I want to remind you to make sure to be here at the beginning at 8:30 when we go live for LCQ warm-ups, because that's when we're going to start giving away a ton of prizes. And, there's a lot of big ones still coming tomorrow, but 20-plus different raffle prizes we will be handing out throughout the morning. Now, let's go back before we sign things off. How about a guy with a bit of experience himself and a very busy job description this weekend? I don't know, Brandon, would you call it more than most? We're used to seeing you with 20, sometimes 30 go-karts under the BJR MDR tent or just the BJR tent. But this weekend you got 20 and you're racing. How's that been?
Yeah, it's definitely really tough trying to focus on my racing and do as best as I can, as well as make the team do as best as they can. But I got a lot of really good people around me, and they make my job very easy. So it's going good, though.
Talk about your progression throughout the day today. It seemed like, quali was a mixed bag between light and medium, but in all the heat races, you were marching forward, and just trying to avoid the chaos. Is that about pretty correct, where you guys felt like got even more dialed by the afternoon?
Yeah, I definitely think we found some stuff heading into maybe the second medium race. It was good. Qualifying was a little tough in medium. Didn't really get a draft. In light, got lucky, got a draft, so that put me up there. But this place is so much about track position. If you have good track position at the beginning of the race and stay out of trouble, you're going to stay up there. Battling your way from the back is definitely difficult. Some people can do it, but it's definitely hard. But I feel pretty good going into tomorrow. Hopefully the weather stays away so we can stay dry. But I think we start 4th in light, and I'm guessing around 10th or 12th for medium. So hopefully we can battle up from there and stay out of some trouble.
Now, Tony has been, saying and almost singing the rain dance praises for the guys that have been a little bit off. Brandon, you know what it takes to go back and forth. Are you doing a rain dance for tomorrow, or are you absolutely hoping we stay like this?
Definitely not. I wanted to stay dry. That's going to be way too much work with the amount of carts we have under the tent, and then packing up to go home. That's no fun either. So stay dry, and hopefully we have some good racing.
All right, Brandon, we appreciate the time. Before we let you go, well, of course, we know that, like you said, there's a lot of guys behind the scenes that make it possible for you to both run a race team week in, week out, almost all year, it seems, and get behind the wheel and perform. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I got to thank the whole BJR, PPK crew, everyone under there. They do a great job and make my job easy, like I said. I got to thank my dad for tuning on the wrenches this weekend. He got back behind it this weekend, so that was good. And then Coyote Motorsports for providing me with the equipment to race this weekend. So very good.
All right, Brandon. Well, congrats on making your way through the grid here. We look forward to seeing you start at the pointy end of the field tomorrow in both mains.
Thank you very much.
Once again, folks, that was Brandon Jarsakrak. Hot off another good result for him here in the heat races that, like he said, should slot him hopefully in the first 5 rows for both senior medium and senior light. But not everyone had that nice of an ending to the day or run of the day. There could be some major players in those last chance qualifiers tomorrow morning that you won't want to miss.
So I do understand why Brandon's saying, hey, I hope it stays dry. He's got a big job in front of him, but believe me, he's got a plan if it starts to rain.
Oh,
he's
for
not,
sure.
He's experienced, he knows what he's doing, and he has a plan. It's just a matter of going through it and all the people he's got and what he's got, what has to be changed, and what, like you said, what has to be packed up at the end of the day.
Well, here's the fun part for us. I mean, granted, our hardworking camera guys are out in the elements, but, for us, the worst scenarios of back and forth rain to dry for the drivers and mechanics is the most fun for the three of us up here in the booth.
Right.
So I'm happy for anything that makes them
right.
scoring, but Brandon might come and say, I'm not going to do an interview again if you keep talking like that. So either way, been a great day, been a lot of action, and we've got a lot more tomorrow, folks, as the scales continue to roll and the paddock festivities continue here from the CKNA Summer Nationals. Whatever the weather brings tomorrow, we're unsure, but it's sunny skies into what will hopefully be a beautiful sunset on a day of great racing, clean racing, no red flags, and 250 plus of the best 206 racers from across North America competing. They'll be at it again tomorrow for Tony the Toe Cirillo, Dave Mack, and myself, Xander Clements, the Kart Chaser crew, the entire CKNA staff, and all here at Pit Race that have helped put this event on. Thanks for watching. We'll see you bright and early at 8:30.
And thanks, Briggs & Stratton was here.
Oh, and Briggs & Stratton as well. Thank you so much.
We would thank that they were here and continue to try to keep this engine and rule sets together, for the next 7-10 years.
Yeah. What an awesome thank you to Dan and everyone over at Briggs. Like you said, their tent was up. They had to get out of here tonight, but they've been here all week and supporting all the racers. And, hopefully that on their travels back home, they're able to pop the broadcast up and watch
what
all
happens
the awesome
tomorrow. Right.
Racing that we are in store for sure. So,
and a huge thanks to all the Kart Chaser guys. Xander and Caleb was on the air. We got Trevor over here.
I didn't even have to pay him for that this weekend. He just showed up. But that's actually pretty normal. Don't tell him that.
We're thrilled to death to have you guys. Seriously, you're so good for the sport. And Tony keeps saying it over and over. He's 100% right. You are great.
You just made the sport. Like I said, 20 years ago, what we had to do to try to publicize the sport, we did our best. But this really gets it out to the people, and that's what I appreciate, that people know what karting really is. Like you said, you tell somebody, I'm going go-kart racing. What do you mean? You're going to an amusement park?
Yeah.
It was just so hard to explain. And so this really has brought it. And I got people at home who not into karting saying, you're gonna broadcast. I said it'll be on YouTube.
Yeah. Well, we'll be back again tomorrow, folks. Thanks again, Tony, Dave. Appreciate it as always. We'll let our crew begin our teardown as well as the rest of the teams. And we'll see everyone back bright and early with LCQ warm-ups.
Yep. Thank you.
In the morning.